the, just a minute, 11:30 first race. Just get that read. No value in the favourite. Have to go £100 win on that. Black Eagle week now. See if I can get on in time. No, Black Eagle's strong now. Yeah, that reverse gamble, that's a big reverse gamble, but I need to check the rest of them. Google boy. Google boy. Now what's the other strong each way? Heaven Almighty. Oh, come on, get the right page up. Spirit, was it? Spirit. Something went wrong. Fuck off. Come on, don't do this to me. Right. What's happening? It doesn't look like they're even ready. 11:30 into it, yep. So if they're going to clash, I mean, and then clash into UK, and UK is really busy actually, so I'm not going to be able to do these. I'm not going to be able to keep up. There's so much value and so many winners. Yesterday, 12-1 gold each way gamble. Double stakes advised because it was a fix. Landed easily at 12-1 because 6-1 gold gamble landed. It was an early strong. It went into a gold gamble signal. As you'll see on yesterday's video, if I ever get to upload them, because I'm just flat out at the minute. Right, they're not ready then, so I'll pause this for now. I'll go get breakfast and see if I miss something for breakfast.
Samanga Kamalo just motionless, and she really, you know, even there.
Mr. Gold Gamble in the first. I don't know what happened. There's no prices.
Compression mask or ear muffs, that headgear to calm them down is certainly doing what it's been put on to do. And I think the fact that they took the pressure off her after her debut run and given her 12 weeks off, bringing her back fresh. I think that's a huge positive.
Curveball for you. Now,
Choose your plan to purchase odds checker.
You don't have that crystal ball with you, but when you look at her racing on the 2nd of
So now it's
February,
paid service, is it?
the inclement weather, the interrupted preparations, the race meetings not happening, being moved, being abandoned, work not being done at Summerfeld, compared to number 8, Treasure Island, who just ran on the 2nd of April, which is not too long ago. Racing fitness, will you market to 8 Treasure Island ahead of number 2?
Yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to. I say Crafty 12 weeks, at least 12 weeks. I think she'll run fresh, and that could be, it could be the telling point with her, that she could run nice and fresh. But yes, how much work she's had since then, that's a good question. So yes, to answer your question, that would, for racing fitness, slip us towards Treasure Island. But I've got a lot of faith in Crafty, I must be honest with you.
Okay, let's see how much improvement been made by number 2, Crafty. She's a daughter of Rafif, and she ran okay first up in a field of 13 runners. She finished 6th, which is a good run considering there's a lot of horses that are around you first day at school. It can be intimidating. She handled herself well. Number 2, Crafty, the betting market, the anti-post betting market, she was super strong there, just suggesting that the stable liked her and would have passed that information on. So number 2, Crafty, strong each way claims. But I'm going to be in the camp of number 8, Treasure Island. As we watch number 3 go down to post, she was, a bit heady, nothing unto. I don't mind that, Warren. Okay. Not at all. I don't mind that at all. It just tells me that she's a nice space. She wants to go. And Muziani, with all the experience in the world, he would have noticed what happened on the way down to the start, and he would have, just had some necessary precautions behind those starting stalls to calm her down.
Yeah, absolutely. And nice that, as I said a moment ago, Arun Chadha supporting KZN, and lovely to have his colours in KZN. 7 is on song.
This is a horse that interests me, Warren. Yeah. And just on the dam side with the speed, the fact that, Red Ray was quick, and I could see why the comment was given that she's likely to be in need of the run. But she's a nice long filly.
Yes,
she's a nice long. I think she'll have a lovely long stride once she jumps out those gates. And if she's not too green, she's the type of horse that I could see finish in the money. Between numbers 2 and 8, I'm going to go 8 here, Warren.
We're jumping right into it today, boys. So today I have not 1, but 2 gaming laptops that I am going to be maintaining because their owners are very responsible. And they said, you know what, these are getting old and they're starting to overheat. And I want somebody like the greatest technician that's ever lived to maintain them for me, to do some thermal maintenance, which means changing the pace, blowing the gooch out of the vents, stealing some toothbrushes. I don't know whose yet. So we have an Acer Nitro and we have an Asus ROG something or other. So I'm going to start with the Acer Nitro. Neither of these look to be in bad condition. They actually look like they were well. What the f is that? I spoke too soon. What is it? Should I touch it?
What a man, what a horseman.
But before I do anything, I want to test the temperatures, establish a baseline so I know if I actually made a difference when I replace the thermal paste and the thermal putty, which is going to be a problem because I don't have enough thermal putty for both of these until Amazon comes. Until Jeff Bezos rides down in his chariot, coked out of his mind, and gives me some up-siren thermal putty.
Yes.
All right, to boot it right up. Oh, we can't show his name, their name. Do we have a pin? Did they give us a pin? What I remember on the request is he wants me to open up some Steam games in his library and play them and experience the problem that he's having, which is throttling, I believe.
Speaking about throttling, what's up with your shirt?
It's what's for dinner. If he wants me to get into the Steam library and I don't have a pin to log in, which I'm going to check right here if we have a pin, and we don't, so we have no pin. I'll text him right now. We're in. I got the pin. So now we're going to download Benchmate. You guys know the deal. Benchmate is a program that includes a bunch of programs. So the programs are HW Info, Cinebench, so you have benchmarking programs, you have thermal monitor programs, all sorts of programs, Benchmate. And it's free, completely free.
Nothing's free in this world.
That's true. It costs your life.
Not even me.
It costs your soul. So good for you. It's free. Because we already sold our souls to Jeff Bezos and his golden chariot. And since this is a Acer Nitro, I believe it has Nitro Sense. So if we press this button here, what do you think is going to happen?
Probably explode.
Crafty.
NitroSense. I actually love NitroSense. The more control you have over your device, the better. The less control a corporation has over your device, the better.
Because being spied on is creepy. But the reality is, we're all spied on by corporations who collect our info and sell it to basically any company that wants to make money off of it. And though most countries do have laws to remove ourselves from these lists, doing so is so involved and time-consuming, barely any of us take advantage of it. Because let's be real, ain't nobody got time for that. Thankfully, services like Incogni exist, which is a personal information removal service. It's something my wife and I have been using for a few months now, and I'm proud to have them as today's video sponsor, because this is personal to me. A few years ago, my wife's identity was compromised and someone filed unemployment benefits under her name. We had to freeze her credit, change her cards, and do a ton of other time-consuming steps. It was an incredibly stressful process that took countless hours and cost us hundreds in lost revenue. But the best way to prevent this from happening in the first place is to have your personal information removed before malicious actors can exploit it, which is exactly what Incogni does. All you do is sign up, which takes like 10 seconds, then Incogni sends requests to these data brokers and follows up until the job is done. And if one of the brokers starts giving lip or is dragging their feet, Incogni hounds them like a crazy ex until the job is done and you're taken off these lists. They provide updates and you can see their progress reports every month so you can actually see your data being reclaimed. And these brokers aren't just using your data to send you annoying spam emails or non-stop robocalls, which have become the norm of today. They're selling your info to those creepy people's search sites, where your info is at the mercy of stalkers and weirdos that want to know where you keep your toothbrush at night. Even health insurance companies will buy this data and use your web history to raise your premiums, which just puts a cherry on top of this dystopian hellscape that is web privacy. Incogni doesn't let this slide, so whenever a new record pops up on a data broker site, they'll automatically take care of it by conducting repeated removal requests so your data stays off this sketchy market for as long as you use the service. So if you're interested in taking back your privacy, use code TEXPERTS at the link below to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan, and watch as they fight sketchballs to take back your privacy.
So this one's set to auto HW info. Here we go, babies. The CPU fan is hauling ass though, so get out of here. Oh god.
Yeah.
Christ almighty. This is why people, why don't you fix computers on live stream? That's why.
South Africa.
iCloud.txt. Let's have that leak on the internet. So it's on default now. I'm going to exit out and I'm going to play one of his games. To do that, I need to connect to the internet first.
We'll be right back.
The games he wants us to play: Balatro, Frostpunk, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Have you ever heard of Balatro? Balatro?
But I've heard of Oblivion, dude. That's what started it all for me, being a thief.
Is that where all my RAM's going? I noticed a few sticks gone. So let's start with Balatro. I'm gonna get so much hate in the comments because I don't know. I vaguely remember that game winning like a bunch of awards this year.
Is that the one where you were two frogs trying to cross the street?
Two frogs trying to fuck. Okay, we're in Balatro. What is this? Is this a card game?
Shame.
This is a solitaire.
Oh man, this isn't Vegas poker. I don't know what I'm doing here. I got trips, my guy. That's gotta be something.
Play your hand.
What am I gonna dip out on? Are you winning, son?
I think we're losing.
I don't know what's going on here, man. Hi, my name is Michael Scott. There's no way his name's Michael Scott. Game over. I'm literally a fool. What's your excuse? Let's get out of here. I'm done with this game. So we hit 93C, and we did thermal throttle. Now that seems like a lot for a game that looked like dog shit. So let's run Cinebench R23 and let's see what happens here. And that's not even on performance. That was just on default. So I'm guessing on performance this thing's gonna overheat. Now I'm leaving it flat on the desk because that's probably how the customer is going to have it. Of course, I recommend lifting up the back of it, having it elevated like that, and not getting kicked out of the MSI booth like we did at CES because I touched the laptop. Never forget.
Hey, stop!
You can't touch that! Clowns. All right, let's start the CPU multi-core test. Oh yeah, we're whirring up. You hear those? You hear those jet engines, bud? That wasn't too bad. We didn't even hit more than like 80 degrees Celsius, but it wasn't on max settings. So that means there's performance here that can be unlocked. What I'm gonna do, NitroSense, going to put it on performance. I'm gonna leave the fans on auto. He probably doesn't like the fans being loud, which, listen, if you buy a Lamborghini and the engine is loud, deal with it. You bought a Lamborghini, like that's the point. The thing needs to stay cool. So boom, I'm gonna start multi-core again. You guys saw the score. I hope Lupe got the score on there.
I hope I did.
And now those fans are kicking, and now I'm seeing the thermal throttle. So it hit 100 degrees Celsius. Now let's see if it maxes, if it levels out, and those fans are going ham skis.
I don't think I've ever heard a fan go that loud before.
Yeah, Nitro goes loud. And they should, man, because the fans are trying to cool down the system. And the cooler the CPU is, the more performance you can get. The more wattage you can give it, the more performance you get. But people don't like that. But why did you buy a gaming laptop? I never understood that, dude.
Computer's loud, can't work.
Buy a desktop.
I think the same amount of money they buy a desktop, with a laptop, they can buy a desktop.
I understand why people buy gaming laptops. That's a comment I see all the time on the YouTube. On the YouTube! Why don't you just buy a desktop? This is why. I'm gonna go somewhere and I can game. Right? I can bring this anywhere I want and I can game on it. Or if I'm an architect or an engineer or something and I require big GPU or whatever, I have it with me. That's why I don't understand those comments that say buy a desktop. If you don't need the portability, buy a desktop. If you require the portability, buy a laptop. If you need something high powered, buy a ThinkPad P series or from SalemTechSperts.com. The score is shit. Look at this. 98, we were at 10 something before, and that is probably because it throttled for too long. Too long didn't watch, it throttled for too long, and now we have a lower score than it was when it was on normal. And that's why sometimes when you undervolt your CPU on a laptop, you'll actually get higher performance. Hold on, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna take this charger, and I'm gonna show you the difference it'll make if I just elevate it just a little. Now let's try that one more time. A significantly higher score.
Yes.
Significantly higher score.
Definitely a higher score.
See? Just a little elevation. Because for some reason, I'll give Acer credit on their design, but also, why aren't gaming laptop manufacturers making like little tabs or something to raise the bottom? It blows my mind, dude. It's been how many years we've been dealing with this problem, they still haven't done that. It's nuts. Whereas like the old ThinkPads, or the old Toshibas, doesn't even have to be a ThinkPad. The IBMs, they all had little tabs that lifted up the base. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm putting it back onto default, taking it off performance. I'm gonna start it one more time with the bottom lifted up. This is the worst score of all, 9545. So who knows what's going on here. Now that we have a baseline, it is time to replace the paste. So a few screws, you guys know the deal. You've seen enough Acer Nitros on this channel to know how to replace the paste. Oh yeah, that's good.
What's wrong with this guy?
This is nasty. You know what's ironic though? No. The hair is only in the fans. The hair did not make it to the vents. The vents are completely clean. I can see through it. Yeah, you're gonna switch it up.
Yeah, you do.
So the vents, look at the vents. The vents are completely clean, but the fans caught all the dust, which is interesting because these are the intake vents, this and this here. Why don't these on the outside have this mesh? Why is this mesh here where there's no intake? There's minimal intake right here. Engineers, is the flow restriction from this mesh that significant that you can't put them on over this? Let me know in the comments.
Well, I know the ThinkPads, they have those meshes over the fans.
Of course, because it's ThinkPad.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, what I like about the Acer Nitro is just how simple it is to work on. The thermal paste doesn't look too bad, but the thermal putty has definitely seen better days. But by far the biggest issue is the amount of gooch stuck in the fan blades. And where there's gooch, there's...
I'm the gooch collector, bitch. You know what it is. Scrubbing dust with a brush that I stole from your kids. Ask your mama about my wrist. Ask your wife about a boyfriend. I'm the greatest in this biz. Enough dust of a Portland.
I do apologise for the delay. I am racing cannot
I'm the gooch collector, bitch. I'm the gooch collector, bitch. Blowing dust is a must. Make your tech crew to run it over with a bus. Fuck. Got fingers like a raccoon.
And the performance mode on. And that's it. We did a good job. So now we're going to clean it up with cat urine. I never...
The runners are just milling around. We do apologise for the delay. However, racing...
Never done a van tour. No.
Without the medical personnel. And just having a look from the commentary box area. I have not seen that vehicle...
Look at the state of it. Look how late. It's a race late.
Right. happy to report that that vehicle is now en route, so the ambulance has arrived. It is now making its way towards the 300-meter marker. So the ambulance has now arrived and should be at the start in about 30 seconds. Right, happy to report that that vehicle is now en route. So
Right,
the ambulance
so any
has
more bets?
arrived.
Any more bets? Last bets
Is
for
now
race
making its
number
way
one.
towards the 300
As the
meter
ambulance
marker.
is
now reaching the starting point. So the ambulance has
The
now
favourite,
arrived.
number 8, Treasure Island,
And should be at the
firm in
start
market
in
at
about
2 rand.
30
the win pool's
seconds.
110,000. Number 2, Crafty, 2 rand 80. Place favourite at 150.
I need to save it. So I'm going to pay 100 quid to be able to
15
use a
minutes
program to
time.
stream and speak these things as I get the bets on.
Throughout the afternoon into the
I don't know what the delay is going to be, but it's going to compromise me being able to record every day. Every day's racing.
The start is about to tell the riders to mount up. There we go. Muzieni first to jump aboard. Alakazam. That's the grey number 3, Alakazam, who has shortened in the betting. 660 was around about 870. Number 8, Treasure Island, firm at 2 rand. Crafty, 280, in a pool of 112,000 rand. Seven runners to face the starter, with the scratching of number 6. Riders on Fascination. Matthew Thackeray is aboard Treasure Island.
No, I can't.
Kamalo is aboard Crafty, who found a ton of betting support anti-post. The drift out around 18 to 10 and has shortened back
What's the
15 to
teleprompter?
10, as 8 Treasure Island is currently 13 to 10.
Oh well, didn't know I had that. Ha, cool. How do I turn it off? How do I turn it off? Where's the... Is it F7?
Right, so it's just about race time. The ambulance was just about to reach the start and then had to just make a little bit of a detour. So the rescuers
Alright.
became the rescued. Right, runners and riders been waiting.
What's the teleprompter? Right, I need to get into my files to upload the file.
Not much more we can add. There's the back shot of the 1,000-meter starting point. And you can see how wide out that false rail is. 9 meters.
It's 12:40 now.
Calvin Abib has not jumped aboard Explosive Power just yet. Neither is SUPERFIX Lingua, Mr. Non. So right, let's...
Hey? What the?
Just turning the ambulance in the right direction. Obviously, with all the heavy rains we've had, they've had to go from plan A, B to C. And Muzieni's jumped off Alakazam once again. And redoing the saddle. I see Hollywood Bets Kenilworth race number 3 is now due. So I presume they're going to race Hollywood Bets Kenilworth race 3. And then we'll jump. So just confirming that
Exalted Love wasn't all that well away. King's Colour also a little bit messy off the mark. Thomas Jenkins wasn't. Straight off to the early lead. Kisses pushes the issue at the outside. Real Stunner got in one off. Then comes Sierra Sagrada, just over length away to Sempre Bella. That's in the purple jacket and the orange cap. After them, Yamazaki, the Aquamarine, just behind midfield. 2 away to Hokusai, who races with 2 behind. Exalted Love went past King's Colour. King's Colour's a bit green at the end of the field and races a good 10 lengths off the leader. Through the crossover, and they make their way through the final 900 metres, and there's a new leader. It's Kisses. Kisses in front by just under 1 length. Real Stunner also improved into second. Then comes Thomas Jenkins, who broke out well, won the start, but now comes in 3rd place towards the top of the straight and 2 lengths off the leader. Sierra Sagrada joins issue with Sempre Bella. They 4th and 5th respectively, with Yamazaki at the inside. After them, Exalted Love. Hokusai gave away a place, and then comes King's Colour. They're homeward bound and reach the final 500 metres. Kisses black and white up the far side, now level with Real Stunner, who's nearest us. Thomas Jenkins in between them. Sierra Sagrada in the orange, wriggles closer. They followed further back by Yamazaki and Exalted Love as they now reach the last 300 metres. Thomas Jenkins, Kisses, Sierra Sagrada, Real Stunner now a length and a half away. Yamazaki and Exalted Love were further back. 150 out. Thomas Jenkins, Sierra Sagrada throwing the kitchen sink, but Thomas Jenkins found more and Thomas Jenkins wins. 2nd, Sierra Sagrada. 3rd, Kisses. Yamazaki, best work late for 4th. Thomas Jenkins wins race number 3. So the Buffalo Bill Cody under Andrew Fortune for Ricky Maingard. This part owned by Howard Fortune, who is the brother and the much easier brother than of the two. Partnership with Darlin Chin Sammy, Ricky Maingard, Marlon Nike and Ashwin Reynolds. Bred by Volkerbos Drifter Maritz Fontaine. Out the maidens at the 6th attempt. He's always had something about him, Thomas Jenkins. He's very hard to read, but today he gets out the maidens. 2nd, number 2, Sierra Sagrada. 3rd got tight. Is it Kisses or is it Yamazaki? I thought initially Kisses up the inside. That's probably going to be the case over Yamazaki, who did his best work at the end. Actually, a nice run. Exalted Love, Real Stunner. They were the next 2 across the line. That's pretty much the story. So the winner is in the white with the navy stars. That's Thomas Jenkins. Broke out well. Came out so much running. And then just allowed a couple to go past him. And Thomas Jenkins picked up the lead shortly into the straight. Pounced. And keeps Sierra Sagrada at bay, who surely won't be a maiden much longer.
Thomas Jenkins, one of the fixers, which should be on as standard, all fixers. Half price if they're not signalled. But I don't know if it did eventually signal because the market's just... I'll leave it. I'm going to have to, you know, there's winners we could be having.
And the grey to 3. Explosive power to come forward. Fascination just lashing out.
Groovel.
Slowly but surely,
1240.
getting Fascination closer to the gate, but continues to lash out. 3 parts in. Now the turn of Alakazam.
I didn't send the tip. I didn't send the tip. I'm doing that much.
Fort Woodmere, Queen's
12
Music.
twins. I mean, that's.
Daughter Red Ray.
I just.
On song moves in. Alakazam's ready. Crofty. They've taken a hold.
What same results?
And
Kenilworth.
Treasure Island in the background.
What's these
Orange
results?
and Black Silks. Explosive
Groovel.
Power. Crofty.
I don't even know what race that was.
1,000 meters.
Alright, this is Crafty
Blazing
race.
away from the 1,000 meter mark.
Crafty seems to be better backed than the other favourite, but
Crofty.
it's no good. Look, we're missing.
On along the inside. Treasure Island, and the orange and black's going to loop them all. And there goes Treasure Island to put speed into play by 3 parts of a length. Crofty's back in second, past the 6 peg. In behind these is Alakazam.
We don't have a next race button.
Power, rounding the turn.
That's what we're going to do.
Then we have Mr. Non towards the inside. On Song's got 6 lengths to make up with Fascination. As Treasure Island has a length to spare, 300 to go. But Crofty cruising up on the inside.
Unavailable stream? Are you fucking joking? You make the race late and then you can't follow the fucking race with the cameras. This is delayed, look.
6 lengths to make up with Fascination. As Treasure Island has a length to spare, 300 to go. But Crofty cruising up on the inside. And Crofty, they put the money down like soldiers. And Crofty has the key to open the gold out here. And as they come to the line, first to arrive can ring the doorbell. First home, second Alakazam. Then came Treasure Island in behind these runners. And trying to stay on for minor positions is number 5, Fascination. But Crofty absolutely waltzed in. Well, coming to the 400-meter marker, and I saw Samanga Kamalo hooked to the inside. I said, that's it. Game, sets, and match. And the Rafif, heavily supported. Yogas Govender for a host of winning connections.
So,
R500,000 ran by. Samanga Kamalo. Alakazam made some late progress. Treasure Island looped them, went to the head of affairs, no extra late on, and then I think, yes, number 5, Fascination,
7 to 1, I
number 7
think.
on song. But Crofty will ring the doorbell, be the first one to arrive at the destination, and that is Winners Box Bound. Money down, money in the bank.
I mean, these might tell me which.
Big as well for the feedback on the runner-up. I've got Andrew Fortune. He liked a little bit of this, was Thomas Jenkins. Andy, well done. I thought you gave him a perfect ride, sat just in behind the leader's back and rode him confidently going through the 300.
And then you've got a lot of non-runners, look, so that's really affecting.
You right, Andrew. In fact, you have come to me to say, turn it down, boy.
He ran third his second start, I think. His second start.
Yeah, that's right.
Or his third start, he ran third. And then he just went a bit funny in the pens. He stood up on the highway. Anyway, he's been gelded. And he worked well the other day. And I thought he'll definitely be in the money. But there we go. Got him in a good position. It's the first time he's actually got into a good position. But it just shows what gelding does. Broke well, got him in a position and just On top of the straight, it was kind of race over.
Can he win again?
I would hope so. I would hope so. He moves well. He's still very immature as a horse. Cape Town is strong, but I would like to think he'll win one more.
Good to see your good mate there, Ash, and Brandon Reynolds as well.
Yeah. The colours all turned up.
Well done, Andy. Good stuff. There we go. Thomas Jenkins at a big price has got the money over here when it comes to race number 3. He's riding at the top of his game is Andrew Fortune. He's banged home a double already, and he's got a few nice ones still to come that we need to keep a close eye on. The pick 6 starts in race 4.
Ricky Mangard with me. He's delighted that Thomas Jenkins has come through, and probably more delighted that it's his old pal and his old jockey Andrew Fortune that's arrived for him. You guys go back a long way.
We go back since he was a kid, you know.
You're actually almost like a dad to him.
Yeah, it's true, you know, we have a very special relationship, I think, and hope it carries on forever.
Well, he's got a special relationship with a lot of horses because they run for him, don't they?
He's a wonderful rider, you know. The first day he rode a horse for me, he was still an apprentice, and perfect balance and good hands and relationship with the horse, very good. Vibes were good, so I thought, this kid will make it. You know.
Well, he's certainly done that. This horse obviously showed that he had ability early on, Ricky, and obviously had a couple of issues.
Yes, his second run, I think it was very promising run. Then he started getting coltish, we had to geld him. We brought him back. He ran. He needed the run first time he ran, but then he jumped in the pens and fly jumped, and since then he's been petrified of the pens. And I must give praise to Malan, who helped us a lot. Without him, the horse wouldn't be on the racetrack today. And because this horse was absolutely petrified of the pens, he walks in there, but as he gets in there, he's absolutely petrified. He rears up, turns around and wants to jump out of the pens from the back, you know. So it's not only dangerous for the horse, but for the rider as well. And full marks to Malan. He spent a lot of time with the horse, schooling him, gaining his confidence, and I'm past that. I couldn't have done that myself.
Ricky, well done, and obviously nice to have Ashwin and Brandon here on course.
Of course, you know, and pleased for Andrew's brother. He's not here today. And pleased for the guys who were very patient. They thought the horse wasn't too good. At one stage they said, why don't we send him to Joburg? I said, no, he'll win a couple of races in Cape Town first. You know, let's go past that hurdle first.
Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Ricky Mangard's the winning rider. Ashwin is going to come in. I'm not sure if Brandon's coming in as well. No, it's just Ashwin. You're going to represent all the motley crew involved in there, Dalen and the rest of the team as well. Well done.
No, thank you. I just want to say
congratulations
to my partners, Marlon, Dylan, and obviously Howard. It's actually through Howard that we got into this horse. Well done, gentlemen.
And obviously Andrew was instrumental in letting Ricky get a chance with the horse as well, and it's paid dividends eventually.
No, definitely. All I can say, I'm happy for everybody.
Ashwin, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well done to all the team, a whole bunch of guys involved here, and they'll be absolutely delighted that Ricky Mangard's got him into the winner's enclosure.
All right. It's displaying 4-1 now instead of dollars. Right. At least that's decent. Kisses.
She's the daughter of Rafif, is Crafty, and the progeny of Rafif are expectedly firing on all cylinders all over the place. And here's another winner for this sire, Crafty, trained by Yogas Governor, ridden to victory by Samanga Kamalo, and a whole host of owners. We'll talk about the owners in a moment. This horse is also a Bloodstock South Africa graduate, so 100,000 Rand will be going the way of the connections. We'll do that presentation just now. Moses Jevu gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bets and on behalf of Gold Circle. Well done to you, Moses. He is gone to attend to his filly. Where is Samanga Kamala? He's the first chap that's going to be spoken to. And let's talk about Crafty. Let's talk about Samanga Kamalo. The horse drawn on the extreme outside came across and towed you into the straight. You were motionless.
Listen, to give
a reading because this race tonight
got in a ring and he just said, listen, just run out a lot of confidence. She was very quick at the gate. The main thing, obviously, of this 1,000, you want to get a quick start and take it from there. When I came out, I didn't see the horse that went to the front, and I thought, okay, fine, I'll allow her to just do it as easy as she wants. But when obviously the guy chased over, gave us a lead, and then at least now she started to hold up it quite nicely. Came top of the straight again, just sat a little bit behind him and allow her to go and fetch before I can ask her. And as I do that, and she just picked it up, and she felt really good.
Bling, what's next? When are we going to talk to you again, hopefully?
Listen, I got quite a nice card today. I think I was in a third race and also picked up a nice one for Decock in a sixth. So I'll be giving my best.
All the best, and we'll chat later on, I'm sure.
Thank you. And again, well done to the Chatu family and also to the Niders and also to Yogas and the yard. And again, to my sponsors, Maurice Fontaine, Vogabas Shift, well done to them. And again, to the grooms, they do the hard work behind the scenes, well done to them. And to everyone concerned, and to the Bling fans. Whoop, whoop.
There we go. That's it. He's making winning all over the country. Come, Yogas. Absolutely, come and chat to us. I can't help, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can't help but get the feeling that this is what you expected on debut, actually.
Not really, Warren. Look here, I thought she'll run a nice race. You know, this filly, we thought she'd win the first baby race, and I think she was accepted 3 times. 1 was rained off, 2 not enough numbers for the field, so it was tough, you know, keeping her on the boil, and it didn't work out. So, but she had improved a lot, and I was really confident today. You know, I gave the owners the confidence. I asked them to come to races. Thank God it worked out, you know. But I'm just so glad, and a big thank you to the owners. Big thank you to Colin Naidu, Seelan Chetty, Roland Chetty, Al Khail, Amir for their support.
Shame, I've missed so much profit already. It's unbelievable.
And Baba.
I'm backing these reverse gambles at fiver.
You know, these guys have been
It's 50 to 1 in.
And I just want to say thank you to them. Big thank you to Samanga.
So I didn't get on the fix or the SUPERFIX. The fix won at 4 to 1. It was 7s, and the SUPERFIX won placed at 33 to 1. So both each way came in. Profit.
Like she came through today, but
already
we
low.
had to go to Cape Town, and we got Samanga, and I'm just glad.
When the races are late like that, it's just such hard work.
To the owners,
the amount of windows I've got to cross.
The confidence that he gave us.
I look forward to talking to your happy owners. Well done. 1 runner, 1 winner. What's on the cards for the rest of the day?
I know, got to go home now to the family. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Yogas. Let's get the team in. Let's get Colin in. Let's get Amir and Mr. Chetty. Everybody, bring everybody in. And Colin, well done, and lovely to watch a horse win like that, isn't it?
Yo, that was impressive, eh? First thought, I thought we fancied him a bit, but I think he got just lost a bit at Scottsville. But Yogas is not hard on his horses as well. But Warren, I need to congratulate these 2 guys here, and Roland was not here, and to my dear mate, the late Dasan Pillay. Whenever Yogas goes to the sale, these guys, they put their hands in the pocket. This horse wasn't cheap as well. You know what I mean? So a big congrats to these guys on my side here. They all play their part. They try and buy the horses, you know, to be competitive. And we are really, really grateful. Thanks to Yogas Govender, to his grooms, his staff, and everyone concerned. And thank you very much. This is a hard game.
And Amir's making it. Amir, you're making it a habit, this day-to-day quick double. Well done.
Thank you very much. Just want to say well done to all the partners. Yogas Govender, exceptional job. All the grooms, and my good friend Eugene Freeman, Bolan Stud. You bred a beautiful filly. Well done.
Seelan, lovely to have you at the winner's box.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's my first winner with Yogas, yes. Well done to the team. I mean, this is quite a strong partnership, you know. A group of guys who don't hesitate to say yes, you know, when you say, let's buy a horse. Well done to Yogas. Yogas was very confident with this horse. Last week he told me, come to racecourse on Friday. And I said, okay, I'll come to racecourse on Friday. And there was no racing.
Selan, you went to the sales, all of you. You bought a horse, Bloodstock South Africa. Get into the scrum there, Yogas. 100,000 Rand. That's just to add a bit more to the pot. Thank you to the Thoroughbred Breeders Association and Bloodstock. You went to the sales, you bought a horse, you got your partners together, and as a result, you get an added 100,000 Rand bonus. So that's it, Crafty. She's won and she's won.
So what's the next race off? Anyone? I've done a read on that one, yeah? 12.55. Oh, I don't know. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. I'll just play UK racing. Can't be asked for it today. Not enough help and not enough tool. They're just fucking sound me. Who's hitting the plane? Nothing on radar. Who's hitting it?
Race forward, Hollywood Bets Kenilworth celebrating Centurion member Torben Herbold's birthday, class 4 over 1400 meters. Number 1 is Montlucer. Richard Free rides for Piet Porter. He's certainly in good form, this horse. He's looking well. Really can't fault the way Montlucer is looking. I think he's favourite and he should be. He looks really well.
I'm going to go talk shit here.
Number 2 is Miller Strength. Ashton Aries rides for Peter Wrench. He's not the biggest son of Silvano. But yeah, he's pulling his groom around here and really couldn't fault him at all. It looks like he's pretty competitive. Number 3 is Fly to Rio, rather on the toes. Craig Zaki rides for Greg Enyon. This filly looks happy. This filly, the 7-year-old mare now. Her coat is shiny and she's certainly on her toes and is very happy to be here.
Next up is number 4, Ozark. Paul Reeves. This is a 4-year-old son of Oratorio. Is out of a Varmare. He's usually pretty consistent. His last 2 runs maybe just a little bit off pace, but the run behind Montlucer certainly comes in and gives him a bit of an outside shout. He's shouldering 60.5, but I've got to say, he does look very well.
Number 6 is Gold Index. Craig Bantam rides for Peter Wrench. He's a little bit wintry around his tummy, but his coat is shiny and he looks pretty happy.
7 is Avignon. This is Pit Berta and Apprentice Blykeys, who takes the 2.5 kilograms off. Last run behind Trippy Silk wasn't bad, and even the run behind Montlacer, not bad either, has come down the rating still. He's a 54, and again, maybe a quartet chance.
Number 8 is Stray Chic on the offer rides for Pit Berta. Sully's in very good form, and yeah, you can see the dapples on her coat. Looks very good in the parading. The pick so far for me.
9 is Kiro. This is Lucinda Woodruff's runner. Aussie Notes jumps on board. This also got some really decent form. Shouldering just a 54, and I think a massive runner here today. Hasn't been running badly. He's been running fairly consistently, and it could be an ample time for Lucinda to have a winner in KZN at Greyville and one here as well. I certainly give number 9 a decent chance. Looks well.
Number 5 is Veronique. Andrew Fortune rides the 6-year-old mare. Yeah, she's looking pretty relaxed and well. Probably enjoy having Andrew on. They got something common and rather old, so yeah. But Andrew's in certain good spirit and she looks pretty good. That's the field. We'll wait for the jockeys to get on shortly, and then they'll be heading to the 1400 meter mark.
Number 1, Montlacer is on the way down to the start. Cheek pieces fitted, down in class his last 2 starts. Again today.
He looked well in the ring, Vicky, and yeah, it's not a bad counter pass from him. He does look like he's found the right race.
Yeah, I think that's the trick with him. Or going to be the trick with him, hopefully, today.
Not bad at all the way. Number 1, Montlacer is moving to post. Here comes number 2, that's Mella's Strength. Peter Wrench, Aston Aries, they team up. This horse has been running close up. And again, Peter Wrench has actually turned him out in decent nick. And let's see how he moves to post. Not giving too much away at this stage as he starts just to get going. Vicky, what do you think?
He's giving a little bit of cheek going down to start, but Ashton's asking him to get on with it, and he's stretching through nicely. Nice forward canter down.
Next is number 3 in picture. That's Fly to Rio. Greg Enion, Craig Zaki. And probably needed his last run a little bit, and I think he'll come on from that.
This is normal. She does move down to the start this way, but her ears are pricked and she looks bright and pretty happy. Number 6 is Gold Index. Craig Bantam aboard.
Nice forward counter pass. There goes the 5, Veronique, with Andrew Fortune in the saddle.
Number 4, Ozark. He's got the blinkers on for the first time. You'll notice bright pink blinkers to match the bridle and the colours.
He could actually run a big race today, Ozark. I wouldn't be leaving him out at the play. Lou McCottrell rides. There goes number 9 down to post. That's his Secro. This is another horse that I thought certainly comes into the race with a chance.
So does number 7, Avignon. Ruben Pike is aboard for the Pietwater yard. Nice tall leggy individual. Number 8, Trey Sheik, is the last of them. But I think generally a good canter down, good showing on the way down to the start for race 4, celebrating Centurion member Torben Herbert's birthday, class 5 over the 1400 meters. So there you go, they're on the way to the start. Brandon, we'll cross to you for the betting. Let's see what the market looks like.
Yeah, so very short, Vicky. Number 1, Montlezur, is now trading at 13 to 10. This horse was trading at about even money a couple of minutes ago. So 13 to 10, number 1. Number 2, Mela Strength at 5 to 1. The 7, Avignons at 7 to 1. The 8, Trey Sheik at 10 to 1. And Escrios at 12s. And after that, you're pretty much getting 15s and better. But undoubtedly, the horse that has found all the money is number 1, Montlezur, from a good draw.
Look, and fair enough. His last 2 starts, he's had the cheek pieces on. He's been down in class. He was competing in the class 4s, now in the class 5s. So I think for me, his last 2 runs most certainly warrant that type of respect. Richard Free he's a good judge of pace, loves to go to the front. So do you think that it's going to be that straightforward, Brandon?
So Vix, yes and no. I mean, if you ask me, will you take 11 to 10, 12 to 10 in a class 5 event in Cape Town, especially today, I'd say you need your head checked. But, I mean, then you've got to ask yourself the question, if Sundays and Trippy Silk were in this particular race, and I say this with all the respect in the world to the trainers and the owners, it is a poor race. And if they were in this race, they'd be very hard to beat and would be probably equally as short. From a good draw, and if we go back to that post-race interview when Richard rode him, it was a pickup ride. Remember, he apologized in the post-race interview because he was a little bit irate. Something had happened during the course of the day. It was a short answer to Pitt if he wanted to ride the horse, yes or no. And he said, no problem, I'll ride the horse, but I'm going to the front. I don't want instructions. And it turned out to be the best thing that could have happened. I mean, he jumped at 16 to 1. He won a good race, and then last time out he backed it up with a very good run over 6 furlong behind Trippy Silk. So Vix, from a good draw, I can tell you now he's going to go to the front, or he's going to show that intention to go to the front. And whether he's good enough or not, the race will tell, but that's the way I see it running.
There you go, Montlezur. And this is also, take note, the first leg of the pick 6 on course, so looking forward to how that's going to go. MJ, do you think, obviously, this starting first leg, you need to go a little bit wider than that? Skiro probably, with the form that Lucinda Woodruff's yards in, would need to be included?
Yeah, definitely got to include him. And Trey Sheik, I thought she's been consistent and you can't fault her. But yeah, but just getting to Montlezur, I think these class 5 the races, if the horses are prepped right and say prepped right, the position right, and like he's in the right place, the right race, everything seemed to point at him. And yeah, I think he'll take a bit of beating here. He's dropped in the rating nicely that he fits in here, so yeah, I think he'll take a bit of beating. Trey Sheik included and Skira, but I think you could get away with number 1.
Could get with number 1. Do you give any chance to the 2 Greg Indian runners, number 3 Fly to Rio, number 5 Veronique? Did Greg Indian give you any confidence in the interviews?
Does Greg ever give us confidence, Vix?
Always.
Always, yeah. You can find it on the Perfectly Placed platform on YouTube. He did say, listen, he tried to sit tight on them through the summer. He'd obviously got 1 or 2 races. When I say planned, I don't want to make it sound like feature race quality, but he had 1 or 2 of these races in mind through the winter, and he is of the opinion that they'll come to life now. And that yard is starting to turn, Vix. Fairness to him, he is starting to get them right. He's got some nice youngsters coming through the ranks, but not for me, not right now.
There you go. Iskiro, I know a bit of a draw to overcome. I know there'll be a good pace. Do you think that he comes with a chance? He's been quite consistent every now and again, drops the ball, but I think this type of race seems like it could work out well for him.
Yeah, Vicky, he obviously started his change of career in these type of races. He looks well. Draw's not ideal for him, but he's got a nice weight and he will be competitive.
There you go. It's a small contest that they face. Number 2, Miller Strength. Ashley is aboard, and if you look at some of his runs, interesting that he's went all the way back down to 1200 last time. Yep. Behind that Trippy Silk, there were a number of these horses in that race, but at one stage, I remember when he made the field stand, all looked like they stood still at Hollywood Beds Durbanville.
I must just add, I thought this horse went down better today than he has been going down. He's been a bit scratchy, and today he's moved down to start a lot better. I thought he looked like a happy horse. His last start, he actually took off with Trippy Silk. Trippy Silk obviously went on to win it, and this was he got to sort of to 4th, and then he sort of like loafed it, almost like he ran like he's looking for a little bit further. They sprinted away from him. he's got a chance. He's got a fair chance.
So for you, MJ, your selection to win?
Yeah, I'm going to go with number one. Number one, the Miller Strength, I think, will be there, and then I thought Trace Chic will be competitive.
Brandon, you?
Yeah, listen, Vix, they dressed to kill, the Subramani's. I see Logan, Claude, and the family are here for the source. Number 2, Miller Strength. I know they always come to the course dressed to the nines. They love their horses. I call him Postman, but you would have seen with Townsman the other day, they were here, so all the best to them. I think he's got an undeniable chance, Vicky. I think if ever he's going to get it right, this looks to be the perfect race for him from a good draw. Ashton Aries riding at the top of his game. I was just chatting to him a bit earlier on. He's oozing confidence. I think Garrix has given him a couple of lengths, but yeah, I think he's got a big chance to source number 2, Miller Strength. And then I want to go back to his Scrio quickly. Short running. Vix, you've got to give this horse every chance. Well done to Lucinda and her team yesterday with My Sensation at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. They've had a winner already, so the yard turning. Good to see that the Gov's here. But this horse, you'll see Ozzy will probably give him a chance. He'll be sitting as quiet as a church mouse, and he'll be coming into it late. So he's got to have an undeniable chance. But at 5, 6 to 1, Vicky, I'm going with number 2, Miller Strength.
There you go. Number 9 for me as they're loading up to Yellowstone.
Loading up, race number 4. First leg of today's pick 6. Just take note the next Hollywood Bets Gravel runs at 2:30. Will be the first leg of that bar. But the pick 6 time and Cape. Ozark about to join the lineup. Iscrio. Avignon. Veronique. Fly to Rio. 2 veteran mares. Fly to Rio, the last one. 1400. All in. Gates are back, and they fired away, and they got away to a neat start. Montlacer, first one to break, got off to a very soft lead, in front by just over a length and a half with his head in his chest. Ozark races away in second. Then comes Avignon, who improves position at the outside to approach the leader and make Montlacer work a little harder. But as a result, Avignon's forced to work at the outside of the pace. Then we go 2 away to Miller Strength, who races just in front of Fly to Rio. Veronique in the red cap, 6th place. Just over a length away to Trey Chic in the blue and white colours, followed by Gold Index. And the back markers of Scrio racing around 10 lengths off the leader as they go to the final 800 metres. And the leader is Avignon, picked it up by about 2 lengths over Montlacer in second. Ozark is in the pink in third. In fact, they share second. Further back to Miller Strength, Flying to Rio standard black and white. Then came Veronique. Out after those, we find Trey Chic, Gold Index in the pink sleeves, and Iscrio pink sleeves and Kappa. That one's inside. 8 lengths in it now. They're homeward bound and go to the final 400 metres. And Ozark got level with Avignon with Montlacer up the inside. Miller Strength, Flying to Rio got 2 lengths to make up. Veronique in the second wave. Trey Chic 2 off the inside. Launching with Iscrio. There are lots of chances. 300 metres left to run. Miller Strength, Ozark, Avignon. Iscrio tiptoes towards the inside. Got a whole lot closer. Trey Chic keeps
What race is
but
this?
it's Iscrio in front now. Took the lead with 100 metres left to run. Leaves Miller Strength in second. And Iscrio dashes away. Iscrio by 2.
Iscrio.
Second the way of Miller Strength. Then came Trey Chic. Fourth is a photo between Montlacer and Fly to Rio.
Austria. Where's Austria?
So it's a double for Ozzy Noach and Lucinda Woodruff. The Scrio takes out race number 4, the first leg of the pick 6, owned by the Woodruff Racing Syndicate. Trading as Woodruff Racing, bred by LTK Racing and Breeding. Nominee Louis van der Favor of Louis the King fame. Now a 2-time winner from 14
This
starts.
is the Kenilworth, yeah?
Draw, took his medicine, dropped in, and sails home to win with ease.
Kenilworth.
The Scrio by 2. Second, number 2, Miller Strength. Third goes to number 8, Trey Chic. And fourth will go near side to Fly to Rio over Montlacer. Then came Avignon, Gold Index, Ozark, and Veronique. 9-2-8-3. I'll make the numbers race 4. First leg of the pick 6. And the winners towards the extreme right-hand side. Yards come alive. That's 3 winners in 2 days. And 2 different centres, 2 different oceans, and it's going to be Iscrio, who came from a long way back, got serious. They were spread across the track, 300 metres out, and Iscrio had all the momentum and dashes away to win the first leg of today's pick 6.
bib rides. As you mentioned, Lucinda Woodruff, 2 from 2 in KZN. I think she's had 2 in Cape Town today, and she'll be looking to add another. Number 3, King Salsalis, flawless on the way past. Number 5, Grippin. For those who'd like the lowdown in English, Grippin directly translates to griffin, which is a mythical creature described as having the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion or dog. In the context of the Swedish fighter aircraft, the JAS-39 Gripen, that is the name that was given to the plane. The number 5 Gripen comes with a whole lot of history. Fern Hill, number 7, Cabela Mazzagnani. Number 5 Gripen is your 3 Rand 50 favourite. Remus from Rome, number 8, Dennis Schwartz. Fern Hill, number 7, Cabela Mazzagnani. Irish Anthem, Muzieni, number 12.
But was it signalled?
Number 8, Remus from Rome, about to turn.
Kennel.
100 to 1 shot.
So that ran on time, yeah?
Irish Anthem.
Has the other meetings abandoned or something?
El Capitan, number 11, Purple Cap, Yellow Star. Tristan Godden picks up the ride, goes down with a companion. Currently paying 360 and 130.
Gradles, that's killers. Not going to get results for...
if memory serves me correct, this is the horse that threw, I think it was Sean Veal, or one of the riders off on the way to the start.
Crofty beat Alcazam.
Sean Veal, or one of the riders.
Alcazam the strong each way, wasn't
El
it?
Capitan.
12:20.
Last time out when supposed to run. Drop the rider.
I didn't put the strong. Yeah, I put the strong each way. See, I'm getting no help whatsoever. So... $150 next then, yeah.
There's approximately 8 minutes to get your bets on for the second race, which is an open maiden over 1,600 metres. The changes are scratched 1 Mont Tremblant, change of date, 4 Run for Peace, Coughing, 6 Green Mile, change of date. So those 3 are out. El Capitan is Tristan Godden, Irish Anthem is Musi Yeni. That's the changes department. Comments, Duncan House's runner, which is Fern Hill, is rested and will need the run. Informed stable of Lucinda Woodruff. She's had 2, as Sheldon said, down in the Cape, and they'll be looking to make it a wonderful day with Gripen. And the comment there is that this horse has travelled well. Lucinda's very happy with him. Interesting to see how he goes at the course the opposite way around. But he's a good-looking horse. He always does of his best, and he's got an undeniable chance. I mean, the form's there for all to see. How's the
This is ridiculous. The winners are coming in. We just can't.
With the more fancied runners. Number 3, King Saltalis, 4-1. 5-1, 4-1, 7-2, now 4-1. There was some action, now drifting out. Interesting that Gripen, who was backed as short as 15-10, now freely available, 23-10. Race time, market has drifted this out. Then we move along to number 7, Fernhill, worth noting, if you're a quartet player, 50 to 1 into 25.
If I do this, fucking gambled favourite will win. This is a SUPERFIX, right? And the reverse gamble was Irish Anthem.
Is firm, and that's a good sign for me at around 5 to 1, 9 to 2, but now at 5 to 1, that is number 10, White Seahorse. And then El Capitan has been backed from 7 to 2 into 28 to 10 race time. So that's the action there with regards to the fixed.
Well, then to the Glenn Cotson team, Cole Dickin jumps aboard. He's a son of Pomodora, and he has number 10, White Seahorse.
Cole Dickin, yeah.
He
Cole
was,
Dickin.
at the back of the field early on was a White Seahorse. Before I continue, 10, 5, 11, 3. 10, 5, 11, 3 are the numbers that are being posted. Not official as yet, but 10, White Seahorse was at the back of the field.
Chariot, got to be a big player. First time over this distance. By the way, Westerwold up 14 to 505. War Chariot up 7 to 457. So, yeah, he goes around the turn here at Hollywood Bets, Kenilworth. This could be what he's looking for. If this clicks, he's a very dangerous runner, number 2, War Chariot. He's been this trip before, but that was a while ago. Probably wasn't ready for it then, but he could be ready for it now. He's running consistently. Last start was fair behind Dumbledore. This is the right type of company for him. He's got Craig Zaki on board. Rating drop 2. And number 2, Ward Chariot, is a live chance. 3, Scalini is up 2 to 459. Sean Veal up for Vaughan Marshall. This horse has been coming down the ratings. He's bound to be competitive one of these days. He's got form to Garrick's, Legal Counsel, and Please Be True, all horses who would be given a strong chance in a race like this. 4, Green Garnet, now the rider Corne Orford, down 3 to 433. Eric Sands trains. Eric's done wonders with this horse. Came from the half-veld as a maiden, and looked like he was going to win a few in fairness, but he's definitely taken to life here in the Cape favourably, and he's also got to be in the mix. 5-2 to Faye, up 11 to 493. Andrew Fortune rides for Justin Snaith, 62.5. He has achieved at a fairly high level. He was particularly dangerous about 2 years ago in soft going. He's a good front runner. His ratings come down. He's my idea of coming down now to the right time and the right place. He should go very well, number 5, 2 to Faye. Number 6, Caretaker, under Keenan Stain for Pete Burton, down 2 to 480. We needed his first couple of starts here in Cape Town. Expect better, but I don't know if we're going to see good enough to trouble them. Number 7 is scratched. 8, Devil a Saint can be dangerous. Mornay Vanor rides for Des McLaughlin. He's not the easiest horse to ride. He's quite a tricky customer, Devil a Saint. He's up 8 to 480, but he's got form to Okavango. Franked that form, obviously, at Hollywood Bets Gravel about 2 weeks ago, and holds an entry for the Hollywood Bets Durban July. 9, Cabona Laseri. Craig Bantam rides for Eric Sands. I do prefer the stable companion. He's up 5 to 466, but he'll have a place chance, but he is held by Devil a Saint. 10, Chavut, up 6 to 452. Been off since November. He's been rested. Once upon a time, he ran a place in the World Sports Betting 1900 Hollywood Bets Gravel. Not the same horse, obviously. Number 11, Commanding. This is my idea of a bit of value in the race. Pumium Jork and Glenn Cotson team up. Up in distance, big striding son of William Longsword. Rating also coming down, come down 5 from the last start. He's up 3 to 530. I think he's your quartet kicker, number 11, Commanding. I think maybe a few will beat him as far as the win box is concerned. But if he ran into the top 4, my quartet will be hopefully good enough. Number 12, Walk With Me. Chad Little, Glenn Cotson, they team up with the son of Master of My Fate. I think overall he's underachieved. He's down 1 to 457. Cotson and a lot of these owners just had a winner at Hollywood Bets Gravel, so well played to them. 12, Walk With Me, last couple of starts don't inspire much confidence. He's back up in distance, so that might yield some improvement. JP Funamava rides 13 Scottish Links. Paddy Crayer trains, up 9 to 489. He looks like a horse who's maturing, coming along the right way. Not the easiest ride, also a tricky customer, but he's learning on the job as number 13 Scottish Links. He could be dangerous here if he gets luck from a deep draw. 14, Run the World, 455, equal to the last start. Louis Otwa rides for Justin Snaith. He fluffed his lines last time out in Aberga. Going to have to do a little bit better than that. Number 15, What a Fortune. I still think he's got some wins to come, but it's not going to be easy for him from there. Ashton Aries rides for Candice Bass Robinson, up 6 to 496. Scratch 16, Land of the Rising Sun. He would have been mighty interesting had he stood his ground. That's the field, race 5, they in the ring.
Race number 5 is the Cape Racing Class 4. It's over 1,400 metres. The runners are in the ring. There's number 1, Western World. A really attractive son of One World, this. He's out of that Western Winter mare, Bichet, who certainly has produced some nice individuals as well. This horse actually beat 006, fourth time of asking, and he's still down here in the Class 4 ranks. I think if he brings his A game here, this horse is going to be a massive runner at decent odds. He really does look well, and he's got the blinkers on once again.
Number 2 is War Chariot. Craig Zaki rides for Michelle Crawford-Ricks. Quite a racy son of Pomodoro. Really can't fault the way he's walking around the paradings. On his toes and looks good.
Next up is number 3. That's Scalini from the Vaughan Marshall Yard. He's a 5-year-old now, the son of Pomodoro. He's got some fair form. His last runs have just showing a glimpse of a return to some of his better runs, and maybe you can make a case for him to finish in the back end of quartets.
Number 4 is Green Garnet. Take note, corner off on our rides. Riding for Eric Sands in good form. He looks pretty good in the ring.
5 is Tutufe. This is the 6-year-old. He's a master of my fate out of a Western Wintermare. And Andrew Fortune jumps on board. Very consistent, this individual. And his last start behind Gallic Dream was a good one. Got to say, he does look very well in the ring.
Number 6 is Caretaker. Keenan Stein rides for Piet Botha. Well in the ring. Certainly needs to improve on the last start, but you can't fault the way he looks in the ring.
We'll move on to number 8, Devil is Saint. Just a reminder that 7, Boogiefied is a scratching, and also a reminder that number 4, Green Garnet, Corne Orfa now rides. Devil is Saint has attracted some early support. Brandon Bailey will give us an update on that a little bit later on. Morne Vinard jumps on board.
There's too many jockey changes as well, because we rely on these.
He does look well in the ring as well. His coat's immaculate.
Number 9 is Kibona Lesedi. Craig Bantam rides for Eric Sands. This horse is on his toes, and I tell you what, you cannot find a horse with a better coat in this ring. Looks fantastic.
Number 10 is Shavut. This is the 7-year-old now. He's the son of Elusive Fort. He's out of the Almufti mare Kruger Park. And Apprentice Plykeys takes a 2.5 off. So just 52.5 kilos to shoulder. His form does need to improve, though. He's been struggling of late.
Number 11 is Commanding. Pumi Majorca rides for Glenn Cotson. He looks well. He's got his red earmuffs on. They'll come off at the start, but can't fault the way he looks.
12 is Walk With Me, a 3-year-old son of Master of My Fate. He's out of a Silvano mare. He goes the 1,400 metres today. He has done that once. It was a decent run behind Give That Man a Bells. I think we'll see a decent run from this fellow. Chad Little rides, and again, some decent value about him. He does look well.
13 is Scottish Links. JP van der Merwe rides for Paddy Creyer. He's got a nice son of What a Winter. Looks like he's half asleep, but he looks well. Normally Kent has done really well. Good luck, this was number 13, Scottish Link.
14 is a very nice, imposing son of One World. He's called Run. Danzig Mare, Louis McCott jumps on board for Team Snaith. A little bit of in and out form. He was a nice winner of his penultimate, beating American Matador. Then obviously he had issues last time out behind William the First. That was out at Fairview as well on the poly. He didn't like the poly, obviously, but he certainly looks better than his form suggests.
15 is What a Fortune. Ashton Aries rides for Candice Bass Robinson. He's got a tall son of What a Winter. He looks pretty good. Really can't fault him. And the horses are going to leave the parading shortly as number 3 is walking down the chute.
Right, number 1 making its way out onto the course proper now as well. This was one of the picks of the parade for me, I've got to tell you. Really a nice individual. He's called Western World. He's by One World. His early form was decent, and I think he might just recoup some of that form. I think he's going to run a nice race today, Vicky.
Yeah, he looks superb in the ring, and throw it in after gelding. Hopefully that's the trick. Number 2, War Chariot, going down to the start nice and collected.
We've got the team here in the booth with us. Just give us a little thumbs up, Michelle. Think it's worth a little each way? A nice nod from Michelle, expecting a nice run from number 2, War Chariot.
Number 3, Scalini, Sean Veal aboard. He warms up as he gets along, but looks very well today. He's holding himself in a good frame.
Four's going to have his fair share of supporters. That's Green Garnet.
I'm going to pause the video here and I'm going to upload yesterday's video.
Two of his last 4 starts.
Number 5.
Or am I? Did yesterday's video get corrupted? Close computer down without stopping there.
Caretaker from the Pete Butcher yard with Keenan staying aboard, moving swiftly down to the start.
I'll upload that after tonight.
Next up will be number 8, Devil is Saint, to attract a little bit of market support. The 4-year-old son of Karari for Dennis Le Breton. And a good
so at the prices, to make only 20 quid, maybe 30 at most, I'm not going to cover these 2 gold gambles here. War Chariot and Devil is Saint. I'm sure one will probably win and one should place, really.
Very speedy from number 11, Commanding. It looks
There's no
it's a big horse.
You want to be, so I'm betting at £10 each way, so these need to be 5 each way, always protecting these fix and super fix. The last fix, the last ones didn't signal like these, but they won at 4 to 1 and placed at 33 to 1 for the amazing super fix which I've got a private group for.
I wonder if that's named after Andrew. Nice canter pass.
Number 13, Scottish Lynx. He's just going down nice and quietly under JP van der Merwe for the Paddy Cray yard.
It was a good post-maiden run from him behind Green Garnet, Vicky, so I think there could be more to come. I think he's still got improvement.
On everything you've seen, Grant? A comment from you?
Yeah, I think I keep looking back to one horse here. I think number 1's going to run a great race at a decent price.
It is that kind of day.
Yeah, 100%.
It is that kind of day, so it's across to Brandon Bailey. Brandon, over to you for the betting.
Thank you, Vix. Yeah, the money late for number 4, Green Garnet. It's quite an open market. 33 to 10. If you ask nicely, you'll get 4 to 1. 8, Devil is Saint at 15 to 4. That's the second favourite. Number 5, 2 to Phase at 5 to 1. 2, War Chariot's gone 7 to 1. 13, Scottish Lynx at 9 to 1. And it's 16 to 1 and better those. So 2 horses that have found that late support, Vix. I know there's been important scratchings with Land of the Rising Sun and Boogie Fight, but Green Garnet 33 to 10 and Devil is Saint at about 15 to 4.
There you go, support for those 2 horses. And just to mention that Corne Offer now rides number 4, Green Garnet, and Richard Free will be replaced throughout the remainder of the race meeting. And as soon as those changes come through, we'll update you. Looking forward to this race. MJ, for me, the trickiest part of this race is the pace, because there's a number of horses that enjoy going up to the front, and also it suits them. So do you think that they are just going to go like the clappers, or do you think they're going to be clever about it?
Yeah, I think we're going to get on with it, Vicky, and it'll be good to see, because it's a tricky race, I thought. Not a couple of horses that sort of not stand out, but they competitive form. They're going to get on. A couple of horses with a bit of pace. I'm sure they'll get on and just make for a fair run race. I must say, just adding to what Grant said about number 1, Western World looked very well in the parading, but for me, Kibona Laseri's coat was just unbelievable. He looked so well. Number 9, I thought it was really well presented from Eric, and he's got a bit of form over the 1400 course and distance. 10 starts, 2 wins in this type of race. If it works out, he can be competitive, but it's a very open race.
Yeah, it is a very open race. You've got horses like Devil is Saint and Green Garnet that have attracted the support, but you look at number 5, 2 to Faye. I'm having a chat about him. First of all, Andrew Fortune is obviously a jockey to follow. He's finding the results, Brandon, but 2 to Faye is also down in class, and you can see throughout, whenever you see that, you need to highlight it and focus on it. Just that he's taken on some really strong horses through his career and come really close to a number of them. I mean, if you look, I know 4 lengths of Sail the Seas doesn't really sound impressive, but it is, considering the caliber of races these type of horses running. Also behind, let it be said, he won't have it his own way from a pace point of view. He won't be able to dictate, but because I think they're going to go really quick. But do you think that he's a horse that we could...
No.
Absolutely, Vix. Listen, I think this is a shrewd jockey booking from Justin's side, because I know he needs a particular ride. He's not a straightforward horse. But if you go back and look at his form lines, you've hit the nail on the head in saying that he's taken on far stronger than what he meets over here. I just want to spend some time on that run where he ran behind Gallic Dream. We know that Gallic Dream came out to win again from that, and then he went to run 3rd behind Garrick's, only beaten 3 and a bit lengths in that mini listed feature here. So Yeah, I think he's got to have an undeniable chance. Andrew Fortune, he will get on really well with this horse, I think. Just having a look at those form lines you've mentioned, Let It Be Said, Sail the Seas. I know Big Unit's probably been a little bit disappointing. He's a lot better than what we're seeing on form at the moment with him, but he's a big drop in class, Vix. I think 5-6 to 1 about this horse. If he can get into the right position, we'll leave that to Andrew. He could be some decent value for the punters.
Number 2, War Chariot, Brandon. He's never too far off them. I know he had some early support, typically over the sprints down the 1400, which he's not a stranger to. But do you think that will suit him?
Again, not an easy horse to ride. Don't want to sound like a stuck record, but he also needs everything to go right, Vix. They're stepping him up in trip. I did go and chat to Michelle Rix, thanks to her. She was absolutely spot on. She was dressed for the occasion, so we appreciate that. And we obviously are hoping for her yard that this horse can run an absolute cracker, because I know they've always thought quite a bit of him. If things do map out and he enjoys the step up in trip, they were here just a moment ago. They gave us the thumbs up that they're hoping for a competitive run, and I thought he looked very well. Craig's also going to get the best tune out of him. So 7 to 1, they can't give him away. He actually was your favourite when they scratched Boogie Fight and Land of the Rising Sun. He's now gone 8 to 1, Vix.
Good value you can find in this race. Number 8, Devil is Saint MJ. He's a horse, we mentioned pace, he's one of them that enjoys taking it up front. But he's been very consistent as of late. And if you bring Garrix is obviously the talking horse in the Western Cape at the moment. But he most certainly since then hasn't really kept bumping good horses. Okavango, who's won up in KZN.
Yeah, Vicky, I think the key in this race is that a couple of horses have dropped in the ratings and they've managed to sneak into this class of race. A couple of them, so you mentioned before, Tete Faye's run in class 3s, and now he's managed to come down in a little bit of rating and get into class 4. Devil is Saint, this is probably a little bit more competitive than what he has taken on before. But he's consistent, he's got the speed. It might not work out here for him, but if it does run to Okavango, we know he's come out and won in Durban, so that form line has been franked. I think just for him, it's a little bit stronger here, and you're taking a gamble, because he's got the speed, and if something goes and cuts his throat and make it hard for him, it could get tricky, purely because of this class 4. I think it's a bit stronger than the normal ones, because, as I said, that some horses have dropped in rating and they've come into this race and made it a bit more competitive.
Look, Green Garnet's a very interesting discussion. Number 4, Green Garnet with Corne off an hour board. Look at his last 3 starts. When he goes up front, he runs a very good race. So I'm not saying he has to lead in this race, because it's about the pace more than it is about the position for him, I think. But he's been towards the back in 2 of them. Yes, he's run on, but he doesn't seem to enjoy it. He just seems to enjoy it a lot more when he's actually free, a little bit more free.
Yeah, I think MJ will probably butt in as well, but I think he's got a big chance, Vix. The key with him is how he comes out of the machine. If he comes out the gates a half a length slow, he's on the back foot early and he's not the same horse. But if he comes out, he's on speed, he's in a good rhythm, I think he'll be very hard. We know that he's got that tenacious, never say die attitude. So he'll keep fighting and grinding all the way to the line. And again, hats off to Eric Sands and his team, because I thought he went to the start looking like $1 million.
He's got that fluffy bra band on to encourage him to keep his head down. So we'll see how it goes. Your selection, who do you think is going to manage to win it?
I'm probably going to go with 2 Tafay. I've always promised myself that I will never tip what Alistair Cohen's tipped. But I'm probably going to go with 2 Tafay.
You, MJ?
It's a tricky one. I'm going to go on looks. Kibone Lesedi, I thought he looked very well. And I've got some outsiders here. Western World for place, but I do have a lot of respect for the dropping class from Tafay.
There we go. They're loading up to you, Alistair.
Thanks, guys. At least the dagger's on 2 sharp. Here comes 2 Tafay. War Chariot. Kibone Lesedi. Scalini. And then Green Garnet. Good old solid handicap this. 1,400 meters. Willard. Gates are back. And they're racing. Run the World did not get a good start. Came out about 2 lengths slowly. War Chariot broke out well. Green Garnet is right there. Here's Shavut, and here's Commanding on the wide outside. Circling runners and angling for the lead. Cabona Lassetti, ridden at in the early part of the race, is fifth, but needed a little bit of controlling along. Then came Devil of Saints, who locks in sixth, racing at the outside of Scalini. That's in the blue sleeves and the white cap, followed by Two to Fay, who's midfield through the crossover. Western World further back, Caretaker. Run the World recovered to race alongside Scottish Links. Then came Walk With Me, and What a Fortune took his medicine from the deepest draw. Races at the end of the field. Pace has been good as they make their way towards the top of the straight. 700 metres left to run. War Chariot in front. Fended off Shavut. Then comes Green Garnet in third. Commanding back in fourth. Cabona Lassetti. Two to Fay was further back. Out after those, we find the likes of Scalini. Western World is towards the inside. Then came Devil of Saints, who's slicing in between horses. Next best Run the World past the 400. War Chariot gave a kick 3 lengths in front. Green Garnet is second, another 2 lengths away to Devil of Saint. Then came Cabona Lassetti. Next best Shavut and Scottish Links. How much left for War Chariot? Still in front by 3. Green Garnet. Then comes Devil of Saint. Further back to Scalini and Cabona Lassetti. War Chariot by 2. Green Garnet trying to find a finish. War Chariot clinging on. Green Garnet lunges and got there. Green Garnet over War Chariot. Then came Scalini. Devil of Saint was next. Great race. I think Green Garnet's just going to catch War Chariot. What a brave run from War Chariot. Green Garnet starts to stretch over the closing stages. War Chariot ran 1,380 meters and just falls short here as Green Garnet flies up the outside. Green Garnet gets the better of War Chariot. Third goes the way of Scalini. Then came Devil of Saint. Further back to Scottish Links, Cabona Lassetti. What a Fortune, Walk With Me. Two to Fay. Then came Western World, Caretaker. Run the World, Commanding Shavut. What a brave run from War Chariot. Nearly got in. But Green Garnet chance right for corner offer for Eric Sands. And by Rebecca Oppenheimer, the son of Gimme the Green Light, bred by Volkerbos Drifter, Maritz Fontaine, not for the first time today, breeding a winner here at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth. And Green Garnet, in the shadows of the post, will get up in race number 5.
It was number 2, War Chariot, who was leading the charge and really rolling on well until...
I'm a bit nervous to take short-priced horses, you know, having a big bet on a short-priced horse, but banker purposes for PAs, banker first in the quartet, absolutely yes, I do like her.
That's number 8, Call Me Harriet, Wendy Whitehead's runner, Cabela Matsuniane up, just the 2 placings from 10 runs. She's more of a wider quartet inclusion, and that is the field. Well, we've got 9 runners that will go to post here in race number 3. It is the start of the place accumulator, and Sheldon Peters to call them down.
Thanks very much, Steve. Place accumulator on 140,000 Rand. Number 1, She's a Rocket, the William Longsword for Doug Campbell. Desjardins, Rajan and Marla Naidu. Green Acres Trust, Mr. Shirtliff, 100,000 Rand buy. Dennis Schwartz rides. Number 2 is Royal Mermaid, Alison Wright. Atandui Mgutwa. With the scroll.
Got a minute's piece for this.
Passing by is number 2, Royal Mermaid. 8
I've already missed Spuds Profit. That's a good job I didn't back left, isn't it? Because that would have been the first. Everything else wins, and as soon as I get on.
170.
Who won it?
Take note that this is also an open maiden. So take note of the weight structuring. Favourite Ronnie Terabai carries the 61 kilograms. Number 3, Perfectly Picked from the Wendy Whitehead stable for the Bloom Hills stud.
Who won it? I don't even know where it...
Mrs. Trethaway, Calvin Abib. Number 9, Kesari for Yadev Singh, for the Governors and Zogbies, bred by the Bush Hills stud. Ronnie Tarabai, the Rafif, as number 9. Kesari passes by. Number 4, Ronnie Tarabai. There's number 3, Perfectly Picked. Samaga Kamala arrives the favourite, owned by Messrs. Singh, McNam and Peters. There's a look at number 4 at R1.30. Tilly Prinsloo trains number 5, Natural Law, the 2-year-old, for Mr. Kirsten, Sibisitlet Lengwa. 7, Winter Grade, for Com Naidu, Muzieni, Mr. Govender, Madison Park Studbred. 6, Glorious Butterfly for Dennis Bosch.
White Umbrella.
Cole Dickin. Wendy Whitehead's got number 8, Call Me Harriet.
Everything's been reduced
Host
for
of
what?
Connections, bred by the Birch Brothers. Kabela Matsanyani. 7 minutes to post time. Number 4, Ronnie Tarabai. 1:30 the win and 1:30 the place.
Only start of the place accumulator, open maiden, fillies and mares, 1800 meters the trip. And before we have a look at some form of the race, number 1, She's a Rocket, 4-1. 2, Royal Mermaid, from 5-1, win 11-2, now 9-2. 4, Rani Tarabai, and that is at, well, let's call it 8-10. It's 0.77, so 8-10 on that horse. 6, Glorious Butterfly at 8-1. And double figures the balance. There's really not much action here. This horse, Ronnie Tarabai, for Garrett Frenzel. Odds on favourite, and I can see why
and I think you and I think
the fixed odds betting market has got a, that sort in the betting.
Finding the key to horses that
she
come
looks
from
like
elsewhere
a
with
progressive
problems or
type.
issues, or
She may be
just
going
finding the key
over the
to them.
right
So,
distance that you could see the best of her.
Had his license for 2
And
or
I
3 years now.
have 2 concerns here. The one is the trip. The dam
going behind Dan,
didn't win.
jumped the gun for
But
Kaya
she's
Fraser, one of
produced the
2,
half-sister
Jim
called,
and Ian Jarden horses in the race. Giselle Zizzi's the other one.
14 to 1600, and just using that as a yardstick.
I see the handicap in case of both Giselle Zizzi and the increasingly unreliable Jump the Gun.
If she
Just wind
stays
that clock back to
and
September,
the stamina kicks in,
£14 high
she'll
when
not
he won
ask
his side
the
at the
horse
Rare
to
Bronze
lose.
Cup. But
If it
I think
doesn't,
for me at the odds, and I
things
know
could
she
go
has the back, but
pear-shaped.
Inanna would be the way I'd want to go here. I think she's got an excellent chance with that run under her belt.
Right, loading process well underway. I think we're down to the final few then, ahead of the Air Flat curtain raiser, and our commentator, as I've alluded to earlier on this afternoon, it's a very good afternoon to Derek Thompson.
Afternoon. It's good to be in Scotland, and what a lovely day. No real sunshine, but a pleasant afternoon. The ground is good, and looks as if we've got 3 more to load up for.
I can't keep up. Not with a race that's off. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Won the Air Gold Cup a few times, didn't he? Still to go into 2. We got Rory from the Jim Goldie stable just going in. Just a couple more to be put in. Going into 7, Jump the Gun. Last one to go forward is Inanna. Amy Waugh in the green hoops, about to go into 5. That looks about it. So 9 runners, 6 furlongs. Oh, Inanna playing up a little bit. Okay, they're all in. Stand by. They're off. Here we go in the first race of the day. Inanna broke well, and here they come down the home straight for the first time. Inanna, who finished a very good third last time out, leads. On the right-hand side with the cheek pieces, White Umbrella, and in the pink and purple, that's Agnes Gray. Then just behind these, pulling quite hard in the blue and red is the favourite, Ramon Deloria. Stand side in the grey and pink, that's Giselle Zizzi. Far side in the purple and yellow, Royal Duke. And black-red sleeves have Jumped the Gun. Behind that, the cheek pieces of Bernie the Bear, and the back marker is Rory at the halfway stage. 3 furlongs left to run. Just Agnes Gray, the leader from the white-green hoops of Inanna, and on the extreme extreme right in the cheek pieces, White Umbrella. Switching towards the far side is Royal Duke, who begins to stay on. Then in the blue and red, Ramon Deloria has now got running room and begins to come through. In the black with the red sleeves, it's Jump the Gun. On the extreme left, Giselle Zizzy. Plenty with chances. They come down towards the last furlong and a half. The white face of Ramon Deloria comes to challenge the cheek pieces of White Umbrella. On the far side in the purple colours, it's Royal Duke, but it's Ramon Deloria. Just the leader.
Again, should have had 100 on.
Is Jump the Gun, but Ramon Deloria is coming home. Ramon Deloria wins it. Jump the Gun stays on to be second. From a long way back, Rory was third.
First race of the afternoon goes to Ramon Deloria in the colours of Alistair Willens, trained by son Ewan. Tommy Jakes is on board. He didn't have the best of passages at Musselburgh last time and did well to finish third.
Just watching the winners go by, not getting on. At 3-1 as well, when I had been told it's 15-8. And that's why I didn't get on. Or could have gone on big each way. Fucking wankers. But I didn't get on because I'm tipping these bastards. I fucking needed that. It's too much going on. Right, that's it. That's all I can do. Good luck. Again this month. What happened at Kenilworth then? Oh. Shiro, the fix won at 8-1. All winning every race. Green Garnet. All them winners so far, and ain't known one of them. You fucking bastards.
Fine guys throw away the tickets because it wasn't a winning quartet.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a winning quartet. If you got the number there, you're entitled to a refund.
Every
They're loading.
Every
Race
round's a
number
good
3.
one. Yep, they're loading. Every round's a good one.
The hood's on, perfectly picked. Not striding out, number 6, Glorious Butterfly. Late withdrawal. Favourite number 4, Ronnie Terabai, moves up. 1 rand 90 and a rand a place. The win pool is 77,000. Natural Laws ready. Winter Glade to come up. Kasari. They're happy with Call Me Harriet. Royal Mermaid to come up. Did use up quite a lot of energy. Number 2, Royal Mermaid, on the way down to the start and watching through the binoculars. Number 2, Royal Mermaid, did use up quite a bit of energy. So let's see if this one settles as She's a Rocket comes in. They're sent on their way. We have liftoff. The favourite, Ronnie Terabai, broke beautifully but gets given an opportunity to be a length and a half off. There's no speed on. Perfectly picked at the rail. Winter Glade's going to move around them. Ronnie Terabai in a dream position, 3rd, 1 off the fence. She's a Rocket towards the inside. There's only 3 lengths in it. They are just inching along. In behind these, Natural Law. Call Me Harriet, 3 around in the red and white silks. Then we have Royal Mermaid, who settled in the running. At the back of the field is Kasari. Perfectly picked has all of a sudden decided, let's go. And perfectly picked and Calvin Abib go 5 clear. Well clear out here. On the inside of runners, Winter Glade. Ronnie Terabai, the shadow roll, 5 lengths to hunt down. She's a Rocket's in behind these runners. They got their 6, 7 lengths to make up as perfectly picked is picking up the pace by 7 lengths. In behind is Royal Mermaid, easily 13, 14 lengths off with Kasari. Top of the lane, perfectly picked by 7. How much left in the tank? Back in second, Winter Glade. Ronnie Terabai in uncharted waters this distance, but in a dream position, waiting to come forward. 300 meters to go. Perfectly picked, clear by 3. Ronnie Terabai now starts to run on. Call Me Harriet. Coming to the 200, still out in front, perfectly picked. Ronnie Terabai's now trying to put it together. Perfectly picked though, continuing to hold on out here. And perfectly picked, Ronnie Terabai's got it though. Ronnie Terabai with military precision from perfectly picked. 3rd position, let's have a look. Royal Mermaid was staying on and probably just got it from Call Me Harriet. Perfectly picked was trying to dig deep, but the last 4 or 5 jumps just had enough.
And Ronnie Tarabai gets up. Heavy weather, heavy work, but the favourite will do it. Perfectly picked. Kelvin Abib rode a shrewd race. He tried to get away from them in the soft conditions, and it almost paid dividends. Ronnie Tarabai at the 400 I thought's going to come gliding past. However, perfectly picked. Only the last 30 metres gave up the ghost. So perfectly picked, bounced away, said catch me if you can, went about 7 or 8 lengths clear, and at the 300 I thought Ronnie Tarabai. Now it's just a matter of when she's going to go by, but perfectly picked, continue to stay on. Ronnie Tarabai, you can see there we go, Samanga Kamalo changing the whip from right to left and asks for maximum. Royal Mermaid staying on, but it's going to be number 4, Ronnie Tarabai, a strong ride.
Yeah, the filly, she did see it out, 1,800 meters. I was on the fence with regards to distance, and she's got it right.
Next is number 2. This is Des McLaughlin's runner. Number 2, Pilot Flame, a 4-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate. There was some early anti-post money for her. Chad Little now picks up the ride as well. This horse looks really well. It's got a decent coat and looking quite relaxed in the ring.
Right, let's start getting on.
Weakness, Craig Zaki rides for Adam.
It'll lose because it's my first one.
Pieces been fitted, and yeah, she looks pretty good. Can't fault her at all.
Reverse gamble, Smith.
4 is Russian Royal, a 3-year-old.
Gold gamble for Ranko.
Eric Sands trains. Mornay Vinar picks up the ride. Good winner of its second start.
Strong stand and look back.
I think there's a bit more to come from this 3-year-old, and she does look well in the parade ring as well.
Double the trouble, potential reverse gamble, as well as touring. 3 potential reverse gambles, so I'd say they're not going to come in.
Really, that's her spirit.
Double the trouble.
Can't fault her.
6 is Onisa. Now, here's a run that you really need to give some serious attention to. A 4-year-old daughter of Danon Platina. She's out of a Tiger Ridge mare. She was running on strongly last time out behind My Only Weakness, and I think today she's going to have conditions to suit. She's a big runner for me, and she looks the part too.
Number 7 is Eureka Diamond. Ashton Aries rides for Pete Stein. Yeah, she's got a good-looking daughter of Vercingetrix. Certainly needs to improve a bit on form, but can't fault the way she looks.
8 Lickety Split. This is the daughter of Give Me the Green Light out of the trippy mare Taffety Tart. JP van der Merwe jumps on board, and last run that was all wrong behind Rainbow Lorikeet. She's better than that. She was reportedly lame behind, and I think you'll see a much better run from her today.
Number 9 is Signora Victoria. Brevin Plakies rides for Eric Sands.
Just go with the goal.
Eric Sands yard. The coat is really outstanding. Can't fault her at all. Really shiny and full of dapples.
10 is Switek, a 3-year-old.
Beforehand, the blue and green silks towards the outside. Fravanco settles in behind with Double the Trouble, and then Smith to the outside of Turing, and there'd be 2 or 3 lengths then back to the Colorist as they now come down the side of the course for the first time in this Tips for Every Race at RacedayReady.com apprentice handicap. So stand back and look, who broke nice and sharply from stall 1, takes the field down the hill towards the straight for the first time.
See that? So
leading up from Easter Icon in second place. Then
it's going to come each way. It's going to come each way now. I've been forced to do a win bet.
And no move at all yet from the Colorist as they swing round into the home straight for the first time. So stand back and look with the advantage and opens up by a couple of lengths now. Easter Icon eases into second place with Double the Trouble back in third. They've got 1.25 miles left to run. Fravanco is in 4th place and then cheering, followed then by Smith. And Smith is just in front of the Colorist, who remains last of all. So they flash past the judge, immediately turn left-handed and out on their final circuit, approaching the final mile of the contest. So taking them towards halfway, stand back and look with the advantage, with Easter Icon sitting a close second now. Double the Trouble still on the inside of Fravanco, who's a close 4th, a little gap to...
And then you get this, like, with internet, so I don't think it's internet because everybody's got this trouble. with some powerful internet, computers, broadband, everything. It doesn't. You can't do betting in running properly with when this is like this. Now, I don't know where I'm going to get a setup for racing that doesn't do this. I have no idea. See if anybody's racing TV. No, that's subscription. I'm not getting back with them. They don't even cover everything. So you've got to do another service, like.
In for home. Up front, Easter Icon's now taken the lead as Stand Back and Look weakens away from them. In space is Smith, followed by Fravanco. Round the outside is the colorist, who's 4 wide into the straight. Up front, Easter Icon well back beforehand from Smith. Fravanco chasing pretty hard. The colorist next, together with Double the Trouble. Up front, Easter Icon from Smith. Half a furlong left to go. Easter Icon from Smith. Still the order maintained. And Easter Icon.
It's my first bet, so I have to lose, don't I?
Easter Icon.
After all the winners I've watched go by.
Then Double the Trouble and the colorist.
Make money for everybody else and then not for myself again. It's stopping right now. Let fucking Roman Deloria go past winning at 3-1 when I wanted 100 on. I don't believe this.
Coming from the back of the field, she made up really good ground, Brandon. Be it now she goes over the 1400 meters once again. She's been this trip, she's been a little bit further, so no stamina doubts.
Yeah, look, Vicky, I thought it was a top ride from Richard when she got up to beat Tanneron. Because Tanneron idled upside her, went past her, and this was had to.
So that's half an hour late, which is
fence, and I thought it was a superb ride from Richard Fourie on that occasion. That was over 12:50 around the turn. Then, as you say, she made up good ground last time behind Captain's Destiny in a big field, competitive field. And you have to think that Des and the team have been chomping to get this horse now to 1400 meters. Good draw. There should be absolutely no excuses, and I can see why there's been some money around. So very hard to sit here and find the negatives when it comes to Pilot Flame, Vix.
Indeed, I also quite like her, and I think, be it a competitive field, I think that she's done enough to qualify for a lot of support. Number 6, Oni-san, she's really been almost knocking on the door once again. MJ returning to form. She's come down in the ratings quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Vicky liked the way she ran last time. Grant was pretty easy.
Fucking fair, is it?
Came from quite a long way back. We end up last.
230.
Made up some nice ground. I think a little bit concerned, but I think there's reason for it that she hasn't won for 709 days. She was rated 97. Now she's rated 80. So she's dropped in the rating, and she's come to a rating where she's competitive now. And that's the only reason she hasn't won for 709 days. There's no other reason. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that filly. I make a big run here. On the last start, the time before was a mile, maybe a little bit too far. She moved up, and it might have been a little bit too far. Yeah, quite like her. Yeah, respect for Pilot Flame. She got a lot of things that points to her. I feel Oni-san has run in stronger races. If you purely go on the average rating that she's taken on, I think she's taken on a bit stronger. Do have a bit of respect, obviously, as I said, for Pilot Flame.
Number 6, Onisen, also had a gallop coming into this race. So that
Yeah,
would
so-
have been a good bit of preparation.
Yeah, she's on her toes. She looked well in the parade. You can't fault her.
Vix, I might just mention, sorry to butt
Please
in, but
do.
4 perfectly placed. I did ask Mr. Marshall. I said, please, for the punters out there, if you're coming to the course on Monday, which is the horse that you're expecting to go very close to winning? First horse he spat out was Oni San. I mean, she dropped 2 points for running third last time out behind My Only Weakness. So she's dropped even further in the ratings. As MJ said, I just think her rating was far too high. I see Ken and Jane Truter are at the course today. Not that they ever miss a meeting, but this horse was well presented by Vaughan and his team. And I think 5-1 is massive value.
I think also being Onisen's better off with number 3, My Only Weakness. But let's speak about My Only Weakness because she's got the cheek pieces fitted now. They've had blinkers on before when she won. Those have come off, and now she's got the cheek pieces on Craig Zakia board. I think last time, obviously, best ignored. She was just so far out of it, had no luck in running. It was just, you can put it down and as a line through the book and a gallop somewhat. Would you give My Only Weakness a chance, Brandon?
She's got to have a chance, Vicky. I think I did see Mr. Harris here at the course today, and he could be the lucky charm for this daughter of One World. I mean, you've got to put a big black line through that last run. That's not her. Before that, super consistent. She beat Miraculous. I thought a good run behind that improving filly of Dean Canamay's. Give Me Everything, and then beaten second by Summer Night City. So we can keep digging into her form lines. If she can put that last run behind her, I think she'll be amongst the places again.
We've seen horses run well from up there, MJ. We've got a horse like number 4, Russian Royal, daughter of a fee from the Eric Sands yard. Already been in the winner's box, Eric Sands, or Helen doing duty today. Mona Evan board, and her first 2 runs were very good. Last time out, didn't really round a race off too well. But down and trip could be the trick, a good pace.
Yeah, lovely filly. I mean, as you can see, she's a lovely specimen. She's big. The last start said eased late respiratory noise. There could be excuses. Those first 2 starts were, she wasn't fancied first time out, but then the next start there was a bit of money for her, and she duly obliged. So yeah, you can't ignore her. She's a big filly. She certainly doesn't need 4 or 5 runs to expose her ability. You can see that she is going to win a couple of races. She's got a chance.
Number 10, Swatek, I really like her here. I think that she's an unassuming type of filly. Last time, look, she never really has the easiest of draws. Her last 2 starts, she's been drawn out wide again today. But I thought another filly last time out, I mean, from where she was, she tried to make up a bit of ground, but just didn't quite get there. Brandon, do you think that she can come back to a better form, especially with Andrew Fortune aboard? He's really in brilliant form.
Yeah, it draws me nothing. I think when they draw even further in the bush, that's when he gets even more confidence. So she's got to have a chance on our Grant likes a bit of this daughter, Pomodoro. She's a lot better than that last start. Funny enough, Vicky, I'm probably going to be an absolute mad case here because I think Lickety Split at 20-1's got a small chance. I know she's been rested. I know this is on the short side, but every time we come to the course and write this filly off, she comes with a storming finish. So at 20-1 for the punters, I thought she looked well enough. With some luck in running, she could sneak into the places.
There you go, some value for with Brandon for number 8, Lickety Split. MJ, anything to throw into the hat?
No, I think Onisan will win.
There you go, confidence from MJ. So Lickety Split at value, Onisan for MJ, for me, Swatek. They're loading. Up to you, Alistair.
Thanks so much, guys. Yep, loading up. Not too many left to go. Senora Victoria, they're now working with. Kamikaze. Family Power. Onisan. And the last one will be Russian Royal. 1,400 meters again. Flag up. And they sent on their way. They got away to a neat start. Russian Royal puts her big frame into the early lead. Eureka Diamond's prepared to chase in the early part of the race. Epicleros latches into third. Kamikaze at the outside of My Only Weakness. Then we go just over a length away to Shwiotek, who improves position. The red and white Lickety Split was further back in running. Then comes Pilot Flame, who switched off just behind midfield. At their outside is Onisan. Then came Family Power, who races towards the back of the field. Through the crossover they went and approached the final 800 meters, and it's Russian Royal out in front, has the lead by around a length and a bit. Kamikaze is second. Then comes Eureka Diamond, who races away in third and 2.5 lengths from the leader. Further Further back then, the white cap of Pilot Flame improved into fourth. Epicleros is at the rail. Out after those, Swiatek midfield and got about 6 lengths to trace down. Oni Sands in the blue and white. Then at their inside, Lickety split Senora Victoria. And then came Family Power with 400 meters left to run. Russian Royal in the black jacket and green cap still in front. Second place, Kamikaze, My Only Weakness, tries to chase down these leaders and cutting them back. Then comes Oni Sand and next best Pilot Flame with Swiatek. But here's My Only Weakness thrusting in between. Kamikaze tries to match Pilot Flame, Oni San, Lickety Split, and Russian Royal into the closing stages. My Only Weakness, Pilot Flame finding a finish. My Only Weakness won from Pilot Flame. Then came Kamikaze, further back Oni San. My Only Weakness is the winner of race number 6.
Right place. The 1, the 3, the 5, .230 air. Rosemary May, late gamble, got into a weak signal. My Only Weakness, Zaki. What's next at 205 Gravel? It's going to be next year.
Animal Impact from the Wendy Whitehead stable. Be looking to go back to back with Kelvin Abib in the irons once again.
And we're talking 10 to 1 barrels. Almost set then for race 2. All yours, Tomo.
So 14 runners over the mile, and they're off. Here we go, and a little bit sluggish by Can't Chant. That lost.
Here's a look at number 2, which is Sacred Lily from the Lola Crawford stable for Mr. Crawford, led by the Green Hill Farm. Sebastien Sengwa rides the Crusade, 6-year-old
Towards the
Daymare.
outside in the blue checks is Tailor Made Lad. Tracking these in the light blue is Rosemary's Rose. On the outside in the red and green we've got Dutch Duke. And the pink colours towards the inside, Sure and Steadfast. Keeping that one company is Ben.
Have I got the right Rosemary's here?
Tracking one towards the inside in the blue and white stripes.
Number 3 is National Dream, Alison Wright, the trainer at a new and good weather rider. When I saw 7 to 1, I thought, wow, that's a big prize. But then I looked at the turf form, and this is a poly specialist National Dream, so take that into consideration. Lovely big strapping individual.
Back towards us in the blue
And when you see National Dream back on the poly,
third on the inside is In a Hurry.
you'll see this one fire up. Number 4, Richard the Fearless, Dennis Schwartz,
on the wide outside. There's still a
Nathan
lot of ground to make
Kotson,
up.
Sid
But Lights
Woodley.
Go Down is beginning to make ground. So here they come down to
Passing
where it
by
starts
is
getting
Sacred
interesting.
Lily.
And Rosemary May has the lead.
Number
and
5,
leads by
Future
2.
Saint,
In the
Kabela
white cap,
Matsinyani. Number 3, National
goes
Dream,
back, trying to get into it
looking
is
to
Tailor
raise the
Made
game on the
Lad.
turf.
Behind Tailor Made Lad on the outside, Ben
Number
Adjoa.
6,
There's now
Sweeter
big
Than
stay off.
Honey.
Here they come down towards the final furlong.
Muzieni.
And up front, In a
4
Hurry.
is
It's
Richard
now
the
come to
Fearless,
challenge
Dennis Schwartz.
Rosemary May. Rosemary May on the far side. In
7,
a Hurry this
Animal
side. They're neck and
Impact,
neck. Half a
Kelvin
furlong left to
Abid.
run. Coming towards the line. This could be close.
8,
And
Blazing
Rosemary May's
Light,
coming back to win
Tristan
it.
Godden.
And In a Hurry is second. Ben Adjoa stayed on to be
And
third.
that's another poly
Close for fourth.
specialist, Blazing Light, yet to win on the
It's a
turf.
win for Rosemary May, for David Allen and Tim Easterby in Reality Partnerships, red and yellow colours. So
Typical.
many winners.
Typical.
That's
Fucking
indicative.
typical.
And she's made most of the
Fucking typical.
Headed briefly by In a Hurry, but she's battled back. She's won at 11 to
Fuck
2.
off.
Coming from somewhat off the pace after not travelling very well, turning for home. Ben Ajwad again, just running about a little bit. Will improve for the experience again, both mentally and physically. He's come through for third place.
Yeah, winner given a very well judged ride off the front end by David Allen. It did look, didn't it, Gordon, at this stage as those two started to pour it on from the front, drawing well clear at this point that the horse on the outside,
6 minutes to play into this Big Six pool. This
David
afternoon,
O'Mara's
the
horse, In a
Hollywood
Hurry,
Bets.
looked like she got
Betting
ahead
is
in,
like so
in
well
front. But I have to say,
Number 1,
Rosemary
Twilight
May,
Warrior, was
really tough
heavily
race
backed.
fitness on
From
her side.
6 to 1,
As another
shortened right
good
down
step
to
forward
22
here. The
to
money
10.
came for her. And it was well
scratching.
justified.
the scratching.
That was heavily back, so there would have been big adjustments here after that, because the horse was punted like the result was known. But that is normal. So this is how things have leveled out. Number 2, Sacred Lily is now 25
6
to
furlong
1.
2-year-old winner,
3,
and
National
also
Dream
won
is
over
7
7
to 1.
furlongs in
4,
groups.
Richard the Fearless, 20 to 1. 5, Future Saint is at 9 to 2. 6, Sweeter Than Honey at 5 to 1. Did touch 7 to 1. 7, Animal Impact is now the outright favorite. From 5 to 2 in 2, 17 to 10. 8, Blazing Light at 11 to 2. Now, I don't know what was the adjustment on number 9, Tin Cup, but I'll read it from 20 to 1 down. 20 to 1, 8 to 1, now 7 to 1. This horse number 9, if you want to follow some outside betting support, follow the Unreynal runner here, number 9, Tin Cup. And yesterday they backed a horse called Otaniqua, and that won well. In fact, a gutsy win, should I say. Just got up. So there is money about for number 9, Tin Cup here, with JC Boertes claiming the 4 kgs. Well, you know, in any Pick 6 leg, you can never be confident, but there are legs in a Pick 6 where you're quite confident that the numbers that you put in, you should be safe.
Yes.
You know, in leg 1 of this Pick 6, I don't know how you can be confident with minimizing your spend to around 4 runners, unless you really like something that you think, you know, I'm going to have a full go here, banker in the Pick 6, my play for the day, that type of thing. But this race, it's a field race for me in the Pick 6 one.
Well, I'm not going to criticize you for saying that, because the first point is 4 of these 8 runners, half the field, 4 of the 8 runners, half the field, have got shocking course statistics. Shocking. So that's just going to throw another little spanner in the works to try and find the winner. in a class 5 where the benchmark is 66. It's not easy, but these races, these horses are catered for. They must race, and we must suggest bets, and we need to get involved. So that doesn't help. That the fact that half the field's course stats are not great. Sacred Lily 7 times at this course, complete blank. National Dream 6 times at this course, complete blank. Who else is there? Future Saint 5 times at this course, complete blank. And there was one other over the page that is a Blazing Light, 8 times at this course for just 1/3. Comments quickly. Tini Prinsloo gave his horse Future Saint an each way chance. They're going over the 1800 meters. So they want to see how he goes over the 1800 meters. The instruction will be these to drop him out, and they want to see him running on. We know that it doesn't always work that way. They may have to go to plan B, but that's the intention, to drop Future Saint down, and they want to see him running on, and the stable give him an each way chance. So not easy. The horse I give a bit of a chance to, National Dream, is one of those that hasn't got great course stats. So what do we do?
Yeah, I know a horse that has come down slightly in the ratings as well, but as you mentioned, he's earned that rating on the poly track.
Yes.
But he's come down now to, it's a low mark of a 65, and I've kept an eye on him, but this may not be the surface to follow him on number 3, National Dream. But
how well he looks.
Yeah, when he was walking around the parade ring, I just wanted to have a good look at him. He was presented beautifully, and he's a nice horse, the son of Rafif. He's already won 4 times in his career, but all 4 wins have been on the poly track. So we're getting closer to race time. We can talk about a few runners here. I think all said and done, when I look at this race, I'm going to go for a horse that's, you read it out, yet to win here on the turf. But I'm going to go on the strength of her form line and the fact that she's got such a postage stamp on her back. Sacred Lily. Super Ceaseless Lengua is plus a half, so she carries 53. A run behind Run to Rio. Gorgeous Dude, winner. That was second. Third, Pongola, winner. Fifth, Animal Impact, winner. 6, Shining Bob, coming to run second. She just may be nicely placed here to possibly just transfer some of that poly track form onto the turf, because she's such a big price. She's 25 to 1. That is a huge price. About arguably, when you look at their last runs, the entire field, the strongest form line in the race. So, you can't go with any confidence on a course form, on a form on the turf. But maybe as a roving banker, you're looking for a big priced horse. I'm going to go with her as my top choice with a minute to go. For second, I'll be tipping number 7, Animal Impact. And for third and fourth, between numbers 3 and 8. Tin Cup.
You see, there's money for Tin Cup. It just shows you how difficult this race is to predict, because you say there's money for Tin Cup. I mean, Tin Cup, yes, 4 starts ago beat Evented All Well in the 70 handicap. But since then, has had long layoffs, and the form hasn't been good. It's there for all to see. So the fact that they're backing Tin Cup, I'm not saying he can't
Front
win.
runner, claim for jump and go.
Yeah.
That form line behind Friendship is held up as well. So it's a tough race, racing fans. Whichever numbers you've included here in your pick 6.
How are you
leg
playing
number 1. No, I've gone the field. I've played my pick 6 well earlier on today, and this was a field race for me.
Okay, so field race for Dee's Dynant, and he's probably right. But horses are loading. Let's see how National Dream can go.
Richard the Fearless is joining the lineup. Future Saint, National Dream. Blazing Light and Tin Cup 8 and 9.
I can't run this service.
Van Honey. Got a warm up on Muzieni, comes into 6. Sacred Lily to 2. National Dreams in 3. Animal Impact looking to go back to back in 7. 2 Rand 40 favourite, and away they go. Sacred Lily a step or 2 slow to go.
Oh, what? No one's
Animal Impact in search of the lead. National Dreamers right there. Blazing Light lining up. Tin Cups around them. Blazing Light, I think those going to settle the deal. And there goes Blazing Light and Tristan Godden to get away by 2. So it's Blazing Light out in front at about 60 kilometers an hour. 2 lengths clear from National Dream in second. Animal Impact. Blazing Light is now blazing a trail and gone 5 lengths clear.
Tin Cups deep out on the turf. Sacred Lily, Pink Sleeves and Cap, Richard the Fearless. Sweeter Than Honey sets up shop second to last. And Future Saint is camping at the back of the field, ridden with restraint. In front, Blazing Light, 3 lengths. Rider looks through the breeches. National Dream closest to the paint. On the outsiders, Animal Impact as they start to close in. Tin Cups now moved into second and now only a half a length behind Blazing Light. As they leave the 800-meter marker behind them, National Dream, Richard the Fearless. Sacred Lily, Pink Sleeves and Cap on the inside. Gold Sleeves and Cap, Future Saints about to be asked the questions. And Sweeter Than Honey as they start to concertina. Top of the lane, 400 meters to go, and Tin Cup makes an early move. National Dream, Animal Impact, Future Saints between them. 300 to go, and National Dream comes into the lead. Future Saints a runner on the outside. Sweeter Than Honey. Future Saint comes at National Dream the last 100. National Dream and Future Saint in a head-bobbing thriller. National Dream's digging in deep and will win today. Adds this to the CV. Future Saint second, Sweeter Than Honey. Many lengths, Tin Cup and Richard the Fearless. Half the field were looking to add a turf win to their CV, and National Dream, he's done it today.
Right, let's start getting on everything. Hopefully, they'll keep winning because I've missed all the winners. Wow. 8-1 fucking fix there as well.
Dream, I said, let's get on, and then we looked at the form on the turf. Not too confident, but the horse comes through with flying colours. Well done to the Allison Wright.
He liked Super Dream, didn't he? Super Dream was it National Dream? Look at the name. Look at the name. It's fucking dyslexic as fuck, that. Mugdwala. Is it Mugdwala? Is it a silent G? Mugdwala. Fuck off. Two gold gambles here. Favourite and Signassel Kiss City. Stupid fucking name again. Not backing favourite. It's a waste of time when there's gold each way against it. Can't get on. Can't on that. Why aren't they going off at right time by now? Caught up. You see, it's more accurate down in South Africa because there's more fixes. UK, this is all you're getting, stupid fucking favourites. Late week signal for state flag as well. Can't put that out. Goldwyn favourites won it then, I see. Or is it still in paddock, or is that winning circle? Why is there no volume? Is nobody speaking?
Grade ones at Cheltenham festivals and entries. He'll have chances in some of the big money races. Now, just looking at this season, he had 774,000 of British prize money.
Yes.
And William Hill have got him plus 2.3 million on the handicap.
Yeah.
Which would have had him sailing above Skelton and Mullins and Nichols on the handicap betting this year.
Yes.
And I know he won the Gold Cup, but he could win the Gold Cup again with the same horse. And
he could do.
You know, it wouldn't take a massive amount, would it, to win some of he's had Cheltenham festivals before where he's had 3 or 4 winners and the like. And like I say, every year he has a Grand National candidate, which would be a big thing. Gordon Elliott, for the same reasons, would make appeal. I think they've got him plus 1.8 million.
Yes.
And yeah, you think of all the major Grade 1 races, he's got chances of coming across with.
He had a bad season this season, though.
Yes. Yeah, he did. Well, he did, and yet he still got 800,000.
I know.
Of British prize money near.
Runners coming out now for the Get the Inside Track with RaceDayReady.com handicap. We drop down in distance this time to 7 furlongs. Number 5, Society Lion and Ross Ryan first out in light blue, dark blue chevron and armlets. The grey, Sandcastle City next. Joe Levy on board in pink with the green chevron and half sleeves. Sandcastle City.
Gavin Sheehan, the teaming
next
up
is
there,
State
and the
Flag.
little horses.
Six, Jim Crowley, pink epaulets colours there. Bell shots number 7, Alistair Rawlinson in the green with the yellow star. Black and white check sleeves. And then Ray de la Batalla, number 4. Paddy Bradley's in brown with the light blue seams, light blue armlets. Ray de la Batalla,
and he won't come away with just one winner. It was just unlike him, and he will have lots at the key races, you suspect. John, have you had a chance to look? They are delayed, by the way, at Lingfield. They're just leaving
Orange
the paddock
Silks
now.
belongs to number 3, Diamond on the Hill, Holly Doyle's mount.
They're leaving the paddock.
In the orange
John,
with the black and orange check sleeves, Diamond on the Hill.
And your thoughts?
And Navaggio stepping out as well. Adam Farrager aboard in the yellow and white quarter colours with the yellow sleeves, white armlets. That's Navaggio completing the lineup. 7 runners to the 7 furlong start, race 2. It's the Get the Inside Track with RaceDayReady.com handicap.
He only had 6 winners, didn't he? In Britain.
Yeah, but I still thought he had more.
Yeah.
I just had it in my head. That was before I saw the 6 winners. If you'd have said to me, how much did he earn? I'd have been a buyer at that amount. I thought he had more than 6 because he always focuses, not focuses, he sends them over for the autumn meetings, doesn't he, at Cheltenham, the October meetings. Before I looked at the scoreboard from last year, I thought he had more than 6 winners, and I thought he earned more than 774k. I just thought he had more than that. Willie Mullins as well has to be. I know that he was on the back foot for 95% of the season just gone, but that's 2 seasons in a row. It's a funny one with Willie Mullins. You sort of feel if you're doing it, you're all dependent on Aintree. But you know he's going to have 8 runners or so in the Grand National. He's going to have a rake of winners at Cheltenham at the thing, and these things is very often Tanya, to
Yes.
look right at
Now
the
13 to 8, so well
Right.
back this market leader. 4 to 1
Yeah.
State Flag,
I
9 to 2
wasn't
Sign
sure
Castle City Bell Shots
if
at 13 to 2.
right at the bottom
Is
there,
8 to
the
1
bottom
with Navaggio 9
5 or 6.
and Society Line 22 to 1 the outsider of the party.
Yeah.
Back to 7 to 4 now for Diamond on the Hill.
Jeremy Scott, but he'd need to win another Jack in Hurdle, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Warren Greatrex, those trainers, I'd be wanting more prize money from those. So
Runners loading as well
there's
now.
an awful lot of trainers as well.
Ray de la Battaglia first in.
There's a lot of paperwork involved. I think there's 35 trainers. I'd probably
This is State Flag waiting to go now.
20 or something like that. There's a lot to be keeping on top of. Yeah, Willie Mullins was definitely I'd keep an eye on, and the other one is Ollie Murphy.
Yes, I was going to go with
Society
Ollie.
Lion
Yeah, he's taking
next
a
to go
step
forward.
It just feels 3 or 4
Sign
years
Castle
now.
City
They've always
going in as well.
Can I stop you there, guys? Because the last couple were going in at Lingfield. Just remind, and we'll come back to it. Just
Here's
remind us
Bell
who you
Shot.
like at Lingfield, John.
It was Diamond on the Hill.
Brilliant. And Martin, who did you go for at Lingfield?
Mainly Bell Shot, but with a bit of a positive
Diamond on
for
the
the
Hill
outsider of the
favourite,
field,
and then
Society Lion
Navaggio
as well.
to complete
Welcome to
it.
William Hill Racing Radio. You've just been hearing us have a good old discussion.
Alex, thank you ever so much indeed.
on next
Navaggio,
Fucking
the last
hell.
one in then.
Bet on it with
We're
a
ready.
handicap.
Gamble
Well,
favourites going to
for
win this.
that. Last one going in now for
they're
the
off
delayed
and racing
Lingfield 245.
over the
Let's go
7
across
furlong
to
trip,
John
and
Hunt.
Diamond on the Hill got a really nice start towards the outside. What does Holly Doyle want to do with it? Just easing across now alongside Bell Shot for the lead. Bell Shot just nosing on, in fact, now. Society Lions close up in third. Also close up Ray de la Battaglia and Navaggio, racing very tightly together, those two, just ahead of State Flag, and the back marker is Sign Castle City. So they race round now toward the final 4.5 furlongs of the contest. Up front, Bell Shot with the slender advantage from Diamond on the Hill to the outside. Society Lion, Navaggio are 3 and 4. State Flag racing on in 5th place. Slender advantage from Diamond then on the outside comes Ray de la Battaglia, and the back marker is Sign Castle 3 and 4. State City, and they're scampering down the hill now towards the turn for home. Then on the outside comes Ray de la Battaglia, and the back marker is Sign Castle City. And they're scampering down the hill now towards the turn for home. Bell Shot with the narrow advantage. Diamond on the Hill. Diamond on the Hill and Bell Shot eyeing each other up. And Diamond on the Hill now forges on from the back. Sign Castle City's now finishing off pretty well. Ray de la Battaglia is also finishing off well. Diamond on the Hill in front here from Sign Castle City. And just did enough. Diamond on the Hill from Sign Castle City. Ray de la Battaglia and Bell Shot in the next one's home. Pretty well. Ray de la Battaglia is also finishing off well. Diamond on the Hill in front here from Sign Castle City, and just did enough. Diamond on the Hill from Sign Castle City, Ray de la Battaglia and Bell Shot to the next one's home.
Oh, Holly Doyle was very aware of the need to get Diamond on.
Yeah, well, that's why I read him purposefully for forecast there. That was a forecast arrangement. Goldwyn beats Gold Each Way Sandcastle City. Of course it does, because I've had a bet. And not bet on the favourite as the system commanded. Bastards. The problem with the timings off is I need that last show, because if I go too early, and you'll see it, because it's going to happen today. These reverse gambles are fucking bastards, look, they're in all over the place. And to catch them, you've really got to be, I don't know how I'm going to do the math. I've got to find the strongest of 2 gold gamble, reverse gamble, which is a fucking nightmare because it's bookie odds, it's not just normal maths. So I need a chart where I can count. I don't think there's a computer to do it. maybe somebody can program me some kind of calculator. So I need the because they're equal and opposite reactions in the market. It's impossible. There might be a point difference, but that point is the pointer to what it's going to be, the gamble, if it's going to be a false gamble, or if it's a reverse gamble intention. Rookies are very smart. They won't get past with 80 to 1s or anything. They're all that 50 to 1 earlier, only because I didn't check it. That one. I checked the other early, the 2 reverse gambles. One came in of the 2 at 40 to 1. It's 10 to 1-ish. Minus the loser, about 9 to 1 profit, or even 7 to 1 profit. No fucking knows if it's handicap or what. I don't. South Africa, I don't know what's a handicap and what's a non-handicap. No one's ever explained to me. And for searching, I cannot. For searching, all I can do is let me get set up for myself. Where's gamble? Look at the clashing. I can't fucking do shit here. And it gets harder as it goes through meeting. I'll just cover these reverse gambles with 5s, straight 5s. Mr. Nip is one of them. I think Mr. Nip is actually the stronger of the 2. The gamble, Nuevo Slovo. We've got that in South Africa due. Ridiculous.
He was an out-and-out sprinter, wasn't he? And he's be interested to see how she goes here on her debut. She's come a long way for it from Newmarket for Alice Haynes, who we touched on earlier, has an excellent strike rate with her runners here and there. But again, she looked like a filly that just needed perhaps a little bit of strengthening up to do.
Almost set then, Derek, for the 2-year-old race.
In standby, we're ready to race. And they're off. Here we go. 5 runners over the flying 5 furlongs and a brilliant start on the far side by You Fill Up My Race, all on its own down the far side. Coming down the middle of the track, we've got Nuevo Slovo, second yellow of Watine, and a little bit outpaced the favourite Society of Honour. So the 5 runners spread right across the track in this coral pip to the post and still win European Breeders' Fun Maiden Stakes. On the right-hand side, all on its own, the outsider, You Fill Up My Senses. The other 4 coming down the middle of the track. They're headed now by Nuevo Slovo. Then comes Watine. Behind Watine, Mr. Nippy. Then comes Society of Honour, who's beginning to stay on, but he's been ridden along. So it gets interesting now. A furlong and a half left to run. And now on the far side in the black and yellow, it's Watine. With the white cap, it's Nuevo Slovo. Now Society of Honour is beginning to stay on, but still has 2 lengths to make up. Watine has the lead from Nuevo Slovo. Nuevo Slovo gets it close up. Nuevo Slovo wins it. Watine is second, and Society of Honour.
They head towards the corner of the track, around 1,200 meters left to run. Pace is solid. And out in front is Baton Rouge. He has it by just over 1 length. Patea is second. Hiawatha Goldberg at the rail third and 2.5 lengths off the leader. 006 went ahead of My Bestie, who travels at the rail in fifth. 2.5 back to Repetition. Prime Venture, they had each other. They swapped positions. And then came Express Yourself through the crossover. They went through the halfway stage, and the sectional's being run at just under 23.7 here as they make their way through the final 800 meters. So well at standard here. And the leader is Baton Rouge. He has the lead now by a little less than a length over Patea in second. At least the pace has been steady and been consistent. Further back to Hiawatha Goldberg at the rail third. 006 back in fourth. Swings for home 5 lengths off the leader. My Bestie green towards the far side. Then came Repetition. After them Prime Venture. Red and white colours might have something in hand. And Express Yourself still sees them all. 400 metres left to run. Baton Rouge is in front. 006 second. Got serious. Dropped to shoulder. Closed the deficit. Prime Venture to the outside. Then came My Bestie. Next best is Express Yourself. Baton Rouge on weary legs as 006 got alongside. Then came Prime Venture. My Bestie was further back, but 006 going to make this look easy. 006 draws away. Comprehensive win. Second, Baton Rouge. Express Yourself third. Then came My Bestie in fourth. So 006 is the winner of race number 7, Son of Vercingetrix. Louis Otwa on board for Brett and James Crawford. Owned by Lance and Delmas Sherrill. Another one bred by the Fast 15 stud today. He's nice and progressive. He's got a lot to come. Nowhere near the finished article.
Let me start getting on him. $240 Gravel going to be next.
Round third and fourth, number 1, My Bestie. Further back, Prime Venture. Repetition. And the last two to finish were Hiawatha Goldberg and Patea. So the winners towards the left-hand side, the black and white, that's 006, came from midfield. He looked the right one in the race, just the profile of the horse, the way that he's maturing, the regard that he's holding, and he's not let the team down. He's now a 2-time winner from 8 starts, and like I said, he made that look easy. The margin probably go down 2.5 to 3 lengths, but just punched out in the end, and he's won it in style.
That's what you want to see when if you fancy this horse and you want to back him. That's what you want to see, Dees.
Yeah, low weight, postage stamp, 49 kgs on the back here. Number 4, the maiden against winners. Number 4, Fire Force. Horse number 2, as you can see with that graphic at the bottom there, it's Matthew and Mike de Kock, Muzi Yeni, a rating of 74 for this filly. Number 2, Cadarosa, and I think that she is in with an outstanding chance of winning this, having watched her race last time out. It was a good third behind a Fern King, and when I looked at races up to 2,600 meters in the Highveld, I think this 2,200 meter trip is going to suit her nicely. Last time out, the saddle did slip back, and she still managed to run a good race. So, it was not 100% assistance there with Muzi Yeni up. So one would think he did well with that saddle slipping back to get this filly going. And today, I think she's in for a big, bold performance here. Number 2, Kadazora. And when I look at the opposition that she takes on, she is in with an outstanding chance here, Warren.
She is in with an outstanding chance. She looked so good, does Kadazora. Lovely, rich, bold eye. You could see that. And she does look in a good space, does Kadazora. I have got comments from Matthew de Kock and from Mark Dixon about this particular horse on screen, but I think they have started to leave. Let Sheldon call them down, and then when they come back to us, Dees, I'll share the information with everybody. But just quickly, if somebody has to leave the tote or needs to push the send button now, Kadazora is certainly fancied. Sheldon, take them down for us.
7 is Lucretius. Race number 5 over 2,200 meters. Open a tab gold account. C stakes. There's number 7 Lucretius and Cole Dickon. One of the class packages in the field. Well, there's the 2 class packages. Mountains of the Moon ran 6, 2.35 lengths behind Saki. Earlier on, it's run behind Cat's Pajamas and some decent individuals. And Caddy Zora also been racing in the 92s, 84s, 87s. They're the fillies taking on the boys, who have a lot less weight to carry, but the class should prevail. Here's number 1, Mountains of the Moon, Samanga Kamalo. Number 2, Caddy Zora. Muzieni, the pilot. 2 ran 10 and 140. Saxon Dynasty, number 3. Shock winner at 40 to 1 last time out. The maiden number 4, Fire Force. JC Buertas as number 1, Mountains of the Moon. Looks to stretch past. Low crouching, Samanga Kamalo. Here's the favourite, Kadazora, number 2. Saxon Dynasty, 1080. Number 4 is Fire Force, JC Buertas. Number 8, King Bavarian in picture. Atendiwe Mgutwa, just 51 kilograms on the back. Take note that it is
2 mile hurdles and 3 mile chases at the autumn meetings.
Mountains of the Moon,
For 100 grand
Kadazora.
pots, they can be fairly
And then
equal.
Fire Force,
I wouldn't
the
say
maiden.
weak, but they lack a little
As
bit of
number
depth.
5,
He never
Vasi
targets them.
Rockford.
I just wonder next season if they
this
think
is the horse
we
who just
wouldn't need to be
seems to
sitting
get
over
lost in the early
B team,
stages.
let alone the A team. So
Has a picnic. And then absolutely
he's got to have to be on any one
Here's number 8,
shortlist
King
for this
Bavarian.
event. But it's
Being a smaller field,
it's such a
Vasi
hard
Rockford.
one to set up for an odds compiler,
More the
and then
distance
set a real
he's looking for.
puzzle as well for the punter. So
And he's currently playing at 4
little
rand
sides
40.
these are.
Yes,
got the
get
top
the
2
abacus out. It's well
girls
worth
to
looking
beat.
at. It is the UK National Hunt Traders Championship Handicap for 2025-26 season, with 25 to 1 the field, and Dan Skelton off of scratch. 3:15 at Lingfield. We've had no further news of any further delays. They are in the paddock, and the jockeys are as well. We've got a 1.5 handicap
race
at
number 5
Lingfield
now.
Class
It's
4
a
for
C
4-year-olds and
stakes,
upwards.
and it
We
is the
have
start
8
of the
runners.
jackpot, 5 minutes to
Top
play.
of the market is
Betting,
Kitty
number 1,
Fernervale,
Mountains
who
of the
is
Moon at
currently
10 to 1.
a 2 to 1
Number
chance
2,
with Surrey
Kelly
Fire
Zora,
at
from 2 to
5
1,
to
tuck
2, and
17
Youthful
to
King
10, now
7 to
18 to
2.
10.
And
Of course, there would have
then
been some
it
adjustments
is
after the scratching
17
away warrior,
to
but
Bar
this
with
is real
Sax
time.
Appeal,
3,
who's already found the winner's
Saxon Dynasty. Now
enclosure
here's support,
on
solid support
3
as well.
occasions
Open up 10
this
to 1
year
after being
alone, but
adjusted,
that's has
to
been
around
on the
7 to 1,
all-weather.
now 7
That's
to
been
2.
at Wolverhampton
4,
and
Fire Force,
Southall.
the maiden is at 8 to
So,
1.
John, coming to
5,
yourself,
Vasi Rockford
Kitty
is
Fernervale
firm at
tops
4 to
the
1.
market,
And,
but
Lucretius
there's some
number 7 at
intriguing
8 to 1,
form
and King
amongst some of
Bavarian
the
is at
others. I
7
mean,
to
Surrey
1.
Fire has met Youthful King
just looking at
last
the
year.
field, and
Kitty
the way
Fernervale and
I'll
Surrey
read the
Fire,
race
the
for
2
it. It's a
4-year-olds
scratching
in the
of number
race
6
who
as we watch
haven't got many
Samantha
miles on
Kamala
the
go
clock.
down to number 1.
Kitty Fernervale, the yard
Mountains
has
of the
been a
Moon,
good nick
who
now for a
hasn't
while.
won
But
for 565
these
days. It's
Ragnar
been a
Racing
long
have a
time.
lot of horses, it seems, these days with
she
them.
is a horse that has
And this one
achieved
just
a
kept
rating of
taking a little
86,
step
and she's
forward
come down
as she closed off last season.
very slowly.
Still
to
lightly
a
raced. There should be a
75.
bit more to come. And they
This
would
type of race with
probably
the
prefer
blinkers
that
back on, I
over
think she'll be
Surrey Fire,
competitive, but she's not
who
my top
finished off
choice.
last year year. They just got a little
between
bit
numbers
bogged down on the
2,
soft ground.
3 and
Well beaten
5. That is where I think the winner will come from. A very interesting runner here is Saxon Dynasty for Alison Wright. The way this horse won last time out, considering that he was drawn poorly, finishing off well over 1,800 meters. In that race, it doesn't tell the true story as we watch
pretty much relies on a running for a race.
Number 3, Saxon Dynasty. Last time out, 2 horses dominated the betting when Saxon Dynasty race. Cherry O'Baby and Harun Al-Rashid was to come out to win. And for that reason, this was drifted right out in the betting market and was poorly drawn. Because the run prior to that behind Zwana, he was a big price last time out. He's nicely drawn at 3. The way he finished off, I think 2,200 is going to suit him nicely. Against this type of field, he wouldn't be a surprise winner out the maidens. Allison gave him a mention, and he also gave number 8, King Bavaria for the low weight. He's a lovely looking horse. He's a really nice horse. Now, the way he was presented, how much more to come from him. I like the look of this horse.
Yes, well, you're quite right.
Yeah, you saw
He goes down well, he looks good, he could be absolutely anything and be anything way better than an 84.
Jack having forming a great partnership with Amanda
I
Parrott.
like the way the filly Caddy Azora went down. She really did look good too. Force fire,
Lingfield's 315, can you confirm about is at 2 to 1. Has Jack reached his 1,000 yet? I don't think he has. He's like a cricketer on the nervous 90s.
She's
not that
obviously
he's
limited.
nervous,
She's
but
not going to the
we'll
top.
see if he gets it here. Kitty Furnival 2, sorry, 5 to 2. Useful King 7 to 2. Martin, coming to yourself.
Very good each way chance.
Yeah, I quite like the youthful King's chance as well.
Is temperamental.
With the right man today anyway, because John's been banging in the winners all over the place. Youthful King, yeah, I quite like his chance as well. I think there's been slightly better races that he's been running in. As John was saying, he's got a lot of course experience. He's pretty good round here. Jack always rides him. And those last 2 races that he's running have been competitive races. I don't think coming back down in trips are negative, to be honest. He's not a thorough stayer. He obviously has run really well over 2 miles the last twice, but I think actually, all of his wins throughout his career have come really, all his handicap wins have been a mile and a quarter or a mile and a half, and I think it probably does suit him a little bit better.
Just the way he races, he's got a lot of horses to
couple of
pass
prices.
There's just 7 runners here, so
happier, I would give a chance to at a double figure price. He is tricky and he will miss the break because he always does. He walks out the stalls,
6 runners
but it hasn't stopped him winning plenty of races over the years.
With 54 kgs on his back, if he continues to
his last
find a
2
good finish
career
like
wins
he's
have
done in his
both
last 3
been
starts,
at this track
they may
over
have
this
found the
trip,
right
and they've
race
been
for
off
him.
higher
With
ratings
a
than
minute
what
to
he's
go,
off
I'm
at the
going to tip
moment.
number 5, Bossy Rockford to
Leicester on
win.
his comeback
Number 2,
run, I
Cadizora,
think he
the filly
ran
to run second.
respectably, particularly as he typically kind of walked out the gate, but he was only beaten 4 lengths in the end. Not a bad effort at all. And I imagine there would be some improvement from him from his reappearance run. He's never been a horse that's sort of gone and produced his best form first time out, and over the years he has won a couple of times second time out. So I thought Appiah at a double figure price had an each way chance as well.
Yeah, Appiah. But you say that he can lose a bit at the start.
Number 5,
Shortwood's trained Ben Sanderson board. We mentioned the fact that Youthful King has been running over
time's absolutely flying
2
by.
miles.
And before you know it, it'll be the big race.
Also, he's got the versatility to run over a lot shorter. When you do run over 2 miles, it gets a little bit
Saxon
better class.
Dynasty.
Then you've obviously got
40 to 1
that
winner
speed,
last time out has found bulk of the betting support today.
To deal with this coming back in class
Mountains
and carrying
of the
the
Moon.
weight. Jack's on board, he knows him well. No mention really from either of you. I'll come to yourself, John. Surrey Fire sits at the top of the market here. Is it just lack of value?
Early.
Like you're looking at the price and you're
Zora
thinking,
to
well,
Lucretius,
7
King
to 4,
Bavarian,
there's so many other
the maiden
positives
fire force.
About the others in the race, and there's imponderables about Surrey Fire.
Been very, very well
And
backed. Yeah,
what a
closed
go.
out last season.
Fire Force said
favourite in that race.
Got left 5 lengths. Fire
I
Force.
don't know if the ground was a little bit soft on that
Catazora's
occasion.
right there in the early
ran well on
stages. Look
debut.
right.
That's not
King
on soft ground,
Bavarian's
but,
keeping right away from the
two
rest of
different
the
types of soft
field.
ground
And
anyway.
his intentions, I believe, are to
yes,
lead.
some
And
horses
King Bavarian's
could
now
ride
going to
slower than
slide
the others,
across
but
towards the
before
pain.
that, had
King
some form
Bavarian
here at
now.
Lingfield.
The rider just steadies the ship and
by
gets to the
Youthful King,
front
but
by
before
a
that won
length
its
and a
maiden
half.
here last summer.
Mountains of the
So there
Moon
should
and
be
the
more
White
to come.
Headgear is
Gildens, we
second.
last
As
saw
King
the horse,
Bavarian
and
just slows
very,
it up
very
slightly.
positive signs in the
Caddy
market.
Zora's on the outside,
Around
the
7
red
to 4
cap,
now to
further
Surrey
back
Fire, so
Lucretius.
very well backed.
Saxon
Money
Dynasty,
ran for
3
Youthful
quarters
King
of
as
the
well,
way
but
back.
Surrey Fire
Barcy
strong at the
Rockford's a
top of
lot
the
closer
market.
today.
Yeah,
And
very,
then 4
very
lengths
strong
back to the
at
maiden
the
Fire
top of the market.
Force.
As they're
Racing 10,
now
11
minded to
lengths
go
off the
into
speed.
the stalls. It appears that they
Out in
are
front, you're gonna find
catching up
King
time here. The
Bavarian
first one
painting
to
the
go
picture,
in is
and it's
Rocket
a
Tommy.
slow picture,
I
slowed
think
it
it's
right
Rocket
down.
Tommy who'd
King
want
Bavarian
to.
by 3
Oh no, it's
parts from
Raintown.
Caddy
Apologies.
Zora.
Rocket
Mountains
Tommy
of the
wants
Moon, hard
to
against the steel.
improve a lot
And
from
we have
finishing.
Saxon
That's just a
Dynasty
too
around
bad to
them,
be true
Lucretius,
at Newbury and a
Barcy
good race
Rockford
behind.
with the pink and black.
Sweet
3
reward.
lengths back to Fire Force,
That's
who has it
beaten
all
30
through from
lengths
there, being the
last
maiden.
of
And it's
14.
King Bavarian
Yeah, I
doing the
don't know
buying and
what
the
happened
bidding,
there.
but
There's all sorts of things you can say.
Catazora,
Just,
Musieni's wide awake.
He's
He's
lost the
pulled the
14,
trigger,
beaten 30
and there
lengths. It was
goes
over 10
Catazora
furlongs. He
now with
wants
the red
further.
cap. To
Yeah,
go
put
for
a line
the
through
length
that.
and
The
a
last
tail.
couple are going
King
in.
Bavarian
Appia
second,
appears
Mountains of the Moon
to be
third.
one of the last.
Then we
Maybe
have
he's
Saxon Dynasty further
a
back
bit
in the
like
running
Dakota
Lucretius.
Gold and walks
3
himself
lengths,
in.
Barcy
Let's go
Rockford.
across
He just seemed
to
drop
John
it a bit
Hunt.
for a stride or two, and if Fire Force wins from there, it'll be an
Appia will be the last.
absolute miracle. Homeward bound, Caddy Zora by a half, King Bavarian.
Thanks ever so much
Mountains of the
indeed,
Moon, the
Alex.
White Head
Set to
here.
go now,
Saxon
over a mile and a
Dynasty
half,
still
and they're
travels
off
well
and
between
racing.
runners coming to the
Kitty
300.
Furnival seemed to get a little
That's the
bump
one
from
to
Youthful
beat,
King coming out of the
Saxon
gates. And Jack
Dynasty.
Mitchell,
Mountains of
who's
the
still just
Moon,
one
and
shy of his
Barcy Rockford's
1000th
putting
career
it
winner.
together on the
Just had to bump
outside.
along early
Saxon
on. He's
Dynasty
into
at the
4th
front
place,
coming
just
to
in
the
behind that line of
250.
3 leaders ahead of
Down the
him
inside,
as they
King
move on through the
Bavarian,
early
Barcy
stages of the
Rockford.
contest.
Saxon Dynasty looking to hold tough the last 100, and the money's dead right today. King Bavarian, Barcy Rockford. Then came Caddy Zora, and the maiden Fire Force ran last. Well, Saxon Dynasty, the Karori, since stepping up.
Oh, I fucking lost that one now, look. For fuck's sake.
Showing further improvement. Absolutely cruised up at the 400, was down the centre outside, and ends up on the inside. So the Alison Wright,
Position
Kevin
that
Wright
belongs
team,
to
1-2 past the
Raintown.
post.
Raintown's yellow cap showing up on the
Caddy
outside.
Zoria.
Just in behind Raintown is Kitty Furnival, and on the inner, Surrey Fire, and the back
So
two
3,
are
8,
Educated
Sax
Appeal
Sterling
showing out from
Company
Rocket Tommy in
with
2nd place,
Appia.
and 3rd,
On there you
Youthful
go then,
King. Raintown in 4th place, as Surrey Fire just goes 5th, a half a length in front of Kitty Furnival, and then the back markers are Appia, who is now just in front of Educator, the back marker. Moving on to the 4 furlong pole, and Sax Appeal passes it, going comfortably with the lead as well. Sax Appeal moving well from in 2nd place on the inside, Youthful King, out wider, and now pushed along in behind them is Rocket Tommy, who's not really going anywhere. He's dropping back as Kitty Vernival starts to improve, and Surrey Fire on the improve as well to the wide outside Raintown, and now stormy into contention, Educator as well, looking full of running off the final bend. Kitty Vernival leading, chased by Educator now as they go for the line. Up front, in behind them is Appia, who's staying on quite well, and then Surrey Fire, and now it's Educator who's drawn alongside Kitty Furnival, who's trying desperately hard to fight back. It lies between these two. Educator and Holly Doyle just getting on top. It's a double for Holly as Educator goes on to beat Kitty Furnival. Appia was 3rd, and Surrey Fire in 4th place.
By Sally Bruss's Parderback stud. Well, the nominee of the Parderback stud is Sally Bruss. Ashton Aries takes the ride for Pete Stain. Up 5 to 490. Miss Marguerite punched above her weight during the summer festival of racing here in the Western Cape. She was never far behind. There's always a chance that she can pop up. For Babylicious, I think Candice Bass Robinson's got a good hand here with both runners. Babylicious consistent. Andrew Fortune rides Worldcraft, big player, down 4 to 486. 5 Worldcraft's been off for a while, so the plus 14 is not a huge shock. Vaughan Marshall and Sean Veal team up. In fact, about a month ago, I asked a few guys where she was, because look at her form. She beat Rockapina. She wasn't too far behind Symphony and White. She's related to a mare who stayed all day. So this just looks like a pure starting point for the daughter of One World. But there's no doubting that with fitness on her side, a few runs on her side, there could be some fireworks to come. She actually excites me going forward, but maybe not today. Probably not today. 6 Royals also up 14. Chad Little rides for Glenn Cotson. She'll be more effective over further Royals, but she kept good company as a 3-year-old and she was never disgraced. 7 Back at the George. Craig Zaki rides for Dean Kanemayer, up 5 to 478.
So put all the money on the favourite and the fucking fix wins again at 25 to 1.
In and out, number 7, Back at the George. She came back to winning ways at her last start in mid-February. She's not one to totally ignore. 8 Trip to Maputo, but the weights is very much alive here. On the run to Miss World, finished in front of Miss World. We'll get to Miss World in a moment. But if you have a look at Babe Alicious, she's got a bit to do to turn around to Trip to Maputo, who went down to PE last time in a listed feature and ran into traffic the duration of the home straight. She did well to finish 2.5 lengths behind Go Check with Love. Lubin Otwa fresh off a winner for Candice Bass Robinson. I'll make a case for Trip to Maputo. I think if she doesn't win, she'll go close. And 9, Miss World, down 4 to 474. Corne Orpha and Greg Enyon team up. When is that next win going to come? For number 9, Miss World. She comes in here a fit filly as well. She disappointed at her last start, but we know that she's a lot better than what she's putting in at the moment. When the Enyon yard turns, they're going to be fireworks. So Miss World not out of it either. Interesting race. They'll be in the parade ring.
Race 8 at Hollywood Bets. Kenno is perfectly placed middle stakes fillies and mares over 1,200 meters. A couple of nice fillies running here. Number 1 is Dark Winter. Richard Freeze not riding her. It's now Brevin Plaatjes is on her. She looks well. She's walking around beautifully here. She's only got 55 on her back. Justin Snake trains fair last start, and she certainly got a chance here. Number 3 is Miss Marguerite. Ashton Aries rides for Pete Steyn. This filly's come into this race with a nice weight, bit of a weight turnaround. She looks really well. I quite like the way Miss Marguerite looks here.
Next up is number 4, Babe Licious. This is the 3-year-old daughter of Var. She's out of a Fort Wood mare. Candice Robinson is your trainer, and Andrew Fortune jumps on board. Some really solid form in the update. Well, this horse ran second behind My Sensation, who came out yesterday and was a facile victor in one of the feature races in KZN. So that form line certainly has been enhanced, and you really have to respect the fact that Babe Licious is fit and well and will run an absolute cracker.
Number 5 is Willcraft. Sean Veal rides for Vaughan Marshall. This filly hasn't run for a year, but she's on her toes. She's racy. Very nice filly, and she looks well.
6 is Royals, another one who likes a set a decent pace up front. Chad Little rides the 4-year-old daughter of Gold Standard. Comes into the race looking in some fair form, but a couple of runs are a little bit average. And she's also coming back from 555 days since her last win and 191 days since her last run. So may just be in need of the run, although in saying that, she looks well and she looks fairly stripped.
Number 7 is Back at the George. Craig Zaki rides for Dean Kanemayer. It's a lovely filly. This she really walks well. She looks good and can't falter at all. She's in a good place.
A Trip to Maputo. This is Brandon Bailey's little lurker for the day. The 4-year-old daughter of Trippy out of a Var mare. Louis Makotwa jumps on board. That last run was certainly not her true form. I think the look at the run behind, well, certainly finishing in front of Miss World was decent, and the run behind Fairy Night as well. Those are 2 cracking efforts. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see her feature and feature prominently.
Number 9 is Miss World. Corne Orpha rides for Greg Enyon. This filly's got a beautiful coat today. Really looks well and can't falter. She's racy. Got a tall daughter of One World. She seems to be in a good space. Looks like the jockey has certainly got more fat around her than those. Corne, how's your weight? Cornelius not concentrating. Horse is about to leave the parade ring.
Yeah, there goes number 2. I have no idea what MJ was talking about there as well. Winter Rainfall, JP Fundamental, Candice Robinson, they team up. Another good run behind My Sensation last time out. And again, I think there's some value to be had with Winter Rainfall. She's always been having a bit of class about her, and she's got some decent form lines early on. That run behind Pineapple Mint Green would certainly see her be successful here. And I think you can make a case for her as well. But the runners are about to leave the parade ring for race number 8. 2 to go. There's still an opportunity for a last double, and the runners will be making their way onto the course. So let's head back to Vicky in the studio.
They're on track, and they are heading down to the start. Number 4, Babylicious, is leading the pack in race 8. Perfectly placed middle stakes for fillies mares over the 1,200 meters. Andrew Fortune just taking her down nice and slowly. And you can see number 5, Worldcraft. Number 6, Royals. Very orderly and good canter downs, Grant.
They're doing it beautifully for us. Nicely spaced out so we get a good look. There goes number 9. Here's an interesting runner, Miss World. I think she'll have her supporters today as well. And she's also moving to post quite nicely.
Number 7, back at the George, Craig Zaki aboard. She's going down very well.
She looks like she's quite enjoying that. There's the 3 horse, Miss Marguerite. I know that MJ is quite bullish on Miss Marguerite. 5-year-old daughter of Master My Fate, Ashton Aries, jumps on board and has got quite a nice way turnaround. There goes number 2, Winter Rainfall. She really is a striking filly. Really attractive dark bay.
She is indeed. This is number 1, now ridden by Brevin Plyke. He's Dark Winter. Heading down to the start, Justin Snaith's runner. Nice and quiet. Always the goal. Pony's happy as Larry.
Yep, Pony's enjoying it. Look at the ears pricked and enjoying the little excursion out on Kenilworth's grass track. Yeah, number 8 is coming back into the parade ring. I believe they just need to put the blinkers on. So they're just waiting for the blinkers to number 8, which there you go. And Louis is going to join her. And then they'll be making their way onto the course proper and down to the start. Trip to Maputo, just getting her blinkers put on. So Vix, that's generally the field. We'll have a look to see how Trip to Maputo goes down to post. I know that Brandon Bailey was fairly keen on it, but maybe let's go to Brandon and find out what's happening in the betting first as well.
Thank you, Grant. Let's have a look at that market. I'll just wait for it to come up in front of me. I know that Babylicious, there's a bit of talk about Babylicious as being the right horse in what looks to be a competitive race. That is your favourite at 28-10, number 4. Number 9, Miss World at 6-1. 2, Winter Rainfall at 13-2. Number 8, Trip to Maputo's at 15-2. And the 1, Dark Winter, is at 8-1. After that, you're getting 9s and 10s about the rest. So very competitive. Vicky Babylicious has always been at that price of 28-10 as we watch number 8 go down to the start. She's got to have some sort of a chance. She's a lot better than that last run, and I think this represents the value at about 15-2 in the race.
Indeed. Well, let's talk about her as we move into the preview. She's obviously last time travelled to Fairview and ran on, but didn't quite get there. Run before that when she beat Miss World was very impressive, and I think if you just look at her, she takes on anything. She's game as they come. She's a tiny little filly. Well, I always think that she's tiny just because she looks that way. But she's very effective, Brandon. What makes you believe she's the value?
Yeah, listen, Vix, I'm going to put a line through that. That was on the poly track at Fairview. If I speak or memory serves me right, I think they moved initially that meeting from the turf to the poly. But she's a lot better than that. Nonetheless, it means nothing now. It's done and dusted, but this horse, she's got a particular ride, or she needs a particular ride. She'll be stalking the speed just in behind them, and one thing I can absolutely assure you is that she'll be coming with a storming run late. So at about 15-2, look, I'm not saying she's a good thing. The stable companion is probably the right one, being Babylicious, but if she gets the ride that she needs, Vicky, I'm telling you she'll be hitting the line hard. So please, punters, don't leave this out of your bets.
Do you think that Andrew Fortune's the right rider for number 4, Babylicious, just in the way that she, he almost just gives them confidence and they run all the way to the line?
Yeah, so when I walked into the track this morning, first man that I bumped into was Andrew, and he's already had a double. And he said to me, listen, I think Babylicious is probably my best today. She brings in some good form. From what I understand, her work leading up into the race has been fairly good. I mean, that form line's been boosted now with My Sensation winning a good race yesterday at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. She's just as honest as the day is long, Vicky, so it's very hard to find any...
Fucking suspended. Fuck off.
She won't be right there in the horse that they all need to beat.
She looks magnificent too. You can see there's lovely slow motion shots of her heading down to the start. I'm also I fancy her today. Number 3, Miss Marguerite. MJ, new colours, so just take note of the paddock backstage now. The owners of Miss Marguerite, she can hold her own in some good races.
Yeah, Vicky, I think at the weight turnarounds, Babylicious should not beat her. There's 3 kilos weight turnaround for the run to My Sensation. She's got a length and a bit to find for that. So purely on that, I don't think Babylicious can beat Miss Marguerite, and for me, I make Miss Marguerite competitive runner here, purely on that. And even with the run to... there's a bit of...
Outside they go with about 6 furlongs left to run in this Play Coral Racing Super Series for free handicap. And up front, it's Can't Stop Now from Ian Jardine's stable. The leader by 2.5 lengths. Right behind is Samba Star from the Linda Parrott yard. Then in third place in the yellow cap, it's Chief Man from the Mike Smith stable. Tracking this in the blue and yellow, Braces Current from the Charlie Johnston yard. The green colours track this one. Is C Regal, and then comes the favourite in the cheek pieces, Spirit of Acklam, who's a good 10 lengths to make up on the leader. Let's see what happens as they swing back towards us. And up front in the black and red, Can't Stop Now, who's going nicely, the leader by 2. In second place, Samra Star. Then in third place, the horse with the big white face, just been ridden along as Chief Man. Then towards the outside, Curran begins to make ground in the yellow sleeves. And now the favourite, Spirit of Acklam, is beginning to make ground against the running rail in those cheek pieces and seemingly full of running under Joanna Mason. Past the 2 pole, and it's still Can't Stop Now. But here comes the favourite, Spirit of Acklam, laying down a challenge. These two look as if they're going to battle it out. So, can Spirit of Acklam get to Can't Stop Now? Can't Stop Now is not stopping, and Spirit of Acklam comes up alongside and now takes over.
Look past is number 7 back at the George.
Spirit of Acklam, Joanna Mason is going to win it. In second place is Can't Stop Now. Well back to the third horse. That was Curran.
That she can come from off them, she can be handy.
I'll tell you what, that form from here in October at Ayr has been played out. We showed you it in Market Card where Spirit of Acklam was third and beaten half a length behind Can't Stop Now. Can't Stop Now's pulled his way to the front and he stayed in front for quite a while, and it's only in the closing stages that Spirit of Acklam has asserted. And second place, Can't Stop Now, has run a huge race, hasn't he?
Yeah, look how far clear he is of the rest, Gordon. Confidently ridden the favourite Spirit of Acklam. Just for a moment turning in, you wondered if he was just going to be a little... He was getting out, he was outpaced, but he quickly came back on the bridle, and Joanna Mason was oozing confidence, wasn't it? She looked like she was confident that she could pick up the leader at any point, but I have to say he has made her work, hasn't he? Because he has just continued to pour it on from the front. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? Can't Stop Now, because he pulled his way to the front.
Babylicious had her just
he
under 2
right
minutes
way through. They set strong fractions from the off, and he just kept going. Look how far he's come clear of the rest.
I'm still going to favour Babylicious ahead of number
6
the George. But Vicky, my phone's lit up. We got another match race, this time from the biggest White House in Clifton.
Where's my phone?
Robert Bloomberg has told me that he prefers Winter Rainfall to Trip to Maputo. I don't know if it's a smart deal taking on a top attorney, but I'll take him on. I think Trip to Maputo will beat Winter Rainfall, and I'll stick to my guns in terms of...
I'm going to be with Robert.
You going with Robert?
Yeah.
Look, talking about horses that need a particular kind of ride, Winter Rainfall's it. She's the one that does need to be sort of ridden a little bit quietly and you know, allow her just to show a good burst at the end, MJ.
Yep. She's obviously had a bit of a break. Last start was not a bad run at all, coming back from a layoff. Yes, Vicky, she does take a little bit of a certain ride, but JP is capable. He'll know what to do. She's quite flashy. I thought she could probably move down to the start a little bit better if you watched just a normal...
Money's come for Trip to Maputo, which is the Superfix.
You talk about this, the more interesting it gets. So MJ, commit. What are your numbers?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Miss Marguerite. Actually, you know, good value will be Miss Marguerite and Winter Rainfall Swingers and Exactors. Take those. I think they'll be reasonably go close.
I'm going Babylicious, Vicky, and I think Trip to Maputo will be right there.
There you go. They're loading. Don't ignore number 7 back at the George. Up to you, Alistair.
Thanks, guys. Interesting that house sizes in Clifton were discussed as much as Mr. Bloomberg wishes. He's not got the biggest house in Clifton. Not too many left to load. Trip to Maputo goes in. Worldcraft Miss World, Miss Marguerite, and Babylicious. Here comes Babylicious, just about ready, and away they go. Not a bad start for them. Worldcraft, after a long break, shows a little bit of early pace, a lot of early pace, if that. Miss Marguerite handy, then Dark Winter towards the inside rail. Babylicious, Royals also alert, and Miss World at the outside got into the race as well. Just over length away, Winter Rainfall being followed further back by Back at the George, and Trip to Maputo's out at the end of the field. 8-lane Sinners as they venture down the straight and head towards the halfway stage. Little over 600 meters left to run. Towards the inside rail is Worldcraft. She's right in there. Second place, and right alongside is Miss World. Then comes Babylicious, who stalks. Dark Winter inside rail. Royals is in the bright green sleeves and cap with Miss Marguerite. Further back to Back at the George, who's racing towards the outside. Winter Rainfall, Trip to Maputo nearest us. 300 meters out. Worldcraft is the one in front. Pounce now is Miss World, and towards the inside is Babylicious. Trip to Maputo nearest us. Back at the George. Further back to Miss Marguerite. Trip to Maputo is finishing hard. Miss World, Babylicious up the inside. Trip to Maputo with all the momentum, wins hands and heels. Trip to Maputo from Miss World, then came Babylicious, and further back at the George. That's a career best for Trip to Maputo. Louis Otto on the double. Candice Bass Robinson, the winning trend of this daughter of Trippy, owned and bred by the Drakenstein stud, nominee Gaynor Rupert. Hands and heels from last to first. Whoosh. Actually won that like a high quality filly. Trip to Maputo by 3 parts of a length. Miss World second. Her next win's just around the corner. Third, Babylicious. Then came Back at the George. Winter Rainfall was fourth. Then came Worldcraft. Good to see her back on track. Miss Marguerite. Further back, Dark Winter and Royals. Winners towards the left. Drakenstein, but the white cap. Has Louis even got stuck in? Question, are you there? And the response was instant. And here comes Trip to Maputo. From last to first, took her no time in doing that work. And she's lengthened like a horse who's got a few more wins to come.
Very few will argue that they were deserved winners of the league title, considering how their season panned out. And wonderful. You'll never walk alone. That's what it's about when it comes to the Liverpool supporters. And talking about these youngsters that are kitted out in their Liverpool kits and walking around the racecourse, obviously being brought here by their parents or whoever brought them here today. This is the starting point, you know, for these young kids. The fact that they come to the races, yes, they have other interests when it comes to sport and whatever activities they're involved in or, you know, hobbies. But the fact is that they're being introduced to this beautiful game at such a young age. It'll something that will stick with them, and you'll never know. If a handful of them, you know, take to the sport once they get older and bigger, it is a plus, you know, for the industry.
Absolutely it is. I mean, you remember your dad brought you.
Correct.
My dad brought me. Rahil Radhakrishna's dad brought him. Those kids that we were chatting to, and yes, they've got other sporting interests, they play sport at school, but you can ask them, what's Samanga Kumalo riding? They'll tell you. You know, what's Muzieni riding? They'll tell you. And that's what it's about. You're quite right. Bringing the family to the races, and it's brilliant. You're quite right. It's great, and they've even got a bigger smile on their faces because they love Liverpool.
Yeah, you know, once we're quizzing them about players, etc., like Yamal, who plays for Barcelona, and all the Liverpool guys, you're right. You know, our equine stars, our horses and our jockeys, and of course our trainers and breeders.
And they look up to them, D's.
Correct, especially the jockeys. I mean, these youngsters know all these boys, you know.
Correct, and that's what we've got to realise, that jockeys and trainers and horses, these youngsters and people in the game look up to them, because, you know, you're a golfer, you look up to Tiger Woods, I'm using a name. So they come to the races, they look up to Samanga Kumalo as using a name. So these are their racing heroes, their racing stars.
And I love it when they wait for the cap to be thrown out there, you know,
Yeah.
every time, you know, a guy wins and you got a cap to throw. Maybe, you know, some of them, our jockeys.
So again, I went too early on that race. once the money came for trip to Maputo, we knew I didn't make back even, well, small profit on what I put down there. I don't know if any of the others came second or third there because the results come in just too stupidly late. It's Kenilworth, right? So, Kenilworth. Like now, you're waiting for results. I won't get results. Fuck's sakes. Kenilworth, is it? So, yeah, results still not in. This is what you get. So I'm left hanging. It takes forever to pay out on South African races as well. Americans much quicker. Pluto 92. Gravel. Another running.
Second, Lady My Lady third. In fourth position, we have Fire Burst. Angel of My Heart back in fifth. A little bit awkward there with the yellow cap. And then on the outside, a runner Silky Jet. That race is about 5 lengths off them, 2 lengths Xena Rose. About to be homeward bound, greeting the judge and crowd, just on 4:50 to go. The Supernova Star has a length and a half to spare. Lady My Lady comes to the outside. Fire Burst is going to weave a passage between runners. The gap's big enough to go through. And here's where Fire Burst applies pressure. Angel of My Heart on the inside. Trying to close in Silky Jet, but Fire Burst past the 200. Xena Rose is running on from a long way back on the inside. Fire Burst, has she gotten away at the right moment? Has she? Xena Rose is coming very late. Too late. Fire Burst from Xena Rose. Then came Angel of My Heart. Rider had to stand up in the irons. Muzieni became the meat in the sandwich there. And then Silky Jet. Well, look at the yellow cap of Muzieni. You'll see Fire Burst to Xena Rose. We'll see more in the head-on, because there he's got to take evasive action. And he's lucky he doesn't come down. Well, look at that. I can imagine Muzieni's heart's now beating 200 miles an hour. But Fire Burst does it for the Mike and Matthew de Kock stable. Daughter of Fire Away. Xena Rose made up a lot of ground. So let's see the head-on replay. So, Fire Burst, black body, red cap, Xena Rose, and between them, Angel of My Heart, the yellow cap. You can see they're very wide apart at this stage. Now Xena Rose starts to drift slightly to the inside, and then Fire Burst, yeah, there we go. So, Fire Burst from Xena Rose, and then came Angel of My Heart. I don't see any further action going from there, but we will leave that to the stipendary board. Back to the studio.
Computer must be getting up. Just a minute. See also 88. 91. 85.
Let's have a look at the field for the final time today at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth. I'll give you the calendar as they load for the final race. This is the Hollywood Bets Bright Future Class 5 for fillies and mares for 1,200 metres. Number 1, Poetic Princess, down 1 to 441. Andrew Fortune rides for Candice Bass Robinson. She's consistent. She was beaten by the Country Championships log leader in the form of Electric Fields last time. She went to Mabeka and won her penultimate start. But we've seen Mabeka form is definitely worth the paper that it's written on. Number 2, Grow of Ice, down 2. Brevin Plakies now takes the ride for Peter Wrench to 455 kilograms. Her last run was her worst run. She comes back to earlier form. She got out of a place chance. Brevin Plakies overall is only claiming 1.5 of his allocated 2.5. 3, Cliffscape. Let's see how this 2-year-old goes. Big chance. Bit of a question mark at this stage of the game, being late April, whether the 2-year-olds are ready yet. Sean Veal rides for Candice Bass Robinson. She's the most interesting horse in the race. She either wins or she's unstarted. 4, Love Story, I think, is a bit better than the form she's putting together. Pete Stain and JP Funamava team up, weighs 445. Scratch number 5, Vivo Perle. Number 6, Black Path, +1 to 502. Ashton Harry's rides for Peter Wrench. I think this could be the absolute lurker in the pack. I think that even though she hasn't won in a long time, she's never really had the rub of the green. She's been a bit luckless throughout her rides. For lightweight, got time for her sneaking into the top 3. 7, Becky Sharp. We know she's not the easiest to run. Aussie Note on a hat trick. 4, Marshall Trains, up 10 to 466. Weirdly, I'm of the opinion that when she behaves worst, she runs best. Let's see if she behaves poorly today. If that theory is worth anything. 8 Stu's Girl, the form line earlier on not working out all that well. Candice Bass Robinson, Corne Orford team up with his daughter Danon Platino, who got away with one last time. Another stride different winner, 444 kilos, but she's worth a chance straight out the maidens, especially at this level. Nancy, the sign up, 14 kilograms, been off since November. Done 0 today. Joshua Solomon's rise for Des McLaughlin will need to improve. And then number 10, Try Me. This ridden by Keenan Stain for Pete Buerta, the daughter of Erupt, is down 6 to 451. She runs her best races down the straight here at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth. Obviously disappointed last time at the country course. Better than that. And also a lively chance. So that's the story. Race 9, 10 past 5 off time, 14 minutes from now.
Lucky last at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth. It's race 9, Hollywood Bets Bright Future Class 4. 1200 meters for fillies and mares. Number 1 is Poetic Princess. Andrew Fortune rides for Candice Bass Robinson. Obviously she won a maiden and B, but the last start wasn't a bad start at all. She certainly looks quite well in the ring here. Number 2 is Crew of Ice. Peter Wrench trains. Brevin Plaatjes now rides. He's picked up the rod. Not a very big filly, but she's pretty athletic and she looks well on the parade ring. Number 3 is the youngster 2-year-old filly, Cliffscape. Sean Veal rides for Candice Bass Robinson. She's very athletic. She's keen to get on with it. She's obviously had the 3 starts. Looks pretty professional and can't fault her coat at all in the ring here. Then we move on to number 4's Love Story. JP van der Merwe rides for Piet Steyn. This filly lost her form a little bit. She needs to return to her maiden form and she can be competitive. She looks pretty good. She's quite fit. Her coat is in very good condition and really looks quite happy. Number 5 is obviously Scratch, and then we move on to Black Path. Ashton Aries rides for Peter Wrench, the 6-year-old mare. She's ran a fair race last time. She looks pretty happy. Ears are pricked. She certainly does have a squeak here. We then move on to Becky Sharp. Oswald Noach, certainly in very good form. This filly looks quiet today. She can be tricky for Vaughan Marshall. She looks rather well. Definitely a change in demeanour for her, and she can be competitive here. Number 9 is See the Sun. Jasmine Solomon rides for Des McLaughlin. Can't fault her. Needs to improve on her current form. It's not much of it, but she can certainly improve on that. Number 8 is Stu's Girl, Corne Orford. She recently just won the Work Riders Race at Hollywood. Also not the biggest filly. She looks great, but she obviously needs to improve a little bit to be competitive here. The last one is Try Me. Keenan Stein rides for Pete Buerta. Didn't get beat far last time. She's on her toes. She looks a lot. I'd like to see the way this filly goes down to the start and make a judgment on that. And then Vicky's going to take them down to the start for the last race.
Race 9, you've got number 2, Grove Ice going down to the start. Brevin Plaatjes is a replacement rider, claims 1.5 of his 2.5. Number 3, Cliffscape, going down in a nice forward, confident manner. Number 1 is Poetic Princess. I think she's got a good chance here. Impressive canter down, good coat on her.
Yeah, it's a nice canter pass.
Number 8 is Stu's Girl. Candice Bass Robinson's runner. She's a very straightforward looking filly. Number 10.
10's going down a little bit heady.
Number 9 is See the Sign. They're all going down very well, to be completely fair. This filly, indeed, I know she doesn't really have the form, but on canter down, very good. Number 4, Love Story, going down slowly with JP van der Merwe aboard. Not really had her best her last 3 starts, but hopefully she can bounce back to earlier form. And number 7, Becky Sharp, the daughter of a fee from the Vaughan Marshall yard with Oswald Noach aboard, just trotting down to the start with the lead pony. And that's the way that she likes to operate. Number 6, Black Path, look at her. She looks very good jumping into action there. She normally shows a very good straightforward canter down. Ashton Aries aboard for the Peter Inch yard. As they stretch along. Very nice canter down for the last of the day. To remind you, number 5, Viva Palais is a scratching, so it's just the 9 runners to face the starter in the last of the day, which has been a lovely sunny day in the Cape, and hopefully will prove to be a competitive last race. Brandon, betting for the last, take us through it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Vix. The lucky last, the get-out stakes for many. It's been a tough day for punters, I think, on both fronts here and at Hollywood Bets Grable. But the good news is we're racing, Vix, and that's the most important thing, because I know the rain has caused absolute havoc over the last couple of weeks, so we'll take as much double headers as we possibly can over the next couple of days. 3 Cliffscape, your 22-10 favorite. She's actually drifted off the board. She opened up at 12-10. She's gone 22-10. Number 1, Poetic Princess at 33-10. Number 4, Love Story at 9-1. 7, Becky Sharp at 9-1. And after that, you're getting 11-1 and better. So no real money around for anything other than Cliffscape has obviously drifted off the boards. Vix?
Well, there you go. Drifted off the boards in the last race. I want to start off with number 1, Poetic Princess. I'll stay with you, Brandon. 1,200 meters. She's won over the trip. I know that was at Fairview, but look at the balance of her form. She's always in the running. She's always there. I know she's carrying the 62 kilos, but she was one of the best canter downs.
Yeah, so listen, Vicky, she's got to have some sort of a chance. Again, I'm going to say it, and I know it does upset a lot of people, but it is the way it is. I mean, it's a weak race, Vix. There's nothing to jump up and down about in terms of form line.
It's not a weak race, it's just a class 5.
Weak race, poor race.
But it's class 5. that's what these races are there for.
No, listen, and we need it. We need it. You need it for the owners. There's, unfortunately, we can't all be superstars. I mean, Grant didn't make it as one of the top sprinters in the country. Did you, Granty? Were you top 100-meter specialist?
Under 11 seconds.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
He battles in the battle court, though.
I had to give him some uphill. He's been giving me gears the whole day, but
it's been rather fresh for someone that got you that was all dead.
Correct. Well, he only got you at 8 o'clock this morning, but well done, Granty. I didn't know that you were a sprinter. I think as you've got older, you've matured into a proper stayer. But yeah, listen, I think, Vicky, when you have a look at this race, I'm going to probably lean towards a stable companion before I go with number 1, Poetic Princess. Just to answer your question whether I like Poetic Princess, I think she's got a place chance, but I do think Cliffscape is better than her.
Even though she's a 2-year-old taking on the older fillies.
Yes.
There you go. MJ, what's your take on the Candice Bass-Robinson runners?
Yeah, Poetic Princess. I think she got lucky because she won a maiden in PE, so rating 74, which is not bad, and she comes into these races. She got a chance here, Vicky. Carrying a bit of weight, obviously. Don't think she'll be able to give it away to the 2-year-old. She should at weight for age. The rule is what the kilos are, that Cliffscape shouldn't beat her. But she's younger, up and coming, and I think Cliffscape can give her a run for money. Poetic Princess will be in the first 3 up, I feel.
A tricky filly. Vaughan Marshall's got 2 fillies that do whatever they feel they want to be honest. There's no better way of saying it.
Yeah.
One of them is Becky Sharp, the other one's Little Miss Pink. But Becky Sharp, she's got a great turn of foot.
She behaved, or she looked like in the parade ring. Unfortunately, I didn't see her go down to the start, but in the parade ring, she looked magnificent. I thought she really looked nice. She's dropped down nicely into the rating, and I think she's a bit of value here. I think Becky Sharp is going to come and upset everyone here.
Brandon, did you give her a chance?
Yeah, I do, absolutely, Vicky. I think Aussie's obviously been in top form. You're good for some dinner tonight, that I can promise you. But I really think that this filly at about 15-10, 16-10 a place, she's got to have an undeniable chance. She ran 2 and a bit lengths behind Lucy Rocket last time out. Aussie knows her very well. I'm sure he would have done some work on her as well many times at Milnerton. So let's see. She'll be just off the speed and she'll be working into it nicely. Good place chance.
Number 8's Choose Girl, another one of the Candice Bass-Robinson's runners. I know that she won a work riders race last time, beating Johnny Drama, who actually hasn't quite stopped there. He's still competitive. Some of her earlier form, do you think that she could make it into the top 4?
Listen, if she wins this,
I'm too late for this one.
No, top 4.
Not for me.
No. MJ?
Maybe a quartet, John.
Too late.
She looks happy. Look at her. She looks pretty happy.
Left around the Coral committed to safer gambling handicap. And up front, it's Code Secret who leads. The sheepskin noseband in second place. That's Keep Warm. And the cheek pieces towards the outside. That is Orbital Chime. Then behind this, under pressure on the inside, but right there is Red Mirage. Then just on the heels of the leaders, looking for room, is Twilight Diamond. On the outside, in the light blue Camp Palatine has been driven along. Now Starliner, who was last early on, is beginning to make ground. Yasser is following this, and on the wide outside, Beatty is back. Plenty in with chances. They come down now towards the final furlong, and here comes Yasser in the pink colours. Red Mirage on the inside, but it's Yasser who comes through and wins well. Photo second. I'm going to leave that one to the judge, possibly Starliner, and also there was Camp Palatine.
He's done it again, really. What a ride there from Paul Mulrennan on a Jim Goldie horse. Jim's famous expression, ride him for luck, and he's done just that. It's really close. It's a three-way glow for second place. I can tell you that coming through for about fifth place looks like Red Mirage, but Count Palatine, Starliner, those involved for that photo for second, but Yasser has come through the pack. From
all there, 1, 2, 3. All 1, 2, 3.
But only one winner. He was well backed in the lead up to the race. There you can see just.
But I didn't back that one because it was strong and it's not a fix. I'm only backing fixes. And
ridden from luck. Yasser got the luck in terms of the splits. And in this kind of grade, with a good pace to aim at as well, then Yasser.
It's fucking boiling in here again.
On his day, and in the end, he's won that.
It's fucking horrible, I tell you.
Paul Moreno really.
The working conditions. It's fucking horrible. Shouldn't even be working. I'm not working for them anymore. They can fucking start paying 40 to 1 super fixes, fucking 28 to 1s. I don't think I am. Like I say, I don't know who's running here.
He's looking forward to around the country in the week. And
They don't say what race it is.
Thanks so much, Vicky. So they will start loading for race number 9 in just a moment.
Race number 9. That's going to be
Hollywood Bright Future Class 5 for
Kenilworth.
Over 1,200 metres. Yep, 3 more races to go at Hollywood Bets Gravel. After this, the lights will be in full effect towards the end. They'll be on now for the last 3 races. The first test drive of the newly installed lights at Hollywood Bets Gravel. Tomorrow racing is at the VAR Work Riders race meeting of all maiden plates. Those meetings are always good fun. Wednesday, Hollywood Bets Scottsville, standalones all the way through. Thursday's a public holiday. It's Workers' Day. Racing's Turfentine. Friday, racing on the Fairview Poly track. Saturday, right, start of champion season, Hollywood Bets Gravel, featuring the World Sports Betting KZN Guineas, World Sports Betting KZN Fillies Guineas, Independence and Saturday Drill Horse Stakes, which is shaping up to be a ripper of a race, and the East Coast Cup. Back here on Sunday, the World Sports Betting Legal Eagle Stakes, Hollywood Bets Kenilworth, the Winter Nursery and the Ladies Mile, and nothing next Monday. So that's how the next 7 days look on the local racing front. A few runners in, about half of them in now. Here's Cliffscape. This will be interesting. 2-year-old against Alders. Up comes Black Path. Love Story next. And the last one. Set.
Missed it.
There they go. They
Missed
racing
it.
away. Becky Sharp got an awkward start, and Stu's Girl got one to go along with and had to take evasive action. Poetic Princess broke out well. Grew a Vice handy enough. Cliffscape is also right there. Shows a lot of pace. Then Love Story, who finds the inside rail. Black Path not too far off the action. Becky Sharp took a hold. Then came Try Me. Stu's Gold won from last. And See the Sign is out at the end of the field and needs a lot of help. They went through the 800 meters area, and up in front is Cliffscape. Has the lead by a little less than 1 length. Poetic Princess, Red Cap second. Shares position with Black Path. Then comes Grew a Vice, Becky Sharp, Love Story, all racing in a bunch. Try Me races with 2 behind. Stu's Girl won from last, and See the Sign has never been all that comfortable towards the final 400 meters. Cliffscape, Blue Sleeves and Cap, Poetic Princess. Black Path got a lot closer. Then comes Becky Sharp in the blue and white. Love Story, Aquamarine. Stu's Girl inside. Then comes Grew a Vice and Try Me with 200 meters left to run. Cliffscape still confidently ridden. Becky Sharp trying to deliver. Then comes Love Story. Further back, Black Path, who can't win. Cliffscape is all out, pressed by Becky Sharp up the inside, but the 2-year-old won. Cliffscape wins. Second, Becky Sharp. Third got tight. Maybe just Black Path over Poetic Princess. No mean feat, this. It's at handicap level. She must be all right. Canford Cliffs is absolutely firing at the moment. And, well, if no one does it. If you don't sing your own praises, no one will. And the Racing Blast, the Cape Racing newsletter sent out. Pick 6 tip by...
Let's just have a rest. City of Poets, potential reverse gamble here. Makes me not want to go for La Karma.
And I don't think the other two are.
It's not a gold win. It's just a very. Well, it could be a gold actually.
Admittedly, but I don't think you're going to have to run to a really high standard as a newcomer to win this race. Of the pair with experience,
not a great return, is it?
City of Poets, to be honest with you, than El Karama. But yeah, take a chance with Alduri.
Alduri for both pundits then. El Karama 4 to 5. City
yeah, so it's between favourite because there's a reverse gamble on City of Poets. I'm not going to bother.
Over at Lingfield, where the final few getting ready to move forward.
And Bevy.
For this 4:15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7 runners. So yeah, Bevy could place. City of Poets is a big problem to me. The fixed La Karma should win, really, but there's no value.
Last couple moving forward.
Just Dance No More now. Chased along early on. La Karama started well, but so too. Alex, thank you. We're set to go. And they're off and racing. Jumping away then for the Get Race Day Ready Maiden Stakes race. A little bit slow to get going was Grand Harbour. Last of all and being chased along early on. La Karama started well, but so too did City of Poets, and it's he who leads narrowly from Lukarama, with Al Duri right in behind them in third place. Luzon Prince to the outside, and Bevy next, followed by Dance No More, and just outpaced seemingly Grand Harbour, 5 lengths behind them, toiling along. Up front, City of Poets leads by 3 parts of a length, with Lukarama sitting on the outside in the yellow jacket, passing now the 4 furlong marker. Al Duri is in third position. Just about everything else now being chased along. Certainly Luzon Prince is seemingly fighting a losing battle. Bevy likewise is driven along. Dance No More will try and improve. No signs of closing in yet from Grand Harbour. Up front, Lukarama trying to put it up to City of Poets, but City of Poets still travels well ahead of Lukarama.
Yeah, reverse gamble. It's the biggest mover in the race, that.
Al Duri's back in third place, needs to find 3 lengths. They're clear of Luzon Prince now, and up front, City of Poets from Lukarama, and in third place, Al Duri. City of Poets finding plenty enough here to see off Lukarama. Al Duri plugging on. City of Poets extending to go and win pretty impressively, really, by about 4 or 5 lengths. It was City of Poets who beat Lukarama. Al Duri, who in turn was well clear of Bevy.
It is City of Poets who stretches clear to score over at Lingfield, and it could have been called the winner from some way out as well. Got the big 2 in the betting against City of Poets off the bridle pretty early, and a stretch clear. And another good ride from Ross Orion there, John, who I often find in these sort of races, he seldom gets out-thought when there feasibly are only 1 or 2 dangers. He's often got his runner in the right place, and that's the case again here.
Oh, he's a very good jockey, isn't he? And this is the second piece of boost for that maiden, that first.
No wonder.
That's 2 winners from that race today. The second and the
is that?
Very strongly.
They're going down.
The first 3.
They're going down.
Surprisingly, according to the market, have pulled a mile clear for the remainder. And yeah, I was hoping for rather
Number 2, Sunshine Day.
Runner, given his form at similar types
Hudson
so far this
Gutwa.
spring. But the winner done it very nicely, and that continues now. That runner-up. El Karam to be an expensive one to follow.
Yeah, that's to settle for minor money once again. City of Poets 11-4, El Karama 8-11 favourite in second. The third was Al Duri, and they were a long way clear of the rest, as the betting did suggest, Martin. I just want to go back to something pre-race about this horse's breeding, Al Duri's. I just wonder, how does a horse like that end up here when everything about her suggests that she would go really well in the States, and even her run style there
on the eye.
would probably have been more suited to
the
sort of American grinding version of
the
dirt races rather than a real speed test.
1600.
But, I mean, you'll know more about this than I will, but it just looks like she shouldn't be here.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? I wonder if the damn Valdori is now a Chadwell mare. I don't know. That would be my sort of gut feeling, but I honestly don't know. But it is surprising, isn't it, that yeah, she finds herself here, because you'd imagine, given the breeding, that and the fact that the dam was a very
could be a
good
nice way to end off your day. Races 7, 8, and 9, and this is how the betting looks for race number 7. Horses that are in single figures or being not an active market at all, you Warren. Number 1, Greenhouse 10-1, 2 Sunshine Day, firm at 11-2, 3 Gibbs Race 10-1, 4 Beautiful Ronya 10-1.
Well, we won't give up on her just
5
yet anyway,
Princess Palace at 6-1, 6 is trading at 10-1. Number 7 Forward Motion firm at 4-1. 8 Alphabetti 7-2, and 9 Sparkling Jubilee that is trading at 6-1. So no action here, Warren. No movement whatsoever, but I suspect there's going to be some movement for this horse in shot. I was waiting to see her go out to post. She's got a beautiful stride. She is a filly that I think has taken some time to win her next race, and today could be the race for John Finlayson. Her name is Forward Motion. I'm going to tell you why. If you just look at her last start, Warren, where the average rating in that race, it wasn't the right race for her, that B stakes, 90. The average rating in this race is a 75, so she punched way above her weight. Yes, she was carrying a low weight with the claim 4, etc., but still, she had to run in a good race in order to be competitive against that type of quality, which she did with a positive ride from the young man J.C. Waters. And horse number 8 in shot there is Alphabetti, who we'll speak about next. next, but coming back to
Windsor
forward
Rico
motion,
mentioned that we've got the
now
extra
Give
place
Me Everything is a very,
offer
very
here, so
smart
if you are
horse,
looking to get
trained by
involved,
Dean Canamere.
real
I
scope
think it
for
was
some
3 in a
each-way
row.
value.
that she
Valshara is the
wheeled off last
7
time
to 2
out,
market
and
leader, 92
I
for Camera
personally
Shy.
think
Style
she's a
King's
feature
11 to
race
2 with
filly.
Thurso.
So this filly to get that
Ninth
close
up
to
against
forward motion,
10th
an
to 6
excellent
Rumble.
run.
Capola is 11.
Once she carries
12
61
to 1.
kgs, it's always
And bigger
down in class,
remainder.
up in weight.
Runners
I'll make her
are
the
all the way
filly
down to
to
the
beat.
start
And
for
you've
the
given me
opening
some
race
positive
at
comments on the
Windsor.
stable.
John Babb will be joining us for the Windsor and Nace card this
well-being
evening,
and
but
what
we've
they
given him the
expect.
first at
Let
Windsor off.
me blurt out
It's
the
not 'cause it
comments
looks
for
so
everybody.
joining us soon.
Lovely to have been contacted by
it is
the
tricky,
owner
John, isn't it?
of Give His
John
Grace.
O'Connell, that is,
The comment
John
there is that
O'Connell.
Give His Grace is in
It's a
great
tricky one
order
because,
for this race,
there's no
and we are hoping
standout,
that the
and at the
ground
same
has
time,
not dried
everything,
out too much.
pretty much everything
Because
in
the
the
wetter
race
the better
has
for
shown
Give His
something
Grace,
along the way that
and the
may
team
have made
believe
it
that
of
she will
interest
be
at some
knocking
point.
on the door.
But it's a 3-year-old
The
handicap
team
at this
lucky to have
time of
one of
year,
the part
and
owners
we
winning
don't
here
really
at the
know who's
races.
going to be the
It
most
was supposed to be,
forward
well, it
right
was a
now.
Thursday on Friday,
Where's your
but
pin
they've come to
landed here?
celebrate today. So Give His Grace, all is in good order. Princess Palace, let's read out Princess Palace. First 3 chance. First 3 chance for Princess Palace. The only worry is the soft conditions. Then forward motion has been clipped. Looks very well, and they're of the opinion that she will be
Stop
right
all this
there,
noise
right
because I
there
can't
with the
think. I can't think with that noise. Right, so in Greyville, I'm not going to have a bet because I'm tired. I've missed so many. I've missed hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth, and I keep saying it. I keep helping them, but I'm not going to do it anymore. It's got to change. It's got to change now. It's cost me hundreds, and what for? For what? They haven't even thanked me for their winners. They're fucking evil bastards. I'll find some good people. That's 1 in 100, if that. Alphabetti then is strong, and it's a fix needed. Forward motion is weak, and it's a fix needed. Both signalled. Stronger is Alphabetti. In fact, no. Yeah, Alphabetti. Oh, what's happened here? So Alphabetti is Superfix strong. So forward motion, like I say, he needs a fix. That's a weak signal. Alphabeti's coming back to weak signal now. So he needs a fix, so I'd more likely go with forward motion or Sunshine Day, which is a weak signal as well. Now then, any more? I'm getting tired, I need a rest. So really, it's, I think, forward motion or Sunshine Day. I've got to read Windsor first. And I'm rushing. So Valshahar is a goal each way gamble. Camera Shy strong. Style King strong. Thurso is strong, so it's one of them. M4 has caused all this. All gone strong. Dapper's strong. Just there's nothing. Weak signal. Sweet Senoritas strong. Very strong. Sweet Senorita. Kapala's not quite a reverse gamble, but it looks like a reverse gamble market with all these strong. Let's go with the gold. Horus reverse gambled, nice form, distance winner, 3rd last time. And then nothing for the rest. Oh, weak signals for strong, reverse gamble, some screen delivered.
Market leader Valshara, who is 100 to 30 at the head of affairs. Last chance to bet over at Windsor, with runners moving forward. We'll be heading back to Ayr and Lingfield for a little more. Nace joining the party just after 5 o'clock. Their opener is at 5.
4 left to go here.
5 this
Pillar is one of those.
Selections here in the studio. John O'Connell's with Valshara
as well.
Martin Dixon. It is Dapper Guests at 7 to 2 and 12 to 1 respectively here at Windsor. As the final few get ready to move in. We've got Cupola out of line. That one will move forward in due course. And we've got the market leader as well, Valshara, who is heading forward into that.
Is Pit Boss.
16 box, widest of all, over at Windsor.
Sure that it went into the wrong stall. I think he may have done. So Pit Boss is now in stall in 2, which is correct. Cupola into stall 4. So the Thames Hospice handicap, 6 furlongs the trip. Sure that it went into the wrong stall. I think he may have done. May still be Horus now in stall in 2, which is correct. Camera Shy as well. Cupola into stall 4. So the Thames Hospice handicap, 6 furlongs for Camera Shy. Cupola moving forward. May still be Horus out the back. So last 2 will be Horus and Camera Shy. Camera Shy with the as well. Hood on. Blindfold on for Camera Shy. So waiting while they work on Horus. And Camera Shy will be last in. So last 2 will be Horus and Camera Shy. Thames Hospice handicap gets us underway. 6 furlongs. Hood on. They're all set. And they're off. Racing over. So waiting while they work on Horus. 6 furlongs. Valshara was ordered away from that outside stall, showing speed closer to the rail. Is Pit Boss in company with Sweet Sonata. 6 furlongs. This is Style King, and also Distant Rumble. The grey step along takes a handy position. Just keen behind the leaders is Camera Shy. Racing over races on the outside of Cupola. Mid-division at this stage, Commendation towards the outside of the field is Fortaleza. With Sweet Sonata on the outer. Showing they make their way up the home straight with still Valshara. Towards the back, Sam Screen delivered as well. Horus races in midfield, so settling down. It is Style King in company with Distant Rumble, who fill the first 2 places at this stage. Horus just behind them, Sweet Sonata on the near side with Camera Shy, then Commendation. Valshara still towards the centre of the racecourse with Fortaleza. As Distant Rumble it is who's hit the front here with a furlong and a half to go. Distant Rumble has the lead. Sweet Sonata under the near side in company with Style King. Then behind these is Step Along. Valshara is still staying on. Distant Rumble's getting the wobble slightly. Been out in front for quite a while, but is still clear. A Camera Shy staying onto the near side running row with Sweet Sonata, but inside the last it is Distant Rumble, always to the fore. Distant Rumble it is who wins. Thurso runs on strongly and grabs second close home, closer for third. Valshara and Camera Shy from Dapper Guest and Fortaleza.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that. I've learnt something there actually. Get my money back for Valshara. I did. What's happened there? 9s, wasn't it? Sparkling Jubilee. None of the fixes. I think it's Sparkling Jubilee. I don't see a star on the. There it is. Sparkling Jubilee. 2 more at Greyville. Results then.
this was a good win. From the back end of the field, and a chance ride for Cole Dickens, and Di the Cock is on course. Diane owning this with Mr. Chris Haynes, and Matthew said possibly the most pressure for the entire afternoon is for this filly, and she's got it right, this mare. Under a very good ride, just patiently towards the back of the field, finding a good finish. If you were on number 6, you would have thought that is home. I've got the cash, but not to be sorry. 9 beating 6 will be the order of finish there in race number 7, and a good quartet to catch here because the fancied runners are no show. Number 2, Sunshine Day, was quite defended. Out. Alpha Betty didn't settle towards the back of the field. Out. 7 Forward Motion has managed to run 4th for quartets, but out of the PA, the Barport, and of course all the other exotics. So a good result for you. You'll get money here. Trifectas and quartets and whatever bet you've taken. Nice pickup ride for Cole Dickens, and he's delivered for Matthew and Mike de Kock. The stables on the double, races 6 and 7. Well done to all concerned.
I think Chris Haynes' home is probably about a half a kilometre up the hill here on the Berea, and he hasn't made it to the races. But well done, Chris. Congratulations. But who has made it to the races is Mrs. de Kock, Diane de Kock, and you heard from her son. The pressure's on, Mom's at the races, and we train her horse. They tell me, though, that she's a good payer. She's an owner that never moans, and she's certainly enjoying her win here, is Diane de Kock. So well done to the team, Sparkling Jubilee, and Setu has been given the check of 2,000 Rand. Well done, Setu. Hearty congratulations to you. The pleasure's ours. Absolutely, Setu. Right, let's talk to Cole Dickon. I say this with the greatest respect. I was chatting to one of your mentors and the stable that you ride for, actually, Mr. Gary Rich. And we were just saying that the winners are a little quiet. The horses are running well. A little quiet. Not quiet today.
No, definitely not quiet today. Happy to actually pick to win on a pickup ride. There's always talk on pickup rides.
Ethiopia Strangers, Tom Eves got a healthy break here, being followed by Sambona. Then comes Ziva Star, who tries to run on. Diamond Doom next. Down in the centre is Hard Lass. City of Strangers is miles clear. City of Strangers. Competitive handicap? I think not. Has won that most impressively. Perfidious.
If you have a look here, there's a lot of smiling faces, so there might be a few more.
Natsumi until dawn, then Genie Mateys, aggregates, Blue Jacket far side trying to get into it. Here comes the grey, the feminine urge after a poor start, and on the wide outside, Barmy Blades finishing off really well. Tees aggregates is in front. Here comes Barmy Blade and the feminine urge. Tees aggregates far rail. Barmy Blade near side and the feminine urge.
Tight finish, but she was
Beale Road further down the pack is far above Mary. Both Mary the Knight and Elementary charged with work to do as they head down towards the final furlong. Harswell Dandy on the right, down the near sides of Beale Road, Pastoral way up in between them, far above Mary, trying hard to finish off, but was a little bit short of racing room, going close home, near sides of Beale Road it is, getting up, Joe Fanning's only ride, scores on the new...
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Horses still right there is Nightbird, just behind them is Love Rock, followed through by Ellen Road Girl, trying to pick up, but inside the final furlong they come, Blue Zodiac tackled by Glamour Show, towards the far side, Nightbird is kept going, Blue Zodiac's finding plenty here for Callum Rodriguez inside the final 100 yards, Blue Zodiac will go on and score. It's a double for Callum Rodriguez. Glamour Show for second.
Chris, he's basically part of the family as well, so well done to him.
And thanks, Dees did mention it earlier to you. You know, we phoned a lot of the trainers and got some comments. Every bit helps. And
Ethiopia Strangers, Tom Eves got a healthy break here, being followed by Sambona. Then comes Ziva Star, who tries to run on. Diamond Doom next. Down in the centre is Hard Lass. City of Strangers is miles clear. City of Strangers. Competitive handicap? I think not. Has won that most impressively. Perfidious.
Nice young man, very well managed. So
she went
congratulations
from
to him.
Natsumi until dawn, then Genie Mateys, aggregates, Blue Jacket far side trying to get into it. Here comes the grey, the feminine urge after a poor start, and on the wide outside, Barmy Blades finishing off really well. Tees aggregates is in front. Here comes Barmy Blade and the feminine urge. Tees aggregates far rail. Barmy Blade near side and the feminine urge.
And congratulations Beale Road further down the pack is far above Mary. Both Mary the Knight and Elementary charged with work to do as they head down towards the final furlong. Harswell Dandy on the right, down the near sides of Beale Road, Pastoral way up in between them, far above Mary, trying hard to finish off, but was a little bit short of racing room, going close home, near sides of Beale Road it is, getting up, Joe Fanning's only ride, scores on the news.
Listening to Matthew earlier on.
Horses still right there is Nightbird, just behind them is Love Rock, followed through by Ellen Road Girl, trying to pick up, but inside the final furlong they come, Blue Zodiac tackled by Glamour Show, towards the far side, Nightbird is kept going, but Blue Zodiac's finding plenty here for Callum Rodriguez inside the final 100 yards. Blue Zodiac will go on to score. It's a double for Callum Rodriguez. Glamour Show for second.
City of Strangers, Tom Eves got a healthy break here, being followed by Sambona.
Yeah, who hasn't shown an awful lot in three starts so far. I think one of the other ones that went to post early was Inertia.
Once again, gave away
who has shown
stargazing
hasn't shown an awful lot in terms of what's in the form book, but is a filly that has got a bit of pace. She's just been far too keen in her races. He's been far too keen in his races so far. If he can find a way to settle and conserve his energy and race more economically, there may be some more to come from him. Perhaps the hood on for the first time here may well have the sufficient pacifying effect.
Scots Gaelic, Moon over Inverness, Luna,
Princess Palace is going along at a nice, decent gallop by a length and a quarter.
My strong point, Gordon, but it sounds pretty
Greenhouse at the Painton going towards the 900 metre marker. Sunshine Day.
That was a two-runner race.
outside,
which the
then comes
favourite
Givers
ran
Grace,
well below par,
Sparkling
but
Jubilee. And if
one
Alphabeti
at
wants to win
Newcastle
from
over
there,
5
she's got to do it the
at
hard
start
way.
was well
9 lengths
beaten
off the leader,
on
top to
handicap
tail.
debut, has got a
And
bit to find on
Princess
the form of
Palace
Jones
turns
himself.
for home with a length advantage.
He's actually one of the
Forward
horses that's proving
motion,
troublesome
hot
taking
on
forward. I
the
think he's
trail
just
and
coming forward now. You can
second.
see out of the
Then
left
we have the
there,
grey greenhouse towards the inside. Beautiful Rania.
Moon over
Then we have
Inverness and Gallic, almost proving troublesome to load.
Coming to the 300, Princess Palace. Konda Eko Kanyeni's running a race on the outside. Forward motion trying to get into it. The last 100, Konda Eko Kanyeni becomes electrified with Sparkling Jubilee. Sparkling Jubilee's flying going to get up from Konda Eko Kanyeni, who looked to win a 200 out. Then came Princess Palace, but Sparkling Jubilee came with that checkmate attitude.
All right, but he's just galloping down the track at the moment.
Just as one or two were still getting loaded, there was drama from stall 2. Kraken Thunder has burst out of the stalls, automatically being withdrawn, and that has been confirmed by the racecourse announcer John Penny. I think Amy Wolf's okay, and as you can see, Kraken Thunder appears fine.
Bred by
the catch him as he comes down past the paddock area.
He's certainly bolting down the
The
straight.
daughter of Oratoria comes with a scintillating late rattle. There you can see at the back end of the field was Konda Eko Kanyeni moved up a winner at the 300, and Sparkling Jubilee even had to switch out. She was going to go for a gap between Beautiful Rania and Konda Eko Kanyeni, and then Konda Eko Kanyeni and Sparkling Jubilee. They come together the last 50. And you see Konda Eko Kanyeni starting to drift, Sparkling Jubilee drifting, but came with a powerful thrust to get up in the last 2 strides.
Yeah, I think he's heading down past the far end, the horse box park, and he'll be coming past the Scottish National shortly. They'll be almost heading for the mile 2 start. There's your... He's probably thinking one of those is mine. There's the Goldie box there, actually, with the Johnny Delta colours.
He's off again.
Hopefully when he comes round past the paddock area, he'll get
He looks a little bit more settled now, doesn't he? I think he just maybe got a bit of a fright because he was bolting down the straight going. Hopefully he can catch him fairly soon.
It's never an exact science, this. The thing is, Ed, they won't be caught until they want to be caught.
And the way he's going, he might end up at the 5 furlong start again.
There's Jim there. Jim showed a nice wee side step there. Proud of that on the Strictly dance floor, I would think. I wonder if he won't go all the way back down to the 5 furlong gate. No, he's turning. There he is. So he's turned at the furlong pole. And like I say, the main thing is he does seem fine. And the saddle, considering he's gone under the gate, is still intact. The reins aren't flapping about too badly, so hopefully it won't come to any harm. And let's just see Jim's sons there, 2 girls from other stables. Eventually, I think he'll get tired of this game. Catch me if you can.
Well, we're tired, aren't we? Already so.
It's his first run in tough as well. He's had quite an eventful one.
He has. I dare say there may well be a small test coming up for him, but thankfully, from what we can see, everything else looks to be unscathed.
So if I hold your mic, Ed, you could probably go and do some hard draft for the first time in your life. Get your hands dirty.
I think even if that horse was walking towards me, Gordon, I'd be getting out of the way.
He's got a hood on as well. There's Jim. As I said, you never catch a horse going at that speed. The only way you'll catch it if he slows down and you grab the reins. But he's going in ever decreasing circles, so I think we'll have I think he's enjoying the cheers of the crowd, isn't he? Successful, yeah. This is not far. This is looking promising. So he's cantered down to the 5 furlong start. He's been loaded up. He's careered down track after coming out under the stalls, and he's probably covered, so that's what 5 furlongs come down, 5 furlongs coming back, the same again. So we're talking, he's had a fair shift.
Yeah, he's come up for 2 miles, hasn't he?
Other horses are behaving impeccably behind the stalls. I thought saw 1 or 2 being dismounted, but I think they've got back on. So you see Paul Mulrennan, sorry, it's Connor Beasley on another. Bungo's got his feet out the iron, so the other lads are doing their best to keep everything under the start. Yeah, I can hear him thundering past us. I certainly wouldn't get in the way. There was the famous incident, wasn't it, of Hayley Moore at Chipstow one day. She grabbed the horse and she was dragged along. It was a brave to do that. I think we would soon anchor them. At least I would anyway.
You could try, Gordon. I'll pass on that, but he seems to have taken a bit of aversion to the wing post, which he's done in 3 runs so far as well.
Horses are in the ring, and number 8 is being led around by Rasta. Rasta and his colleague, horse number 8, race 8.
In the last race,
Griffin Park for Matthijs Oudendal and Blaine Marks Jacobson. Gets 4 kilograms off, does Griffin Park. Karari out of a mare called Pin Turn for Hollywood Racing. Lovely that Dermot O'Connell's at the races today to come and see the action. And they've got Griffin Park, who ran a very good race behind the stable companion. One Irish Rover last time. It was 3 weeks ago to be exact. The blinkers were on. And, yeah, he will have a chance of conferring that improvement.
All's well. I think Amy's okay.
Have been there and thereabouts.
Pictures of Amy,
and yeah, Griffin Park would have as good a chance as any. Number 3 is Purple Powerhouse. Another Hollywood runner. And here's a horse that's been ultra consistent. He's banging at the door for that next win. Of course, he's never won at this course.
So luckily,
all 4 have been on
seems
the
to be
podium,
okay.
You know what happened earlier on with one of the right
seem
horses.
to have taken it pretty well. Nothing looks to be too wound up. And
will be a deserved winner of this race
We've got number 10
because he has been soldiering on after that 4th career win for such a long time. You know that the ability is there. You know that he loves racing and he will put in a solid performance. But in the confidence department, it's been 1,166 days. Tristan Godden has picked up the ride. It's been a day of chance rides with the guys riding in the Western Cape.
A very weak race.
But this horse, number 3,
Michael Dodd's 2 runners. The bungle hasn't shown too much in 3 starts.
Alison Wright's having a wonderful afternoon. She's had 2
interesting one, but no money at all was Wee Mary, who's had
I think
just the 2
Hollywood,
runs for
racing. They have a very
Rebecca
strong hand
Menzies.
here.
Showed quite well first time. Perhaps
and
did too much too soon before being run down by a gambled on winner at Southern, and then put a line through the last run at Wolverhampton Court, reared up at the start, lost all chance. So
is Victor Rail. Now,
I thought there might be a wee bit to work with Wee Mary, and was perhaps an each way
type for Mr. Seated
angle into
Governor.
this race, but
And I've been following him. I went for him in his last start. He ran 4th to 1 Irish Rover in the race that was where Purple Powerhouse ran 2nd. He looks well, the stable's well, but he's been 3 times on the course for a blank.
The main concern is the drop back to 5.
Penalty, that's statistics from earlier on.
But the way she went through that race, the way she broke out the stalls and had a number of
on his last start, there was money for him.
One
Irish Rover was just too good on the day. Our last one was over 1,000 metres, and having watched the way he was finishing off,
if she
this
jumps
is his
as alertly,
distance. 2 of his career wins have been over
unless something
1,000
like
metres.
a handicap deficit,
the quicker
like
they
another
go,
bungle, unless the
the
head
better
on inertia
suit
has a
him.
really
Number 4,
positive
Victor
effect
Rail.
on for horses
Or he
like
can
that.
be ridden
This
forward.
very
It all
much
depends on
doesn't
how they want to go.
a
But
race
Alison
that all
Wright, I
revolves
mentioned
around
the
six
Hollywood
races.
racing.
Pastoral
Salts
Way
have a
and
strong
Wee
hand.
Mary.
Right, this isn't signalled, this one.
I think there's only a couple left to launch.
It's fixed.
Will it be a surprise to see her do the same here with her 3 runners? Numbers 3, 4 and 7. I think she could dominate the world.
It's not signalled. The ones that are signalled here are Favourite and Strong South Bank. But this is a fix. SUPERFIX is this. Now, I don't like backing SUPERFIXes that aren't signalled.
They're all in standby.
Dr. Manfred Rover earlier on, and
one horse rearing up. Wee Mary is rearing up, and again.
Should have asked.
Oh, drama down at the start today.
Oh,
rearing
God.
right up.
Oh, fuck.
Just trying to get over the top. So Kaya's jumped off the side, and let's just see. They can't start at the moment because the jockey he's going to try and get back on, or is he? Starting stall handlers are there. Dramatics down at the start. This is Wee Mary in stall 6. I think she's been taken out. She has. They're going to go without Wee Mary. He's going to try and get back on, or is all happening? They're off. Just 7 runners in this delayed fourth.
Oh God! There's only 7 runners for payouts, you bastards!
Sheepskin noseband of another bungle. This side, Luna and Ibia Nish. I think she's been taken this one. The red cap is Auntie Joe. The red white stripes of Balmy Blade. Behind this one is Pastoral Way in inertia. Is the back marker. 2.5 furlongs left to run at the halfway stage in this Coral Confined Cup. And up front in the sheepskin noseband with the green-pink sleeves, another bungle. On the right, that's the favourite, City of Strangers. And on the left in the green hoops, that's Luna Inbia Nish. Then about 3 lengths away in third, under pressure, Auntie Joe. On the far side of that one is Pastoral Way. Coming down now towards the final furlong. And here comes Luna and Ibia Nish to challenge another bungle. On the far side, it's City of Strangers. Getting closer is Pastoral Way, but it's Luna and Ibia Nish, which means Moon over Inverness, and the horse is going to win, and win easily. 3-way photo for second, possibly another bungle, but I'll leave that to the judge.
Luna Benaish is the winner there. Moon over Inverness and Scots Gaelic. A huge price for Jason Hart and Katie Scott. Just follow them past the line. Number 5's finished second. That's another bungle with third, number 6, Pastoral Way, and the favourite, the hot favourite, Ed, only in 4th place, City of Strangers.
Yeah, a strange race before.
Also led forward is South Bank. Libra Tiger first of the pair to go forward. Here's South Bank. Just 10 high and General Assembly, the last 2 to go forward. Here's just 10 high.
I'm actually on one at a big price. Oh my God.
So we're over 6 furlongs this time, and all 5 runners are now safely in. And they're off and racing. Nice sharp start from General Assembly to lead the field in the early stages. Libra Tiger to the outside. Just 10 high is directly in behind those, and on the rail races South Bank. And just 10 high, just having to take back into 4th place with only Coco Bear in behind. So General Assembly attempting to dominate from the start. Under Ross Orion round the bend, 4 furlongs left to go, with Libra Tiger to the outside and South Bank travelling nicely and strongly behind that pair. Just 10 highs up on the outside of the group, and Coco Bear still at the rear end of the field. Coming down deep inside the final 3 furlongs. The turn for home on shortly then. General Assembly still leading, showing plenty of dash this afternoon. In second place, Libra Tiger, followed then by South Bank. They're both ridden along. Just 10 high. It switches to the inside. Been patiently ridden, now trying to attack. Back marker is Coco Bear up front. General Assembly just 10 high, trying to get that challenge on the far side, running rail and inching closer. Heading down inside the final half furlong. General Assembly and just 10 high. Finish of the afternoon, nothing to choose between them. A close one. Just 10 high on the rail, and General Assembly, tight finish. South Bank was back in third.
Yes, that is looking beaut. 50-ton winner, small stakes out for another fix. 28 to 1. A few races back. 2. Guess not. Misload. And what easy that as well, isn't it? But nothing here against his favourites. It's all about the favourites. Sorry, Fantasy World, gold each way gamble. Fantasy World, gold each way gamble. 5 o'clock Windsor.
Winter with the blanket on and just taking a moment or two. But looks
just on 50 each way, I'd have been clear, wouldn't I?
Waiting for
on each.
Archimbolo as well.
I'm playing by the rules just now.
So Fantasy World just waiting for Alfie D, who's heading into stall 3. D-Day Major Winter is safely in stall 1. So Fantasy World, Bijou. Behind Bijou is Al Shababi. They are the last 3. Fantasy World moving into stall 2. mile in. Last one. Al Shababi. All set. They're off. 1 mile, Archimboldo was a little bit slow into stride, showing inexperience. As well out, Special Gaeth in the blue and white colours, now Shababi is soon to the fore. Bizou moves forward on the outside with Alfie D, Fantasy World in the dark blue colours with the hoop. D-Day Major Winter is keen on the inside of Pom Pom, and then towards the back, the white-faced Chelsea Old Church with Archimboldo's got past another of the debutantes, Moonlight Bomb. So on the bottom bend, Special Gaeth has the lead. Bizou is in second, Al Shababi in the white jacket in third. Alfie D comes next ahead of Fantasy World and Pom Pom. D-Day Major Winter, Chelsea Old Church, Archimboldo and Moonlight Bomb. So making the turn back towards home, Special Gaeth is leading them past the halfway stage. Bizou in second place outside the leader with Al Shababi. Alfie D races third with Fantasy World on the running rail with the white cap. Behind these is Pom Pom on the outside of D-Day Major Winter. Chelsea Old Church making a little bit of ground with Archimboldo as the leaders now make their way across the intersection. Special Gaeth out in the lead. Bizou in second place, Al Shababi in third. Alfie D, Fantasy World on the running rail. Travels okay, just needs a little bit of luck. Then behind these, Chelsea Old Church trying to get involved. Special Gaeth with now Bizou being strongly ridden as Al Shababi angles out to chase the leader. Fantasy World comes next ahead of Chelsea Old Church, who continues to run on. Special Gaeth out in the lead for Callum Shepherd. Al Shababi, Mark Bond tries to deliver the challenge. Gaeth under the near side. It's Al Shababi who's proving the stronger on the run to the line. Al Shababi off the mark for Tom Marquand. Beats in the second place Special Gaeth. In third was Fantasy World. Fourth place for Bijou, just ahead of Alfie D and Chelsea Old Church.
Going to improve fitness-wise for the run.
We were in actually Fairy House that day. On O'Neill's filly of Jabra Abdullah's won it on that occasion. She won quite impressively. I think there's more on his plate though today here with a couple of newcomers. But if you go down through this, a lot of the newcomers you'd imagine
will improve maybe for the run. I think London, it's a big name. London will fit into that category. She was a short coupled filly by St Mark's Basilica, but she looked like she was carrying a bit of condition. A homebred, she looks like she will come on for the run. Quinn's Charm, we didn't get to look at the Cracksman daughter of No War, the family of Peaceburg from Mike Mulvaney, but they're nearly all loaded. Donica O'Brien's Cape Stunnion will be one of the last to load. Let's see if we can unearth another minding.
Yes, a couple of more left to go in. Paddy Toomey's filly there in stall 11. She's a little bit green when Billy got up on her in the parade beforehand, but she's in the stalls and she's nice and relaxed. She's coming out of stall 11. Daughter of Van Way.
Where is it?
Hodgeny continues to be very popular.
It's nice.
The fireworks of the breeze upsells. Looks like they're nearly all in. Trying to get up to Jerry Hannon for opening race. The Irish Stallion Farmers European Breeders' Fund Fillies Maiden.
All appeared in. And they're off in the first race over the straight 6, the EBF Fillies Maiden, well into stride, simply astounding in the purple and white. Close up over the far side is Luna Bow, followed by Struck by her and Salacious running fast in between horses, followed the end of the first furlong and a half by Cape Sunion. And then Quinn's Charm with nudged along Gasworks Wall, followed by Kensington Lane, and then Queen of Newark in the stripes, Canova, the grey is Sunday River with the final couple, London and Glitter and Glory. Heading for the halfway stage, and it is Lunabo over on the far side, fractional leader. From in the centre, one out from the rail, is Salacious, and then Simply Astounding. Not much between the three, tracked by Cape Sunion, who's in a bit of a pocket and now angled over this way with less than 2 furlongs to go. And Simply Astounding has gone to the front, followed through by Cape Sunion, and then Salacious. Fading is Luna Bow, followed then by Struck By Her, but the leader is Simply Astounding. Simply Astounding and Ryan Moore stretching on from Cape Sunion. In third is Salacious, and up to the finish, it is Simply Astounding, containing Cape Sunion to score by a little more than a length, but coming from third from the back, Glitter and Glory.
Simply Astounding gets off the mark. A first time of asking. She was one of the standouts in the parade ring. She's regally bred, and she's won very well indeed. Her dam Minding won her maiden number 6 furlongs before going on to win the 7 Group 1s. But plenty to digest out of this, including the second horse who was caught in the pocket for a long way.
Well, the second horse was, and the third horse, Glitter and Glory, is flashed home, but we'll deal with the winner. She broke smart, she got a lovely position. It was a very uncomplicated ride for Ryan Moore from stall 7, but it was easy to ride her because she travelled everywhere. There's nothing not to like. You could say, you know, these are newcomers, question the opposition, and time will only tell how strong the race is. But you can't knock anything about the performance. She jumped smart, she settled without much cover, and Ryan was in a luxurious position that he was able to keep Gavin Ryan locked away there behind Salacious for as long as he needed to, until he wanted to go and press the button. Now keep an eye on the pink colours, because Donncha O'Brien's Kensington Lane in the orange colours on the outside is running all over the shop. Bounces off Queen's Charm, and Shane Foley has nowhere to go, only wait and come around. Meanwhile, the race is developing in front of him, and the race is gone. He eventually picks up third. Donncha's and Gavin Ryan, Cape Sunion switches out, but I think the winner is quick and smartly. He's given her a few reminders, but she's pointed her toe well, and for a filly first time, she's run straight and true.
She has indeed, and look at the grey filly of Paddy Toomey's the newcomer as well. Blinkers on, first time of Havana Grey. She's ran all over the place too. She got plenty.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Good sellers. I just miss loads of big prices like this. I'm sticking them. I'm still telling small stakes, but it's about 100 each way. 6.5 grand back. 28 to 1 earlier. I only had 5 each way on it. 28 to 1. Fucking shot. I covered it at least. And I missed again. 30 times money. It's just been that busy. I've just missed. Supposed to be doing 100 on each Goldwyn favourite. And they've just been coming in for days and days and days. Just fucking crazy how they're coming in. Very few losses on Goldwood favourites. Yeah, should have a 10 each way and 28 to 1. 28. Superfix at least. Superfix at least got a 10 each way. And the double stakes, 20 each way. 2 Superfix 1. 4.5 to 1. 8 to 1 I missed. Just put a thing in group now because they're going to have to start putting tenors on. I mean, I shouldn't have given that 28 to 1. I didn't give that one. So to organise with them. All 16 people would have put tenor on, and they'd all owe me £600 each, or 16 people, before they get the next bit. And on Facebook, it says who's seen the post as well, so they're going to have to pay. If they haven't seen the post, well, maybe the mates, and they can sell information on, do whatever they want, as long as they pay me.
20 runs without a win. Hasn't been in great form over hurdles recently and again on the flat, so I can't really see him as a likely winner here. 2 for the Gutters, a potential winner. A couple of wins at Hamilton over similar kind of trips last spring. Again, finished behind Flying Scotsman last time. Again, that race was another one. He was another one that wasn't suited by it. So with that run under his belt, he might step forward. But I'd be really interested to see what Agathon can do here, because that was much better last time, and the drop back in trip might just be what's needed.
Here's Derek then with the lucky last.
And they're off. 10 runners over 1 mile and 5 furlongs, a complete circuit of the track here at Ayr in the Coral Cup. And we've got a real close race on it as they go away from us. Let's see who's going to take them along. Up on the outside, here comes Glasses Up in the blue-white cross belts. The favourite's going to lead them towards the back straight. In second place is Vampire Slayer. Third in the chevrons is Foshan. Fourth on the inside running rail in the pink and yellow is Agathon. On the outside in the cheek pieces, that is Stand Strong. Tracking this in the McManus hoops is Flying Scotsman. Behind Flying Scotsman comes 2 for the Gutter. On the outside of that is Crystal Guard. Then the blue colours of Neddy's Boy, and the back marker is A Gear. So that's the order as they sweep into the back straight with 1 mile and a quarter left to run. In the Coral Handicap, the last race of the day here at Ayr. And as they go down the far side, the blue with the white cross belts of Glasses Up. David Allen, the favourite, leads. Right behind in second in those white with the green sleeves is Vampire Slayer. And then on the inside in the cheek pieces, the blue colours, that's Foshan. On the outside in the black and red hoops cheek pieces, that Stand Strong. Then the sheepskin noseband against the rails of Agathon. Another sheepskin noseband in the green and gold hoops, Flying Scotsman. Against the rails in the black colours, it's 2 for the Gutter. Behind this one on the inside is Neddy's Boy. Then behind Neddy's Boy towards the outside, we've got Crystal Guard, and just the back marker as they go towards the back, as the bend at the far end of the track is A Gear. So swing out the back straight, 5 left to run in the Coral Handicap, and still the favourite, Glasses Up, who's won 8 times here at Ayr. The old timer is still in the lead. I wonder if anything can get past him today at his favourite track. In second place is Vampire Slayer. Third, going well on the inside, is Foshan. Fourth on the outside is Stand Strong. Then behind this, going nicely, is Agathon. And behind Agathon in the hoops is Flying Scotsman. That's the leading 6. Behind that one, a gap of 2 for the Gutter. And behind 2 for the Gutter on the outside is Crystal Guard. Then comes A Gear. And the back marker is Neddy's Boy. So all to play for as they come up the home straight. Half a mile left to run. Glasses Up. The favourite has the lead by 2. The green sleeves of Vampire Slayer. Here now coming on the far side in the cheek pieces is Foshan. Now the pink and yellow quarters of Agathon begins to make ground smoothly. Stand side in the cheek pieces. Stand Strong is right there as well. On the heels of the leaders, 2 for the Gutters trying to get into it as well. Here they come down towards the last furlong and a half. And on the far side, Agathon. In the green sleeves, Vampire Slayer. This side we've got Glasses Up. And then behind this one under pressure is Stand Strong. Here they come inside the last half furlong now. This is going to be close. Vampire Slayer just getting his head in front. Glasses Up is coming late. Glasses Up, Vampire Slayer. Photo! We've got a photo in the last race of the day. That is one for the judge.
Should have gone for it.
Very, very tight. Has Glasses Up got a record-breaking 9th win on the flat here at Ayr, or has Vampire Slayer hung on? It favours this side with the heads up, heads down, doesn't it, Ed? This side, Glasses Up.
It very much does. I'd expect him to be called the winner. That looks pretty clear-cut to me, Gunn.
Yeah, which means that Agathon, the gambled on Agathon, is in 3rd, and Stand Strong takes 4th place.
Can't remember seeing a race, Gordon, where a horse has hit the front in Agathon.
Here we go. He's won. Glasses Up for the Jolly Beggars and Mike Smith and David Allen. A double today for David Allen. Mike Smith will be overjoyed at that. The 10-year-old wins for the 9th time at his local venue.
He does, and he's deserved it as well. And on recent form, you have to say that wasn't a surprise. But the point I was going to say, I can't remember a race where I've seen a horse like the leader was headed by Vampire Slayer, who was then headed by Agathon, who then got re-headed by Vampire Slayer, who in turn got re-headed by the winner. So we'll watch that through, but I think that's how it played out. But Glasses out in a race where...
Well, I should have been on that. That was the fix.
He's bounced out under David.
I didn't have enough time. I'm just getting tired. I didn't have enough time. Fucking hell, this one. Look at this. Fucking hell.
Winning time.
It's too much racing.
And it's about 10 seconds slow in standards, which was a bit of a stop-start pace.
So once again, Gordon, winner in front, run-up in second, smooth travelling horse in third, and not too far off the pace as well. So look, Glasses up in front here. I think he gets headed here by Jason Hart's ridden Vampire Slayer, who's going for a treble. In turn, he's then by Agathon, who once again, like he did at Nottingham, moved through the race very smoothly. Again, a further drop in trip for him, going back to 1.5 miles, maybe 1.3 miles called for, because he's moved through the race like the likely winner and then just been headed by two horses who've seen the race out more strongly.
Yeah, they can see stay on quite nicely, but both stand strong. And
no, I missed it. I missed it
at the right time. The 9th win here at Ayr. His 9th win from 43 visits.
And is that a new record, Gordon? Radana's got an excellent record here as well, but that might be. He might be close to become the winning most horse here in the modern era. We'll have to check that.
We'll have to check that. Glasses up anyway in the end. Vampire Slayer finishes second, and Agathon is third.
Missed it. I missed Glasses up. I missed this now.
Place.
Too much fucking racing.
Then comes Francese.
They're all coming in and I'm fucking missing them.
Hornblower.
And get the fucking out.
In 5th, sharing that position with Saturnalia.
World's most powerful horse racing method.
Ireland is next.
More powerful than any profit-making machine ever.
Fustic as they now race.
More profit than
down the hill.
Commodities. More profit than crypto.
Still the back marker. 3 furlongs from home.
Missing hundreds and hundreds of points profit.
Squeezed along to go chasing. Calanth has got most of these under pressure. Can Holly Doyle hold on for another win today? Francese's back in 3rd. King Carbo comes next, and then Hornblower.
Fix this Calanth, but I haven't fucking backed it ever.
Calanth cuts the corners, got a 3-length lead, but still over a furlong to last home. Calanth on the outside, Royal Pleasure looking awkward, but he's staying on perhaps best of the rest. He goes past Darvell into 2nd place. It is Calanth from Royal Pleasure who's charging home. Calanth from Royal Pleasure. Calanth, Holly's done it again. Calanth last home from Royal Pleasure. A gap then, and a big gap at that to Francese and Hornblower.
Returns 58. What an idiot. It's the fix I left off because I haven't got enough time to fucking do the maths and put them in. Idiot. Fucking idiot. 2 in a row missed. Meant to be each way, them other two. Probably didn't come each way anyways. Probably fucking would have lost. Fucking thing. It's too late. Too late. Too fucking late. Fuck off. Fucking thing. Race every 5 fucking minutes. Loads more. I've got to keep fucking shit together. Fucking stupid. I'll be losing that, or I've just made. Fucking bastard. Race every 10 minutes now. Money for Bondi is quite strong. Hercules is a goal each way gamble. Bastard. Two small stakes. Still. Beyond even Crimson. One day. You couldn't believe. How many? Superfix landed. There's nothing loose. There's any race losers. I've got them. And I've final code when they runners. It's amazing. Now Mr. 548 Nurse.
Better race from now on. Obviously, the 85 top weight here, but she's going to have that sort of a mark herself. Now, I would say she's going to be going up at least 8-10 pound, I would think. So she's going to be running in much better races. But there's plenty of good fillies handicaps for her during the season, and maybe even going against the males, I would think, on that performance, because she looks a strong filly as well. So she wouldn't be out of place in against the males. But very dominant performance. Whether it was draw related, I don't know, because the way it didn't really work out. I thought Glorious. I don't know whether they tried to sort of hold on to her with the blinkers on there first time or not, but she didn't show a normal fast early pace, and the race didn't really develop on the far side as I thought it was early on.
So we head to Wolverhampton next. While we wait for the full result, remember it was 5 places. Also, William Hill put up an offer before we go to Windsor. Tycoon to win that 6 o'clock at Windsor, and the Epsom Derby at 66 to 1. It was 80 earlier this morning to win both those races. It's now been clipped into 66. Now we go to Wolverhampton, and Wyvern went out early and looked absolutely immaculate and tremendous. But be mindful, this is an amateur jockey's handicap, class 6, 4-year-olds and upwards. We're going over 1.5 miles of furlong. 13 runners for the contest, and Simon Walker rides Wyvern at 3 to 1. Royal Observatory at 4, Trusty Scout 11 to 2, Annalie Lass at 13 to 2, Master of Grey Goose at 15 to 2. This one, there's 13 runners. There's enhanced place terms.
Unique Journey. It'll be a race. It is. It's a super fit. It's
through the amateur riders.
It's the Gold Each Way Gamble Landed Unique Journey. It's the Gold Each Way Gamble Landed,
that might be,
and I've missed it.
Plan in this,
again. How many am I going to miss today?
At Wolverhampton, and John, you were keen to see the race, to see how it run, see Wolverhampton, to see how it run, but obviously you felt an amateur jockey's race isn't.
I'm only just starting to get on them properly.
But you've got.
I'm not getting on them properly if I'm missing them, am I? I'm doing stuff. I'm talking to other people, but I should be making money.
When you come to amateur riders, you look for the amateur riders that are doing exceptionally well or historically are very good.
Yeah, he's more in the twilight of his career now, but he's still.
That's over. Why is it saying next race? That
there was a time when he rode in every single one. He was just everywhere. Not quite the case so much nowadays, but he's still a good jockey booking. Obviously, only he's moved from Stuart Williams to Patrick Morris, and he has had that one win with Patrick when he just won a very, very close photo up at Newcastle. I wouldn't say he's particularly well handicapped. He's pretty well exposed. He's not the easiest horse in many ways, but I suppose he's consistent. This is his trip really as well, which is a question mark for a few of these. You do get this a little bit in amateur riders races where they almost run irrespective because the amateurs want to ride, so they find a horse, the yard finds a horse for them, and even if it's the wrong trip and the wrong track, they still turn up. So it does make for some funny cards sometimes, and there's a few of those in this race, probably running it slightly further or certainly slightly shorter, like the likes of Trusty Scout, for example. He'd be a classic example here. One that might be of a little bit, that seems to be a fairly big price, is Mr. Trick. Now, he's been ridden by Bradley Furness, who's got plenty of experience, but strangely, he hasn't ridden for 2 years. Well, he hasn't ridden in public in a race for 2 years, but he's ridden in a fair few amateur riders' races back in 22, 23. So, and he's not a youngster who's just appeared on the scene at the age of 17, like so many do in this sphere.
Yes.
And obviously, I would say he's almost certainly riding work at Ian Williams' yard, and the horse has got form at this track, and I don't think this trip will necessarily prove a problem. He's been a bit of a tricky ride at times, and I think he's well named, but he knows his way around. He's not on a bad mark. I'd small each way on Mr. Trick and hope that the inside's running okay at Wolverhampton because he's drawn in stall 1.
Would Annalie Lass be another one that's running the correct trip? Because I know you're chuckling away. It's just that it has a value gone because I know it's 7's into 11 to 2.
Well, I mean, I think you've always got to pay a bit of attention when Peter Nevin sends one down this far.
Right, so what we're talking about right now, so I've got 2 strong selections here. One's nearly a gold each way gamble there. I've got a weak signal for Trusty Scout. He's a problem because nice form there. So I've got strong for Royal Observatory and strong for Annalie Lass. Now, I've got weak reverse gambles. It should be an handicap. Yeah. Weak reverse gambles, signals on change of fortune and sense of entitlement. So I'm going to go 5 each way on the strong ones here. Royal Observatory and Annalie Lass. Should have been on the last one, 10 each way. Gold gamble landed. It's another £80 odd. I've missed. I really have. I've missed an extra 1,000 over the last 2 days, and look what the people have done for me in return. Nothing. So no more for them, costing me money. No more. No more. And YouTube don't promote these kind of videos, gambling videos. I don't know how I'm going to get around that. How you tag it or whatever. Someone's got to know, haven't they?
Well, still to go forward.
When's the next race? Because it's non-stop tonight, I think. I think there's 3 meetings on, is it? 1, 2, 3 meetings on.
And And then Wyvern, Bondi Man still to go, but most of them are in.
What happened to the last at Grayville? Oh, the last two missed. They'll be fixers. They'll be fixers.
Sulella waiting to go into stall 6.
Very few that aren't fixers. He's fixed as fuck abroad. Worse than Ireland.
So 2 left.
Worse than UK. I mean, and just everywhere. Just everywhere. All you have to do is just be patient and wait for it.
So all of them set to race. And they're off. A couple of slow starters. They're Royal Observatory and Al Sul Ella to a slightly lesser degree. It's the download the Race Day Ready app. Amateur jockeys handicap over the extended mile. Faster B going fast on the outside of Mudlahim into the first turn. These are 3 lengths up on Sense of Entitlement. King of the Dance, Red and Black, the outside. Wyvern is then following in 5th place, just ahead of Mr. Trick. They're very well stretched out already. There's another 3 lengths to
Fireburst,
Grey Goose.
the Fix, Gold, Win,
2 more lengths
Gamble won that.
Annalie Lass. Royal Observatory.
A Fix won that. Sparkling Jubilee, 11 to 1.
First to last as they enter the
Where's Grayville?
and run towards their last 5 furlongs here. At the front, it is Mudlahim to in 2nd position, Faster B and Remy Morgan. Remy just taking a look across. On the inside, Sense of Entitlement and Michelle Bryant following, with King of the Dance, Jessica Llewellyn on the outside, Simon Walker and Wyvern next, just in front of Mr. Trick and Bradley Furness. A gap then to Master of Grey Goose, Royal Observatory as they take the left hand, and then Trusty Scout, Bondi Man, Al Sulella, Sophie Dobson trying to move forward. On the outside, then Change of Fortune and Annalie Lass as they run inside the 3. So they went a pretty hot-looking pace early on here. On the outside, Faster B just nudged along now. Mudlahim, King of the Dance, is waiting with Wyvern. Sense of Entitlement is losing positions. Master of Grey Goose and also Royal Observatory improving around the outside of Mr. Trick, and then Trusty Scout. They turn into right. King of the Dance pressing Mudlahim. Faster B on the outside. Royal Observatory, the out, just keeping Master of Grey Goose in. Wyvern is trying to squeeze through. Mr. Trick over on the far side, heading towards the last half furlong. King of the Dance with on the outside Royal Observatory after the slow start under Lauren Frost, coming through to win it. From Wyvern in 2nd, Royal Observatory to Wyvern, King of the Dance in 3rd. Then Trusty Scout running on for Mr. Trick and Master of Grey Goose.
Money Princess. Right. Where's the results? 350. Reverse gamble, was it? Let's reverse gamble. The Valley Princess won. So that's fixed. So wow. 5 o'clock. me. Evergreen. You better start paying, lads. Fucking Mr. 72 gold each way gamble. Superfix here. Favourite though. Fucking favourites. Can't stand them. When they lose at this kind of price. Said I'll start backing all gold win favourites. It is not quite. It's 49 now. What does 100 get you? 44. No. Not risking it. Reload strong. Rec local strong. Glazier's strong. St. Maur's weak. It's a non-handicap in it. Favourites likely to win. No bet. Take a time out. Can watch it though. When's next? 6, 10. Right.
Looks happy enough.
You can watch it.
And Tycoon Player is in. John T's got a handler to assist as Murano and Lemurian both head forward. Once Lemurian is in, we will be over halfway through loading. 5 of the 9 having taken their places in the stalls.
It's fucking massive, absolutely massive.
Next up is Glazier.
UK race that came in. Last 3 races that I missed. Just listen to this. Jockey to 1 again. Fix 11 to 1.
St. Maur's about to move in as well.
8 to 1 fix straight after. I missed a 7
local
already.
Watches on from the back
and
moves forward.
A big one earlier.
For his debut.
And then a 12 to 1.
And the last one, I think, is going to be 1 Million Dreams.
And they're going to be putting 50s down.
You've got rocking and rolling going on in the stalls.
100 down for me.
And they're off.
You can have the fixes
a mile and a quarter in front of this field of maidens who leave the stalls. Lemurian is racing keenly in the white jacket. Tycoon moves up with Murano through the first quarter mile, and Tycoon is going to go straight to the lead. Tycoon it is who leads, from in second Murano, racing in third place the white jacket of Lemurian. They're being followed by Glazier in the green colours. Wider out is John T, who'll sidle over shortly to come and slot in, possibly in second place. Fourth place belongs to St. Maur's, and then making ground 1 Million Dreams. So Tycoon leads John T in second place, and then Murano before handing third. St. Maur's is fourth, ahead of Lemurian on the inside, 1 Million Dreams in the stripes. Debutantes side by side. Glacier showing more inexperience than Relocal, who's moved past her at the moment. Right at the back is Skamea. So out in the lead as they're making the turn, approaching the halfway stage. Tycoon out in front, John T in second, third Burano Murano from St Maurs, 2 lengths back to Lemurian, 1 Million Dreams, then Relocal, and the last 2 are Glacier in company with Skamea. So Tycoon moving round the bend and beginning to turn that head for home, has the lead and has been able to steady it down round that bend, stacking them up with John T on the outside of Burano Murano. Just trying to back through the field. Relocal's just trying to get a bit of racing room. He's rather penned in at the moment as Tycoon breezes past the half mile. Tycoon leads John T. Burano Murano. 4th place for St Maurs. Behind these Lemurians. Still Relocal just rather held in, but now they fan out. And ridden now out in the lead is Tycoon. Has the advantage. That advantage is still a couple of lengths. Over in second, John T. Behind these in 3rd place is St Maurs. Relocal towards the outside is now clear, or in the clear, but not really picking up. Out in the front, it's Tycoon who continues to lead. That lead a couple of lengths from in 2nd place and still pushed along is John T. Then behind these, staying on is Skamea, who's come from the back of the field. Tycoon's having to work pretty hard. Is doing it well enough at the moment as they make their way up towards the line. And it is Tycoon. Lands a double for Oisin Murphy. Close for second between John T. and the fast finishing Skamea. They were away from St Maurs and Relocal, who know more next time.
A lot of strong ones here around. This is a gold gamble I've put in. Strong ones are Noble Nation, Stag Knight, that's about it. Cuban Grace. No, no. Wrong one, wrong one. Is it? Okay, wrong one. No, 50. Here's the ticket. Can only do Facebook. So I can see who's seen the tip. I don't know. One place. Spoken. Follow me as I get on. Can hear. Who is online at the time? Live stream. Time. Look.
Yes, well, Gerald Leary in the top two in the market has gone the way of Love Billy Boy. Shane Foley had to sit, suffer off the back of 2 good runs, but he's come with a well-timed challenge. He's just got up to deny what looks like Maltafine on a 3-way photo. Laugh a minute also involved.
It does look that way. Now, this horse has been unlucky in his previous starts, and he tried everything to give this race away here. He needed an experienced, strong jockey. That's what got him home. Watch from stall 12. It was not plain sailing if you were on this horse. He's come off the bridle early, and we'll see where the race was won and lost. But Little Queenie goes forward, as does Cuban Grey, as we expected. They went forward, but we didn't expect that Verhoeven would drop in. Stag Knight was stand side, and despite getting a slow break, the Highway Rat actually got himself into a decent position, Kevin.
Yes, he's disappointed me, the Highway Rat. He hasn't stepped forward as much as I thought he would off the back of that first run. See, Stay Sound Susie, 4 blondes, they've stayed over to the far side. But Little Queenie in her seasonal reappearance, a ground that wouldn't be to her liking. She brought them along a good gallop at Cuban Grey. We were worried about the trip might stretch Cuban Grey back in second. But here is our winner, who's now off it. Shane Foley gets a backhander into him. He's following Billy Lee up along the inside of the stand side rail at this stage.
Yeah, 2 to run. I thought the writing was on the wall. He needed to get out. Mickey the Steel gives way and he gets a little bit of room, but Maltafino travelled better. Laugh a minute up the centre of the track, looked like he was coming with a run. Disappointing from Noble Nation, who couldn't sustain his run. But under a right-hand drive, Shane Foley's mount is hanging quite to his left. I thought at this stage he was going to go through with it, and then for a moment I thought he was going to hang his chance away, but he eventually gets his head in front, but he was hard off the bridle for the best part of 1/4 mile, and that wasn't simple, coming from the stand side over to the middle to make his manoeuvre, to make his run. You can see how he's found himself unlucky at times. He's not the most straightforward of a ride, and I thought it took a good ride to get him home.
Stake 150 to win 190, unless the, like earlier, the gold each way comes in as well. Okay, okay, I'll look into it. Okay, I'll look into it.
So starting to load, Captain Palmer has gone in first into stall number 5. And then William Marshall has gone into stall 9. I Want My Time With You will go into 3. And then Thornbush. Thornbush is bound for stall 1. Dream Angel, the one newcomer in the field, just having a think about going into stall 11, but she's in now. Le Pellerin goes into 2. So 6 in, 6 more to go. A Mythical Isle, Gordon Norse. Out of line. Mythical Isle has gone in now. Then Gordon Norse. Oh. Waiting for Eagle Strike. Lucky Lucas, Juno Star, and Lexington Jet.
It's all about the favourite now.
Lucky Lucas.
Eagle Strike's gone off. Gold Gamble. It's now just strong. Juno Star's coming. Gold Gamble.
Gordon Norse, 8 to 11 now. Did touch as short as 8 to 13. Lexington Jet is backing away. Juno Star has gone in. So Lexington Jet is the only one that's out now. And they're putting blindfolds on him. Lexington Jet almost there, but backed out once more. And Lexington Jet is in now, so they are set to race. And they're off in the Get Race Day Ready restricted maiden stakes over 7 furlongs. William Marshall and also Gordon Norse away quickly with Juno Star in the orange. The white and green Le Pellerin on the inside then of Eagle Strike. And in company with those is Captain Palmer, blue and pink. Lucky Lucas is very wide on the course. The first timer in yellow, Dream Angel, is well back in the field, just behind I Want My Time With You. Thornbush is towards the rear as they've completed their first 2 furlongs. The back pair Lexington Jet at this stage in company with Eagle Strike as Lucky Lucas leads under Gina Mangan on the outside of William Marshall. Juno Star is on the inner to the outside Mythical Isle, orange on the sleeves, and then the strongly supported favourite Gordon Norse running in 5th position just ahead of Le Pellerin and Captain Palmer as the field about to run inside the 3 here. Now punched along is Lucky Lucas at the front. On the outside is Mythical Isle and James Sullivan going to challenge first. Juno Star is waiting. William Marshall, Gordon Norse to the outside. Callum Rodriguez having every chance from there. Then Le Pellerin and Captain Palmer away from I Want My Time With You and Thornbush. So into the home straight, running towards the last furlong. And now Gordon Norse has taken over very readily and starts to stretch away from Mythical Carlisle, Juno Star, Captain Palmer, Leigh Pellerin running on short of room, but this one is far too good for these. Gordon Norse, about 6 or 7 lengths in front, has absolutely taken them apart. Second, Captain Palmer, Juno Star third, Mythical Isle home in fourth.
Should have gone for it, favourite. Oh, sure.
John Babb. This race is shaping up with Promethean at the top of the market. Very well supported, and there could be value elsewhere. Did you see value elsewhere, or are you with Promethean?
He's one of these where I think he'll win, but I think it's a strange track for him to come to, for a horse that's often ridden from deep in the field. And wins I generally want to be betting horses that are ridden handier, but he's a Class 2 handicapper, basically running in a Class 4 race here, because he's shown he's well up to running in Class 2 handicaps, and he's one that looked as though he was going to land a race last year. You'd expect him to land a race in the spring and autumn of last year. It didn't quite happen for him, and then his last run of the season was, you have to say, it was pretty disappointing behind Laffey. He didn't finish the season off that well, but he's come back. Obviously, the young Enzo had the ride on the first occasion with the hood on. Now we've got Tom on, so I'd expect he'll get the job done, just because I think he's the classiest horse in the race against some fairly exposed types. He's a 4-year-old and an unexposed one still, to an extent at that, and he's running against a bunch of 7- and 8-year-olds, 6-year-olds who've been around the block 20 times. And some first officer, I just wonder whether the ground's right for him. And if you had to go for something, I'd probably take a chance with Fast Steps, with a sheen on for Rod Millman. Obviously, he's ridden the horse plenty of times before, he knows the horse, but he'll almost certainly have him in a position. But whether he'll be fit enough to win today, I don't know. Silver Gun would be another one on fastish ground for Marco Botti, but Marco Botti's horses, although they're running okay, he's not really knocking out too many winners at the moment. So they're just horses that might hit the frame in behind. Probably Promethean will probably win, but not a horse I want to back, because he hasn't got the real profile for the track. If he was a prominent racer, I'd be all over him at 5-4, but to be honest, if he was a prominent racer, I think he'd be odds on.
Fitness Monday night handicap. First officer on the left-hand side with the white face in the red and black colours, one of the first to show. Fast Steps moves forward as well. Early pace not that strong. Wider out, Zia Mara is front rank. Promethean in white and green, just moving forward into roundabout 4th place at this stage. Morcar wider out, Expert Witness on the outer of Fast Steps and Silver Gun. He's a Latico with Ocean Heights, the back marker, and just racing a little awkwardly early, just preceded by Robbo. So they're making their way towards the bottom loop, crossing over the blue and white colours of Zia Mara with First Officer and Morcar. Fast Steps tracks them with Promethean. Expert Witness drops into 6th place with Silver Gun Keen on that one's inside. 2 lengths to He's a Latico, half a length then to Stable Companion Robbo, and last of all into the bottom bend is Ocean Heights. First Officer and Zia Mara share the lead. They're 3 deep for 3rd place. Promethean on the inside. Towards the outside of the field is Morcar with Fast Steps. Then Silver Gun, who's ahead of Expert Witness as they corner. He's a Latico, comes next. So out in the lead, First Officer by half a length from Zia Mara. Right on their hammer now is Promethean in 3rd place in white and green. Still the pace yet to pick up. Fast Steps and Morcar. Then the grey towards the inside Silver Gun with Expert Witness. Robbo, he's a Latico as they to the outside, then sit behind these, heading towards the last half. So making their way towards the intersection.
Is
being pushed along on the outside. Zia Mara, Promethean. Now it quickens, is also being ridden. Towards the outside is Morcar, Expert Witness, and Fast Steps. Can he ride here from First Officer David Egan? Sat and waited. Now he's gone for home. Promethean in 2nd place. Morcar, Expert Witness down the outside. First Officer still leads Promethean. Morcar, Expert Witness, all coming with their challenges, and Silver Gun on the wide outside as well. Expert Witness with Silver Gun on the outside. They're going for the line together. It's going to be on the nod. Expert Witness.
Promethean, Morcar, Expert Witness.
I think may have just beaten Silver Gun with Morcar in 4th place, and they were on from Promethean.
With Silver Gun on the outside, they're going for the line together. It's going to be on the nod. Expert Witness, I think, may have just beaten Silver Gun with.
Shouldn't have bet in that race. Shouldn't have bet in that race.
Place, and they were on from Promethean.
Well, Hoylesy said a canny ride there. He
shouldn't have bet in that race.
Steady in this early stages, David Egan. He didn't end up the winner. He's come through. I think he's finished 4th in the end. Expert Witness was a beneficiary, and Silver Gun, who was in the slipstream of Expert Witness, is the one that's come 2nd. But that was the easiest way to get Promethean beat. He wasn't comfortable at all going that sort of pedestrian pace early doors there, John Babb.
No, he wasn't. And maybe the ground might have been slightly a bit quick enough for him as well. And it's a curious commentary. I know.
Yeah. He shouldn't have said something like that. It was a canny ride because he hasn't gone on one. He's finished fourth.
I thought he mentioned Promethean a few times as challenging about a third note when it wasn't.
I thought I was watching on about a 25-second delay or something, and I wasn't hearing looking at the right race. I know I'm watching a bit behind, but I actually got that one up on a stream. That I thought, what's going on here? Because for me, he's one of the best commentators in the game. He's calling First Officer and Promethean. I'm thinking they're not even in the first two. But anyway, the race was developing out in the middle of the track and away from that rail. The First Officer, another horse that probably wants softer ground, given a great ride by David Egan, given every chance, but got up and down on the spot the last furlong and a half, and will probably strip fitter for the run, and probably want to say probably run better when there's a bit more give in the ground. And you can probably say the same for Promethean as well, but. Silver Gun, good run from Marco Botti's horse, hasn't quite done it. Races with his head a little bit in the air. But he's not a bad sort on this sort of ground. Yard just could do with a couple more winning without just running well, and it'll be a bit frustrating for them at the moment. But Expert Witness, given a great ride by David Probert, he's taken advantage when those on the inside looked at one or two were locked up, and probably just took advantage at the right time in the race, really.
And John O'Connell, your thoughts on that race as a whole as it developed?
Yeah, Promethean seemed to be stuck for waiting for room from some way out, but when the gap did appear, and it was too late then anyway, didn't really do an awful lot. But like John, I definitely got the impression that the favourite wants to go back on slightly easier ground. Good to firm times here tonight in the first three races. So the action has developed towards the far side. Promethean, it's not gone for it, but I probably wouldn't give up on the horse back on easy ground if and when the rain ever comes again.
Yeah, that is a worry, isn't it? As much as many people are looking forward to with a very warm week, and that is the problem. It is a very warm week, so when is the rain coming for our mud lovers?
William Hill Racing Radio has been bringing you coverage of UK and Irish horse racing for nearly 25 years. We've brought you some magical moments like Frankel blitzing the field in the Guineas, Cotto Star winning his 5th King George, and Sir A.P. McCoy riding his 4,000th winner under rules. Now, from May the 1st, for you to enjoy the next 25 years, we need something from you. William Hill Racing Radio will be going behind a login, so to listen to us, you'll need to have an active William Hill account and to have had a bet with us in the last 30 days. We want you to continue to be with us for all the thrills and spills of this magnificent sport. So if you haven't yet, make sure you get a William Hill account now to continue to listen. From May the 1st, you need an active William Hill account and to have placed a bet in the last 30 days.
It's 2 days.
So it brings us to Nace, which is next up for us. And looking at this contest, well, we've got a short one at the top of the market. My mate Alfie has been very well supported into 10 to 11, 2 stars, 2 to 1. Big Gossi at 6. And then 16, so Yoshi Betson at 22, Unexpected Issues 50, Escaping the Jungle at 66. 7 runners because number 6, Magical Vision, doesn't go. You mentioned earlier we were looking out for a run of a particular horse because 2 stars was going to be coming up shortly. Here we are with 2 stars.
Was a speedy juvenile, but definitely went forward last season. In the end, rattled off that end of season hat trick. Although they were on decent ground or just ground on the easy side, so it wasn't autumn soft ground or anything like that. Showed good form at the Curragh. Talking of the Curragh, that's Big Gossi's track, isn't it? If you're going to have a cracking record at one track in Ireland, you might as well make it the Curragh.
Yes.
They have enough good races over there, and Big Gossi. He's got loads of form there. And I see no issue at all with my mate Alfie, but I'll probably just play 2 stars, maybe a bit of value against it. 2 stars for Fozzie Stack has got the fitness on side. A 5-year-old, a year older, he's actually got fewer miles on the clock, and he won a maiden a couple of years ago as a 2-year-old. Sorry, as a 3-year-old actually. He didn't race at 2, but he got going last season eventually. But he closed out the season in good style, winning at Dakar. Got beaten at Doncaster in a handicap when he came over here last day of the turf season. But he won at Dakar over 5 furlongs. He's a keen going type, but he does tend to finish his races off all right. So I'll probably just about be with 2 stars, given he's got the fitness on his side. Interesting to see where Escaping the Jungle goes, because that's almost certainly going to take him along. That's a real speedster. Shouldn't be good enough to last home, but from stall late, I wonder where Wayne Lawton will take him, whether he'll try and come over to the near side or just come maybe just about on top.
Fozzie Stack, the trainer, 3 winners from his last 5 runners. That's the trainer of 2 stars. Last one's going in. Let's go to Nace.
One more. Big Gossy. White flag. Dead 7 over 5, the Anglesey Lodge Equine Hospital Woodland Stakes. It's listed 2 stars taken on by Escaping the Jungle, being followed by Betson, my mate Alfie in mid-division. Changed, Escaping the Jungle, Black Jacket, matching strides with 2 stars, inching close to my mate Alfie, Lisa Yoshi with the back 3, Betson, Big Gossy, and a little break to Unexpected Issues. Less than 2 furlongs to go, and it is 2 stars back in the lead from my mate Alfie, who's picked up the chase and trying to close the gap. So Yoshi is next. Fading out of it is Escaping the Jungle. Then Betson, Big Gossy hasn't featured, then Unexpected Issues, but it is 2 stars holding off my mate Alfie as they run up towards the finish. It is 2 stars and Joey Sheridan by a dwindling half length from my mate Alfie. Running on from last to the 3rd was Unexpected Issues as 2 stars proves himself at stakes level in the Woodlands.
Yes, a really good performance by 2 stars. He stepped up into listed company. As we said beforehand, he's trying to do this season what my mate Alfie done last season. I was slightly concerned about the ground. I was quite strong on this horse's chances when the ground was soft, but I just started to get a little bit cowardly when it turned to yielding today.
Well, out of stall 4, he travelled like a dream, and if you were a supporter of his, you were comfortable for much of the run. He was beside my mate Alfie, and my mate Alfie's finished off his race really well. Wayne Lawson was forward on Escaping the Jungle, and he's eventually your pace angle from stall 7. Big Gossy's in behind. He just was caught a little bit flat-footed over this distance today. And Fozzie Stack, while he'll be absolutely thrilled to get the winner, I'm sure he'll be thrilled to see that Unexpected Issues got up to take Black Type for 3rd, so listed place for her, so double result for the yard. But yeah, Joey Sheridan oozed confidence on this horse. He's an improver. Today's only his 10th career start for the 5-year-old, and he's a fine big scopy horse, and he's hit the line well, as has the 2nd, encouraging a run on seasonal reappearance for my mate Alfie, but today wasn't his day.
No, it was not indeed. First time over the trip though. He's run a cracker. 2 stars had the benefit of that run under his belt, and my mate Alfie was giving this lad £3 as well.
What the hell is wrong with people? I'm gonna have to start no betting them until I get a better picture, more pack. I know what I'm looking for now, and if it give it a week over hundreds of races, and we'll see if that holds true. So I'm just kind of studying that now. So I'll no bet every race where it's affecting the market so much as to reduce the price of nearly every horse, which that one just did. So I had no rights. Anyway. So this one, yeah, very strong favourite. I've gone 4-leaf fix, which is strong each way. Kill Teal. I want to bet. I do really want to get in betting big. If I'd have done that today, I'd be 15,000 up. I mean, come on. I had to leave Grayville because the race were late and they never caught up. They didn't intend to catch up. So just didn't know with the timing when the next race was. Nobody helping me, telling me when they're starting loading. Nobody helping at all, ever. Now, there's 30 points in winners in the last 3 races all hit on the fix and SUPERFIX, and the SUPERFIX is just, you can't believe. I mean, I should be back in the £1,000. I will be as soon as I can. £1,000 each way on the SUPERFIX alone. I'll go as high as 100 on the signal fixes, like this one is. It'll probably place behind the hot favourite, this one. You never know. I'm getting really hungry. Really hungry. I've got nothing here. Shit. Why I keep clicking on that? I've had about enough tipping. I've had enough. I made them. I know that guy's still in that made 12 grand out of me. He's probably on 30 grand by now. It shows is why I need to stop there and just bring people from here.
Is in front, Invincible Storm to Tiana Rose in the outside. On the inner, the black and white silks, that is California Fling. Hype Merchant is following, racing on the inside of I Follow Rivers, the old rival from Chelmsford at the beginning of this month. They're currently in 4th and 5th, and they are followed by Sharon Curley and then Ardilly Breeze. And Ardilly Breeze just in front of Freedom Bay as they come past the 3 furlong marker. Kilteal is still at the back. So Invincible Storm, Ryan Kavanagh pushed along to Tiana Rose. And then California Fling on the outside. I Follow Rivers is now shaken up with, on that one's in a Hype Merchant, but Invincible Storm showing a lot more than he's done
nowhere near.
Into the home straight.
He's at the back.
Towards the last furlong and a half. Invincible Storm.
What is he doing pulling him up there? What a ride! Rodriguez!
Get between the pair is Hype Merchant.
You fucking idiot.
On the outside, coming home powerfully, sweeping through to lead Invincible Storm. 100 yards left to go. I Follow Rivers in front. I Follow Rivers to Invincible Storm. Hype Merchant. And
I think I'm just going to bank the money now. Who's not TV off? Right, he's not informed, so why is he on him? I don't know. Maybe he's got something arranged. Usually has. Let's carry on. £10 stakes. excuses, that. Everything, I tell you. This works. Right, I've got strong Queen's Company here. No, it's now weak. No, it's same bookies, look. Betfair on the left, Betfair on the right. How can it be? For Queen's Company 11th. Right, it's caught up. Right, strong each way. And Spirit of the Bay strong each way. Weak signal for the fix. Reverse gamble, 50-1. Three. 4, 8.
halfway through loading. Queen's Company, next one in. There are 3 left to go forward. First of those is What She's At, who goes in, which leaves us with Maundy Thursday and Kinetic. Maundy Thursday goes forward. Last one in, Kinetic. All set. A little bit of activity in stall 5, What She's At. Standing better now, and they're released from the stalls. Way they head, just rousted along was Forest Spirit in the early stages. What She's At jumped alertly and sets the pace early on. Kinetic being ridden more forward this evening on the outside of Cherry Cola with Dibble Dabble and Maundy Thursday. Then in 6th place is Spirit of the Bay. Forest Spirit, having been encouraged along, is at the back with the very keen Queen's Company as they spin the first turn. Pace is not that strong at this stage. It's being set by What She's At, head of Kinetic band tracking the leader. Cherry Cola in green and white, wide on the track is Spirit of the Bay in the red, white and blue. Maundy Thursday's pink cap, the grey is Dibble Dabble, and the last 2 Forest Spirit and Queen's Company sharing last place. What She's At leads. Spirit of the Bay has tacked over to sit in 2nd place as they enter the bottom loop. Kinetic races in 3rd, within 4th place Cherry Cola, then Dibble Dabble ahead of Maundy Thursday. One from the back is Forest Spirit, and last of all Queen's Company, who keeps just being a little bit keen despite being the back marker. Up front, keeping up with the Magpie, is What She's At, leads by a length from in 2nd place Spirit of the Bay. Kinetic in 3rd place on the inside of Cherry Cola, 5th for Dibble Dabble. Maundy Thursday is in 6th place, and behind these Forest Spirit, and last of all remains Queen's Company. Passive outside the leader Spirit of the Bay, although the leader just had a jink there round the bend. Kinetic tracks in 3rd place, just ahead of Cherry Cola. Dibble Dabble comes next. Maundy Thursday, Forest Spirit, and still at the back is Queen's Company. Pace yet to really increase. Out in the lead, What She's At. Kinetic just looking to move off the running rail. Dibble Dabble will have none of it. Daniel Muscat trying to hold him in. Meanwhile, Cherry Cola makes ground up the outside. So battle is joined now. Cherry Cola on the outside of Spirit of the Bay. Kinetic and Dibble Dabble still just behind the leaders in 4th and 5th. Kinetic tight for room. Then behind these Forest Spirit, Queen's Company towards the outside with Maundy Thursday. It's Spirit of the Bay who's the first one to commit. Kinetic challenging on the left-hand side. Then Dibble Dabble towards the centre. Cherry Cola, Maundy Thursday and Queen's Company right from the back. Spirit of the Bay, Kinetic under the near side rail is now just about alongside. Dibble Dabble trying to join in. Kinetic, Spirit of the Bay hanging tough. Dibble Dabble still there. The 3 of them heading for the line with Forest Spirit from the back, trying to rally and join in. Kinetic on the near side, Dibble Dabble. They're going for the line, and it is Kinetic just in front, I think. Judge might be needed. I think Kinetic's just held Dibble Dabble, who may have got the benefit of the bob, but's probably just failed. Forest Spirit ran on ahead of Spirit of the Bay for the minor honours.
Well, I've lost all of that. Unbelievable. I knew it was one of them kind of races. Fuck off. Try and top it up to 2,000 again. I've had enough today. I've had enough. I've missed that many anyway. I've missed 3 times as much as I've made. Unbelievable. Right, to leave Greyville. Why can't I get the help? The backup. I wouldn't have had to leave Greyville. An extra 30 points. Bad enough. I want to relax.
No, I don't even know how to back it up. don't want to stick stuff on. I've got memory card. I need loads to do. It's like a stick thing. Dad, before you put the baby. As I said to that woman at the phone interview place, she started laughing her head off. You told me that, probably you don't know what I was doing technology. Anyway, I went back to sleep. I couldn't for a while. Thinking. I turned my phone off, put it on charge, and it hasn't driven since. So I don't know. Weird how it turned itself off the other night. Where did I oh, shit. I've really got lots of stuff on here. Photos. I've got some videos of me. But I've sent to you, haven't I? So you've got. You're my storage. I'm using it.
Yeah, I use them in storage because it fucking does. That's what. And Chris sends me too much stuff, videos and stuff. So I have to delete it all. There's some good. Like I use WhatsApp for storage. I can't clean it all out. 50% of my memory's gone now already. I can't keep buying these memory cards. Too dear. Phones now, they don't have headphone jacks. I have to keep fixing me Galaxy S10. I'm going to sell these others, these newer ones, because that's 10 times better than these new ones. Fucking shit, they come with shitter cameras. Yeah, that WhatsApp stuff does take up videos and all that. It takes up big storage. When you delete it, don't delete it. You've got to go into security storage and delete everything you've moved to the bin. You used to press delete and then delete it off your phone. It won't go into a bin. I suppose it's an extra security precaution in case you make a mistake, so you know you're not deleting stuff drunk or whatever. Right, I've got loads of races still to come. I've missed 3 times more money. I've made 1,000. I should have made 3,000. I'll keep doing it. I'll keep tipping for them. I've stopped now tipping for them. They're not listening. If they want in, they can fucking buy the way in. That's it. I'm going to bank what I've made because I'm fed up. I want to race now. Fucking Lord, there's too much racing. Too much. And I had to leave South Africa because I couldn't. The race was late, so it was interfering with UK racing, so couldn't possibly do it. And that's an extra 30 times my money. Last 3 races, 11 to 1, 8 to 1 and 12 to 1 winners. All fixers and SUPERFIX. A 28 to 1 SUPERFIX, I have a stinking $5 on instead of a tenner. I did catch the 50 to 1 outside a winning fix though. As you see there, that's boosted me up. Big time. And I haven't been backing these favourites to £100, and there's like 1 loss and 7 wins. That'd have been an extra 700. Just on favourites. Right.
My eyes are streaming. Oh, there's one. Open the door, walking down. Very pale. Sun comes me, my God, how they got into it. I can't even go and look. Because I look the same as the man professor I did yesterday. So you chuck the balcony, don't worry about it. It's all they've done. They put this thin bit of wood along the right hand side of that side. Not that side. I haven't looked at that yet. Oh, I want to go out and take photos. That's some red and white tape across it. Got to get a picture. Harry, that's going to have one nail in it. That's going to save my life for 30,000 pounds. God. Shit up. But what I want to know is how did we get it? God. So I've got 2 bolts on my plate now. One at the top, one down the bottom. There's no way I'm going to do it the bottom. So I need to go and visit each other. gets worse. So that increase is about an inch, 2 inches wide. He's going to save me from holes in order to fencing the whole of the cubic because from the oh my god.
4 minutes.
Here's our last one to go in. Let's get up to Jerry for the call.
That off. Rearing coming out of stalls was True Friend. Trails early on. As they sort themselves out. Midnight Horizon, Thelos, attended by...
And I need these placing and winning to get 2,000 back. That's ridiculous.
These are followed by It's a Hard
This
Beat.
when it only takes 1 or 2 to get one wrong. You know, you've seen how many winners I've got today and what I should have had.
Sonic in 4th and 5th, It's a Heartbeat, and then Mittens and Calypso.
I mean, that's 300 quid extra at least. It's £10 stakes. The last 3 at Greyville that I missed.
With a couple of lengths.
I've missed also another £200 worth.
And alongside True Friend, and at the back is...
And what was that one earlier? Let's have a look.
Guarded picks it up and goes on a length in front of Thelos, joined for second by Midnight Horizon. Disputing the 4th is Subsonic, It's a Heartbeat. Together next, Calyxa and Mittens, and then Juniper Sling. Rita is 3 behind, True Friend, Mr. Americana, and 2 lengths to Anarchy. Racing on towards the halfway stage. The mile 2 race and stay fillies maiden. It is guarded and ride more by a neck to a half over Thelos, who's closed back up.
Yeah, Gold Gamble 15-2 there. I didn't back the reverse gamble either at 40s.
Horizon and Joey Sheridan, and then It's a Heartbeat.
That were a new Gold Gamble after I didn't recheck the market.
Changes as they run round the home turn. 3.5 furlongs to go. Stride for Stride, Guarded and Thelos, followed by Subsonic.
Guarded's a fix.
Heartbeat next with
I haven't backed it.
They're well stacked up. Mittens is after them. On the outside is Juniper Sling.
Guarded's a fix.
3 furlongs to go. Precious Little Between. Guarded on the rail. 1 out is Thelos.
Oh no.
Followed by Calyxa, who's picking up in the noseband. Midnight Horizon next and Juniper Sling. Wide of them,
I haven't backed it.
Friend, and then Mittens, Subsonic has been shuffled back. Then
Call Mittens, pick up. Please pick up.
And Rita as Calyxa strikes the front. Now challenged by Juniper Sling, and then comes a running on Mittens. It's a Heartbeat, True Friend. Guarded has dropped away, and then Subsonic. It is Calyxa over on the far side, who is going to see it out from Mittens and Juniper Sling.
Calyxa.
Yes, Calyxa gives Dermot Weld another winner. He's off to a great start this season as winner number 8 or 9 of the season. Wins in the colours of the late Aga Khan and turns that Leopardstown run around in good style with Subsonic. Runs at 10-12, returns at 12-1.
12-1. She's having her first start of the year. She's had a better passage through the race than the runner-up Mittens, but we'll watch back and see how it was developing from the get-go. From stall 1, Shane Foley opts to drop in on the debutante. Ryan Moore's intent to go forward from stall 12 unguarded, and he's joined there by Thelos and Dylan Brown McMonigal. The pace looked honest. Ben Cohen got plenty of cover on Subsonic just behind the leaders, but ultimately, Kevin, he found it quite difficult to get out from there.
Yeah, pick him up there. True Friend is rare coming out of the gates as well. She's in the back foot thereafter. Didn't look like they went overly quick. Guarded stepping up a trip for the first time. Has now picked it up from Tilius on her comeback runner. Eventual winner is there behind Mittens in around 6th or 7th at this stage.
Yeah, on the outside of that one is It's a Heartbeat in the blue colours. Rowan Whelan sitting mid-division. Also is Midnight Horizon under Joey Sheridan sitting 3rd. But they didn't go too quick. I'd see the favourite is taking a nice tug of the rein there under Ben Cohen, where Shane Foley and Chris Hayes, the 1st and 2nd, are currently upsides in 6th and 7th position respectively down the middle of the track. You could see the floppy
Racing at Wolverhampton Racecourse Maiden Filly Stakes, Class 5. 3-year-olds and upwards. We've got 8 runners. And Mythical Bird is 15 to 8 favourite. Crepe Suzette at 9 to 4. True Colours 11 to 4. Bint Noof at 10. That's in from 12. Oh my goodness. I've just seen the replay again and again for Liberate. 18's into 12, and I am not surprised. Bang Fei is 25. Come on, Ruby 66, and Golden Samba 125. I'm not saying Liberate can win, but all I say is when you watch the replay, you go, ugh, the conditions were Newbury, mucky and rainy and horrible, and she just kept running on. This is a Maiden Filly Stakes, so John Babb, not an easy race to decipher unless you've
Mythical Bird is
found a clue here.
7 months was placed at Kempton
Sherlock Babb
last year. The grey.
Not particularly. No.
True Colours.
What are your thoughts? I'm just going to have a sneaky try on Liberate and just hope that we can just put a line through that Newbury yuck, and she'll take to the all weather, because
it was still a good effort, and she's entitled to lots of respect.
She showed
those 3 take a big chunk out of the betting, but it's interesting to see how this Bint Noof is going to go, because she is very nicely bred by Justify out of the
support for her.
No, I wouldn't have thought. No, but it's
very
just
well related.
She's quite a cheap. She's quite a cheap foal, $3,000, and I would think, looking at her pedigree, she's probably going to want a bit further than this, certainly in terms of all-weather racing, where I think, but she wasn't really on the top, sort of towards the top of my list, I've got to say that. But I mean, I thought it only really revolved around the front 3, I've got to be honest. And Bint Noof from the Philippard to 4 yard is the other one that was a daughter of Justify on pedigree, 250,000 yearling, has to be of interest. But Kevin doesn't have too many first-time outers, and the standard that's set, I mean, it's middling fillies ratings, and you're looking at horses that have run to marks into the mid-70s, 80 area, and you'd expect that they should be able to progress a little bit this year. So she's going to have to run to a fair standard on debut, and again, not one that's been knocked over in the market at double figures. I think they're probably a little bit right. I was expecting Crepe Suzette to be favourite, but probably my slight preference is for the one that's gone favourite. That's Mythical Bird, because I think Ewi's horses are running quite well, and this horse improved from 1, 2, 3, and he's taken the trouble to book Billy, obviously the Wolverhampton go-to jockey as such. And like you say, it's hard to be dogmatic because the form is last year's 2-year-old form, coming out as 3-year-olds now. But I'd just about go with the way the market is. So it's almost a no-bet situation. The front 2 are both sub 2 to 1, but in a race where you think there's 3.5 runners, and you're throwing in Liberate as well, it'd be hard to argue that either of them should be much shorter than that, so they're great value bets. The market just looks a little bit correct, really. And the 4th thing, a newcomer's not really of much appeal each way.
No.
So it's hard to see the angle in the race, really. I mean, if you're going to bet each way, I'd probably rather bet your horse, at least with a bit of experience, than I would Bint Noof.
Yeah, the Kevin Philippard de Foy runner. He had winner on Saturday with Crest of Light. A little battle with, that's the one that beat Threatening. Right, so it looks as though they're deciding very shortly that they'll be loading these up. Crepe Suzette and Mythical Bird both 7 to 4. True Colours at 4 to 1. Bint Noof at 10. Liberate has just come in as the price is open from 18 to 12, and that's where it's stuck. It's no further enthusiasm about Liberate. Bang Fei is 25, and then we've got the massive outsiders. Come On Ruby at 80, and Golden Samba at 150 to 1. There's a good old discussion going on with the stores handler and Rab Havlin and John and Sadie Gosden runner in Crepe Suzette. They've already had 2 winners today with 2 shorties, Go-Go Boots and Tycoon, in what is a very big week for them, but never not big week, really. They saddle the 2,000 guineas favourite.
The problem with this race is Crepe Suzette.
So
But if I just follow what I say and keep backing those gold wins at £100, I can do £1,000 a day just on those alone. The gold win is Mythical Bird.
After the race.
Strong each way, Liberate, Superfix now.
With the Ballydor horses and indeed Joseph's as well, so it'll be an excellent 2,000 guineas. I just worry about the draw playing. The draw being the big runner in the 2,000 guineas as much as anything. Right, we're all in here at Wolves. Let's go across.
Mythical Bird completes the line, set to race. And they're off and running in this Enjoy Summer Racing at Wolverhampton Racecourse Maiden Fillies Stakes, a mile 1.5. Crepe Suzette breaking well on the outside as Bun Bang Fi leads. Bun Bang Fi to Crepe Suzette. And on the inside, True Colours, the pale jacket in third place at the moment. Mythical Bird is in fourth. The white-faced Bint Noof, newcomer, she is in fifth, just ahead of Liberate. One circuit to go. Golden Samba and Come On Ruby, the back two. Come On Ruby just encouraged along, going around the turn as Bun Bang Fi leads under Luke Morris to Crepe Suzette and Robert Havlin in second place. True Colours, Callum Rodriguez, looking for a double on the night, is racing in third position. Mythical Bird and Billy Lochnan next. The Pink Silks. Then Bint Noof and Benoit de la Sayette ahead of Liberate and George Wood, also wanting his second winner of the night as they approach their final 5 furlongs. And just in behind Liberate, the final two, Golden Samba and Come On Ruby. About 7 lengths would separate the 8
Crepe
fillies
Suzette's in a good position, going well.
By Bun Bang Fi, with Crepe Suzette in second place out of the Nassau Stakes winner Sultanina. Running in second, True Colours on the inside third. Mythical Bird is still following next. Then Bint Noof and Liberate, little change in the order. Golden Samba, Come On Ruby, still the back two as they're about to run inside their final 3 furlongs here. Crepe Suzette moving up on the outside of Bun Bang Fi, who is chased along now in front. Mythical Bird moving up on the outer of True Colours. Then Bint Noof getting shaken along. Liberate still held together as Crepe Suzette now attacks Bun Bang Fi, gets into a narrow lead. True Colours, Mythical Bird on the outside, turning into the home straight, just over a furlong still to run. Crepe Suzette is the leader. Mythical Bird is now switching to the inside. True Colours holding every chance. It's still Crepe Suzette, though, with the lead to Mythical Bird in second place. Crepe Suzette by about half a length. Mythical Bird is inching closer. The line is coming. Crepe Suzette gets there to deny Mythical Bird. True Colours and Liberate ran on for fourth.
So the third winner of the day for John and Thady Gosden, this one ridden by Rab Havlin. It's Crepe Suzette.
That was always a problem.
To deny is Mythical Bird, and third, True Colours. That's how the betting pointed to you, and John Babb was correct as ever that Liberate needs further. Desperately needs further. She's not the biggest either. But well done, John. Crepe Suzette comes through as the winner.
Well, I mean, I've only really guided you to say that they're the right ones at the front. I mean,
yes.
There wasn't much depth to the race, really, unless the newcomer was going to put in some kind of a sensational performance. They finished pretty much in betting order. Probably Liberate is possibly the one to take from the race, really. Going forward,
too far, is he now?
The horse moved up the straight, got a lovely head carriage, good attitude, and like I said, almost certain to want further by study of man. Not unusual for horses running those colours that they're going to want further. Bit like Aga Khan, isn't it? Really, you don't see too many of them winning shorter than a mile. I mean, she obviously has some very good sprinters, but it's mainly stayers.
Yes, that's Kirsty Rousing. And Crepe Suzette has given Jonathan Thady Gosden a third winner of the day. Let's head to Windsor for their 7:30. It's a mile handicap. Non-runner in the contest is number 14, Halali. That does not go. Is enhanced prices here with William Hill, so check out how many places are on offer. Paragon is 11 to 8 short at the top of the market. Blue Train 6 is Herkias at 8. Jack Andrea 17 to 2 with Mr. Ubiquitous at 17 to 2. Blackbrook at 11. It's 12 bar. John O'Connell coming to you for this Windsor 7:30. We got a case again where you've got a shorty at the top of the market. This time with Andrew Boarding and Asheen teaming up.
Yeah, expensive enough. Purchased 18 months ago, but didn't show that much in 3 runs of juvenile last summer. The first one was in a decent race at Sandown during Glorious Goodwood week. Then big price of the other 2, but been gilded since. Clearly, they think it's working ahead of its mark and very, very strong in the market. It's a relatively run-of-the-mill 0 to 60. A couple of interests. One is Mr. Ubiquitous. I wouldn't want to be too critical of the horse, given, I mean, people might look at it and think, oh, 3 runs on turf, no good at all, better on the all-weather. The 3 runs on turf early last summer was just a means to an end, just getting a handicap marker. Then there was a gap, a little break before it was really heavily back on winning a nursery, a weak nursery in the all-weather. It's run okay again on the all-weather since then. Harry Eustace, I've got a lot of time for. He's also run into a bit of form. He had a winner or 2 at the weekend. But I'm just about going to play for small stakes Blue Train, the top one. Takes a bit to explain to you, given the fact that 4 runs nowhere each time. Barely beat a rival as a 2-year-old, although the Kempton run, the 3rd of them, was better than the final position indicated, but it was really well backed at Yarmouth and Grand National Day to show us much more this season. It didn't happen on that occasion. It was keen. The cheek pieces have gone on today as well. The Bud has gone on as well, so it clearly it must work better because it was well back to the Yarmouth race and might give us a little bit of value. So Blue Train each way against the Fav.
Yes, and currently Blue Train 13 to 2 into 11 to 2. So John Babb, as the first one gets loaded into the stalls, you go with the favourite who's now still 11 to 8, just momentarily went 11 to 10, or you're looking for some cheeky each way?
Well, I couldn't back the favourite. But there are lots into so much factored into the fact that it's Balding, Murphy, it's a High Clear. I mean, if they weren't in 2-year contracts with High Clear, I wonder if they'd have got rid of the horse myself. But it didn't do anything too much exciting, did it? They must have been thinking it was better than that on debut. And these people who are in these horses, they're not exactly looking for 50 handicappers, to be honest. So I don't know. Jury's out. Well, it's not one I want to take on too strongly because it's not a race I've got a massive view about too many in the race. But I'll go with Jack Andrew for Robert Eddery, who comes here for a couple of runs this side of the turf season almost starting, but both of them have been on the all-weather. He got some decent enough form on the grass last year on this sort of ground. Salisbury and Sandown, I thought they were decent enough runs midsummer. So I think the switch back to the turf could well be a plus for this time test, Galdi. And Robert Eddery's horse rates a little bit of a value play, really, and just because he's got a bit of fitness on his side.
Next up, Arlecchino.
He's got enough form to be there or thereabouts.
Goes in.
There's a few.
So only about
another
4 maybe to go now.
This is Blackbrook.
One of those is Tiny Rebel.
I mean, he's gone off combined odds in his 3 races. He's gone off
Paragon, I think, is another one that's yet to go forward.
So far.
Jack Andrea as well.
200, 300, 200. No,
Paragon.
He's 14 to 1.
The shot of the market leader. You are a supporter.
Yes.
For a third win of the night for Ashima. Risk,
it's
Blue
a very
Train,
difficult horse to play.
Jack Andrea and
if you want to play a dark
so
horse, I'd rather back
more than I thought. Still got 3 to go, but they're loading fast. Risk
Yes, exactly.
with
the
Blackbrook.
Last few are going in, and Blackbrook
Jack Andrea
is 12
to complete the line.
The last couple are going in. Richard Hoyles is our caller. Let's go to the penultimate race at Windsor this evening.
A mile is the trip, and they're off and racing. Complete. Pretty good line. A little bit slow. Blue Train rousted along. Gira G's out well. Also out well is her. All set. Good early position. So Skylight scuttling on with Hercules out wider. Blackbrook just ahead of Paragon, who races in 4th place on the inside of Tiny Rebel. Kira G's restrained to midfield with Mr. Ubiquitous. Then Coiled, who's on the inside of Jack Andrea. Blue Train comes next. Proving awkward is Risk, who's hanging left-handed, not really handed handling the bend that well and is very wide round the turn. Arlecchino's Rex is towards the back with Commander Flavius. So out in the lead at a reasonable pace, it's Hercules just stringing them out, leads by a length from Skylight. Paragon's Pale Blue Colours in third, Blackbrook in fourth on straightening. Mr. Ubiquitous from Tiny Rebel coiled on the inside, risked covered ground but has made a few places round the turn and continues to tank along up the middle of the track. Then Kira G in company with Blue Train, Arlecchino's Rex and Commander Flavius. Out in the lead, it's Hercules. Risk doing his own thing up the centre of the racecourse, but he's right on terms at the moment, but hanging all over the place. Then towards the centre of the racecourse, we have the likes of Blackbrook with Skylight. Paragon's just looking for a bit of room against the rail at the moment. Then Kira G's and others hanging towards
if Paragon wins
the centre. Hercules has the lead from right. Mr. Ubiquitous comes next. Paragon with a lot of work to do, looks to the right to see if he's going to run up the rail.
He's fucking cooked. We knew it.
Well, with the white sleeve jacket of Mr. Ubiquitous from the black. Blue Train is staying on well with Blackbrook, then Skylight.
Favourite. Fuck off.
Rex from the back as well. Mr. Ubiquitous pressed by Blue Train on the run to the line. Mr. Ubiquitous doing enough. Blue Train coming with a thrust indeed. Mr. Ubiquitous with the closing Blue Train. That's the tightest of the night, I think. Paragon from Arlecchino's Rex. We're back in fifth.
Fuck off. Paragon picks up and fucking fuck off. Fuck off. Who won it then? Blue Train. Who won it? Hercules. Fuck off. They fancied it, look. $300's a lot to go down again. Which wouldn't have mattered if I'd gotten everything else. It would have taken care of the losses, wouldn't it? But I didn't get on. I didn't get on. This is well open. Really open. Scott Keys and Nap. Off. Mississippi River Gold win for the fix. Oh my god. Try and cover these with 100. Wizard of Oz is strong. Second last time, remember. Yeah, it's fucking dangerous, that is. Fucking loads of strong ones, look. There's money for a lot. There's money for Bishop too. Wizard of Odds. Tribal Nation. Fuck. Choice, definitely. Fuck off. Fucking hell.
Yeah, he seemed to think that as well, and obviously getting a £5 penalty for finishing second isn't ideal. But he's moving well to post under Jamie Powell, and Stevens Yard, the string are in good form. We mentioned the strength and the depth of this race. There's a number of horses making their handicap debut aside from the favourite Mississippi River. Tribal Nation and Dignam are two of those, as is Spycraft. And of that trio, I think Tribal Nation's probably the most intriguing. They've obviously felt that he was quite good throwing him into a Guineas trial at Leopardstown. He was beaten 6 1/4 lengths by Henri Matisse that day, and he's dropping in here off a mark of 93. I'll be very interested to see how he can get on.
Yes, he did win his maiden heavy ground at Galway. He beat Mississippi River on that occasion over a 1.25 miles, and I was getting off the mark. Sorry, a 1.25 lengths that day. He was getting off the mark in his third time of asking. But Scott Key, going back to him.
I think we both like him.
And we do like him.
Yeah.
Now, there's more on his plate here this afternoon.
He had no authority to win, given how he fell out of the gates. Where he made Kilgorn around the bend on the outside, you were just thinking he's going to flatten out. He's going to flatten out. And with 2 to run, he's still on the bridle, and he extends away, and he wins the best part of 5 lengths as he liked, and he galloped out through the line and around the bend. So I think if he can't afford to fall out of the gates here. Ryan is probably going to go forward on Mississippi River. If he does things right, he's drawn right beside Mississippi River. Track him.
Yeah. I tend to agree, and it took Andy Slattery a long time to pull this horse up and Gordon as well. and he just absolutely bolted up. As you say, he's due to go up 12 pounds. He's running under a 7 pound mandatory penalty.
So the handicapper thinks there's more to come, and obviously the race is only 5 days ago.
This is absolutely fucking nightmare open. I hope this fucking wins is Spycraft, 90 to 1.
After a good third on his previous
Come on,
start,
Spycraft.
and
Reverse gamble.
well, so I can absolutely see. I'd say the Slatterys were relieved they had that extra entry when he crossed the line in Gorn, because they knew they were going to get quite the hit. We didn't speak about Bishopton. He looked well in the ring for Natalia Lupini. Horse previously trained by Ollie Murphy in the UK. He's going to load into stall 6. Sir Jeremy Fredo McGuinness goes into stall 2. There's a couple of more left to go in. Shiata for Joe Murphy. Up to the mile for the first time, this filly who won last year here over 6. She'll go into stall 16. She'll be the widest of all.
She will indeed. And sorry, Shiata was a 4th to St. Brandon, not in the same race, of course. That Scott Key made his handicap debut at Cork in. Let's get up to Jerry.
They're off. A mile in front of them, the nice Racecourse Business Club Blackwater Premier. Oh, taken on the outside by Spycraft. Handy in the stripes, Scott Key. With a good position early on is Sunrise on the Boyne. On the inside is Sir Jeremy.
Fair, isn't it?
Bishopton in between horses. A couple of lengths then to Wizard of Odds and Mississippi River and Green Icon. Shiota next, and then Manhattan Chute. It's all peachy. Tribal Nation the top weight. Amongst the back markers with Viking Invasion and Dignam. Spycraft presses ahead by a length and a half. In second place is Lady O, just third Scott Key, the 5-day winner.
Go on, Spycraft, all the way, please, 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 please.
Behind the leaders.
Please be an inside job.
As they've just gone by the halfway stage, turning back for home. Spycraft gathered in by Lady O. Round the pair comes Scott Key, then Sir Jeremy and Sunrise on the Boyne. Bishopton next, over 2 lengths back to Wizard of Odds, and then Mississippi River and Shiota next. Been pumped away on the inside is Green Icon, then Viking Invasion, Tribal Nation, Dignam. It's all peachy coming up the centre.
Not good enough to try, it's still in front.
Racing to the final quarter and sweeping to the front is Shiota. Shiota has quickly changed the race's complexion and gone on. Spycraft drops back, then Mississippi River, who's staying on the outside, followed then by Bishopton and Scott Key.
Spycraft gets first, come on.
Late, but the leader is Shiota, and Gary Carroll now challenged by Mississippi River and line more the near side, but it's Shiota. It's going to last it out by less than a length to Mississippi River. Third, the top weight Tribal Nation, and fourth was Viking Invasion.
Shiota back to the scene of her crime, where she won her maiden, of course, on her second time of asking. That was over 6 furlongs, recorded her second win of her career, 33 to 1. Joe Murphy, Gary Carroll teaming up for their second winner of the week. Gary's third, and Shiota stepping up on trip.
Reverse gamble.
For the first
I
time.
didn't cover it.
From Mississippi River, really good performance. Pick him up here from the start.
Widest stall of all. That's where your winner comes from. Just inside her is Spycraft, and that's where your pace comes from. The second favourite, Scott Key, broke smartly today and raced prominently, and instead of hitting the line strong, has hit the line going backwards. Keep an eye out for Team Valley's colours, second last, the Tribal Nation, and the other one, Viking Flagship, who missed the break. They eventually finished third and fourth. The fractions were generous, I think. First fraction was definitely 11.5, second fraction was 12. But your eventual winner is, where is he currently sat?
Our winner is just behind Mississippi River at this stage.
Just behind Ryan Moore, but quickens really well early in the straight, and I'd say ends up getting to the front quicker than Gary Carroll would have liked.
I would have thought so, because Gary's tried to settle. It was quite keen, I suppose, stepping up to the mile trip for the first time as well. It's just a bit in his hands, and coming from that outside stall as well, he's tried to get a bit cover, but you can see there, and he's now Shiota has pulled herself up to upsides Mississippi River at this stage.
Yeah, just watch the red colours on the outside. Gary's winding her up, but she quickens almost instantly, and she just comes across Mississippi River there. Wouldn't be surprised if the stewards had a little look at that, because the horses interfered with eventually finishes second. She moves across, but eventually makes her challenge again. Comes back across, so the head-on will be interesting. Again, just watch the top weight, Tribal Nation. He's come home to good effect, as had Viking nation. But this filly up to this trip for the first time, she's game. She might be minuscule in stature, but she's got a big heart and plenty of ability. And the second horse has run a good race.
There's a lot of strong ones here.
Mississippi River, as you said.
This is open.
O'Brien's two of his forerunners. You can just see there.
Elliot, no.
She ought to just come in and crossed over Mississippi River, but she hasn't half run round and she's hit the front.
Need money for fucking everything here. I wish I'd have just banked at 2,100. $700 up. It's 10 of stakes. And I've missed another grand's worth by tipping. So there's no more tipping. Red walls, gold each way gamble. See that? Close the freedom, reverse gamble. There's a lot of strong ones. Down and down and down and down. It's not fair. Down because of the ones I've missed. Well, I'm up. I'm still down. 1,000 to where I should be. Henry Oak's fucking up. Market's bouncing like fuck, innit? It's 11 to 2, then it's 9 to 2. Henry Oak. 11 to 2, 9 to 2. 6 to 1, look. Look how it's bouncing. Money now, gold win now for Warzone. Gold each way, Warzone. Now it's bouncing. Back to sixes, look. Something wrong here. They're going to take it. They're going to rob everything I've got if I don't stop. So what? It's bouncing because it's off. It's 5 furlongs. Shit.
Street Life, Kip Kelly chasing. Gina Mangan and Outer Edge have won. 2 in second position, Kip Kelly. Then Street Life, tight next. Henry Hawk didn't get much of a run. And Colours of Freedom.
Down, down, down. Outer Edge. Nothing. Place, look. How disgusting. Oh my god. Another 5 furlong sprint. Handicap. Bad race. Again. Stressed out. They're both gold wins, these. Torfrida and Antiphon. For fuck's sakes. These 2 non-runners. Favourites pulled, so that's really fucked everything up. Shouldn't be back in this race by rights. I'm going to.
Very short. The races that are low-grade handicaps, and people probably just assume they're going to nail their. It's like, oh, if they're a moderate bunch, let's nail me colours to the Baldy Machine Murphy mast, and they often work out, but you're not getting much value at them. So I'm not really too sure about those ones going forward. But yeah, just watch the race and often see how the maiden form works out.
Yeah, I'm coming to you first as well anyway, John O'Connell, because this Windsor race is where your nap is. Antithon is 5-2, Torfrida 130, Bang on the Bell 4-1, Harry Brown 15-2, Tiger Tulip at 9, Secret Handshake is 9, 16 Bar. We've noticed that poor old David Egan is... Your nap sits here.
Yeah, it's not a 3-year-old.
No.
Antithon. It's the we mentioned. God, it feels like it's about 6 hours ago, isn't it?
Yes.
Those figures of 0, 0, 0, and so on. But I can only assume this has been the plan for a little while. Got good form at Windsor overall. It won this race last year, but it's even before that and since then it's shown Windsor form. So the ideal setup seems to be Windsor and a sound surface. So it's got that today. One of the other things about it is that it's back now with Michael Keedy from Gay Callaway. Has been for a little while, and I would imagine they've been looking at this race from a little way out, and they've had the advantage of the handicap of playing ball, because we've had 4 bad runs by the horse on the all-weather in the last 4 months, and the handicapper's dropped it in total £15 for those, but he's dropped it also on the turf mark, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes they leave the turf mark, sometimes they drop them hand in hand. So basically, the last time this horse has appeared on grass, which is where he's won 4 of his races, was off a mark of 74. And that was only 6 months ago. And he's now off a mark of 57. So all last year he was running off marks in the 70s. He actually ran off in 86 when he was a close-up 4th in the dash on Derby Day. He was out of the weights. So he's plummeted down to a mark. He's never been within a stone of this mark in his turf career so far. You have to take it on trust that he's still got it in them, but hopefully he will. This is his ideal scenario. Torfrida has to be an obvious danger. Pam's Lies filly, pretty sure that they'd have been a bit nervous about going up a bit more than it did for that really good run at Pontefract 3 weeks ago. First go at pure sprinting, 5 furlongs, dropped down from 7, but it ran really well. Only went up £2. And the first 2 were a long way clear on that occasion, so there might be more to come, and I'll imagine that they'll try the front-running tactics again. But I'm gambling on the fact, I'm banking on the fact that Antithon has been geared up for this, and back on the turf will hopefully get the horse going again.
They're finally arriving down at the start. I'll get your view, John Babber, then be mindful that there's a 8:10 at Naas, so I'll come back to John O'Connell for his thoughts on that, because obviously this is not going to be off to time. John Babb, what's your thoughts for Windsor's race?
Well, stable had a nice winner at Weatherby yesterday in the Northcliffe, and I sort of like the chances of that, because it was a sort of 10-1 chance. What I don't like about this one is it's a 9 or 4 chance to go. Similar thing really as yesterday's winner, switching back onto the grass. Obviously quite a marked difference in the mark from the last run on the turf to where they are now. The price just doesn't overly appeal to me. In a handicap of this nature, it could most likely win. It's the right favourite. It just becomes just so many of these races just don't appeal to me to even consider having a bet in. And I'm trying to go through what would be the each way call. I don't know. I can't even find one of them that I think's a real good bet each way. Torfrida drawn out in 12 is enough to put you off a front runner if it has to do that much running to get into a position. Is it going to have done its running by the furlong pole, and is it going to fade away late on? But I mean, it's probably an all or nothing shoot with Torfrida from that box. So you end up with the right two at the front of the market. Bang on the bell, another front runner drawn in stall 1. So if you want to subscribe to the Windsor Standside Rails theory, that'd be the horse for you there. And then you're looking at all the other horses are in really quite big prices. Really, Secret Handshake looks like he's one that, if he runs a little bit better tonight, you'll be looking at him when he goes to Brighton, I would have thought.
Yes.
Tiger Tulip, Sylvester de Souza's, catches the eye as a jockey book in there, riding the horse for the first time from a yard that I do like, that of the Heather Main and her husband James. They do a really good job. And I guess hard to know how we'll go on. This one will go on the ground. It has been placed on good to firm. Hasn't had many chances on the turf. It could probably scrub the first run back with Kieran Fallon at 50 to 1. Obviously not fancied, got hampered at the start. Just forget it. There is a possibility for that Tiger Tulip could take a big leap forward from that first run back. And I say I was a bit. The thing that struck me was Sylvester hasn't teamed up with Heather Main on that many occasions without checking. It's not a combination that I recall very often. So I've sort of come to the conclusion that's probably the most interesting of the bigger price runners, really.
Secret Handshake, by the way, is entered Wednesday night, or has been declared.
At Brighton.
At Brighton, yes.
Yeah, well, they're probably having a warm-up on the way. John Gallagher, he's popped down from Oxfordshire, nip in at Windsor, carry on to Brighton.
There you go, you spotted that straight away. And I'm just looking at Heather Main and Sylvester, and as you mentioned, that not a partnership too often. Well, 5 winners from 34, but that's all time. That's all time. So it's not a partnership that teams up in massive frequency. So maybe it's a key that Tiger Tulip and Sylvester are matched up together. That's they should be entering the stall shortly at Windsor for the 8:05. Nace then will come up. 20 runners, and check out with William Hill, whether you're in retail or online, the enhanced place terms for this mile handicap. Non-runners 8, 9 and 21. Sneddy Eddie 11 to 2. Harry the Rogue at 6. Are You In or Out at 7. Storm Eric 15 to 2 with Higher Kingdom. Zaramandu at 17 to 2. Share the Treasure at 10. Roderick 11. Cherry Pink and In the Minus both 12. And it's 16 to 1 bar. So before they start going into the stalls at Windsor and not wanting to miss out too much, have you got an each way here? Because there's enhanced place terms here, John O'Connell at Nace for the 8:10.
Big field on the round course, but we had quite a big field in the previous race. And it was noticed that part should be drawn high on that occasion. They end up coming a bit wide into the straight. So ordinarily, you might think, drawn 20 in it. That was originally 23. So are you in or out? We just about guessed a nod from myself. Got form in big field handicaps. The ease in the ground is fine. It'll probably stay out wide, so happy for that one. Got a quick mention, though, for the very well-backed Harry the Rogue. There's been plenty of support for Harry the Rogue in the last few minutes. Could end up going off nearly favourite.
Yeah, and Harry the Rogue has already met Are You In or Out, finished behind it, hasn't it? So, and it was favourite that day as well. So they just, it seems as though they left it behind because it stumbled at the start, or fly leapt the gates apparently, and then stumbled. So they're going, trying to hope that luck's on their side this time with Harry the Rogue. And they can reduce that deficit as the runners are starting to load at Windsor. Just be mindful that after Windsor, after they've got these all in, it could probably be straight to Naas for their final race of the day. Final 2 races of the day. Yeah, leaves you scratching your head, really. Why that there couldn't be a little bit more of a comfort cushion gap between the pair of them, but never mind.
Yeah, I've no idea why Windsor had to be 8 o'clock. Oh, sorry, 8:05.
Yeah.
Half an hour gap all night. Suddenly, let's go 8:05 and go late and into Naas.
Yeah. It's just bizarre, some things. Now, last few are going in then at Windsor. Richard Hoyles is your caller. Let's go across to Windsor.
And Boson. Thank you, Matt. 1 to go for this sprint. Bit of movement in the outside stalls. They stand better and they're released. Boson was the one that was awkward away. Some Nightmare shows speed, and Bang on the Bell is heading over towards the stands rail, pursued by Antiphon and Secret Handshake, the early pace from the low numbers. Up the centre goes Tiger Tulip with Torfrida in the light blue colours. Right on terms with those, Big Time Rascal. Head of Some Nightmare, Symbol of Hope, Harry Brown, Bamalama and Boson. So heading down through the first quarter mile. Bang on the Bell with Antiphon and Secret Handshake. Then towards the outside is Tiger Tulip. Right hand side Torfrida in the pink cap. Behind these Harry Brown as they're making their way down inside the final 2 furlongs. Bang on the Bell still has the lead. Antiphon is now under strong pressure. Secret Handshake, Torfrida, the next 2. Changing course, Harry Brown trying to get on terms with it. Bang on the Bell was away in the beer.
Secret Handshake, Some Nightmare, Torfrida.
From Secret Handshake, Torfrida. Then Some Nightmare and Antiphon trying to stay on inside the last. Bang on the Bell leading them home in the last. Bang on the Bell, last home to beat Secret Handshake, Some Nightmare, Torfrida. Antiphon, and behind those was Harry Brown.
Bang on the Bell then comes, well, as Halsey said, cracked out and stayed there. Secret Handshake, see you Wednesday night at Brighton. That was second. And third was number 13, Some Nightmare. I do suspect I will see Secret Handshake as I'm at Brighton on Wednesday evening. So there you go, enjoying a day's action of racing. Let's go to John Babb then. It seems as though Marco Gianni had decided his tactics and that was it. Let's crack on out in front and see if they can come and get me.
So it's the only tactics the horse has really got. He's performed those sort of tactics at places like Chelmsford over time. He's a very good early pace runner. And when you're in stall 1, you've got no choice. Most of the time, there's no concerns. But I was probably looking for something that wasn't there earlier on in the evening. To be honest, there's nothing wrong with the rail. That's been proven in the latter part of the card, and the jockeys got out there and made every yard. Torfrida's run really well from stall 12. Couldn't really get to the front from there, but has done well to finish 4th. Hasn't repaid any each way support, but that was another good effort from Shane Kelly and Pam Sly. I don't know, Shane only ever seems to ride for Pam Sly anymore nowadays. I don't think he'd ride for anybody else.
No, I agree with you there. Bang on the Bell at 9-2. Secret Handshake was second at 14-1, and third Some Nightmare at 12-1. So we head straight now to Naas for their final race. Harry the Rogue now at the top of the market, 13-2. Are You In or Out? Higher Kingdom and Sneddy Eddie all at 7. Zaramandu 15-2, 17-2 bar. They've got quite a way through the stalls loading, John O'Connell. And you mentioned Are You In or Out, but you also mentioned money for Harry the Rogue.
Yeah, Harry the Rogue is drawn on the other side, drawn inside in stall 4, whereas Are You In or Out is drawn 20, which the high number was no issue in the previous race, where the high numbers came to the 4 and raced a bit wide as well up the home straight. Another one drawn wide, who's been seemingly fancied, there's been money for it, is Sneddy Eddie under the excellent Billy Lee. But Yeah, I'm going to be with Are You In
For
or Out.
everybody
We've
at
got form on
Punchestown,
easy
isn't there?
ground as
You got
well,
obviously the
and
banks
big
racing,
field.
the
So
bumpers, you got some good handicaps. And you know
4-year-old
what?
You got
who's just
shops,
been
you got
the last
bars,
3
you
or
got the
4 runs, so
restaurants.
arguably been
You have a
probably
bit
having
of
the best of
everything,
his
and
career.
you've got afternoon meetings and evening meetings.
I'm sure he said bang on the bell, one of them.
Also, it's brilliant to see a lot of runners from the UK, which is vital.
Sure I said
Yeah,
that.
but it was 18 on the first day. Now, that Albert Bartlett race
Fucking
has
bastards.
been a crucial part because it brings over horses who qualified in the UK to race in it. But it's fantastic to see overseas runners. Of course, we saw what Rebecca Curtis could do when she brought over Oti Killer for the Irish National, and I'd love to see some UK winners at the Punchestown Festival, because to have a festival you need cross-channel competition. To have proper Grade 1 action you need to have international feel to it, and I think the Irish fans will appreciate that, particularly if a horse such as Golden Ace and Constitution Hill do make their way across. But the man with the white flag is getting ready. There's a few left to load.
There was a loose one down at the back of the gates. I'm not sure which one it was, but momentarily it was loose, but it has been caught. Whatever happened down there.
Well, Knockmore Prince was a little bit resentful to load into stall 9. He still hasn't gone in. You can see the black and red colours at the back of the gates. He's being a little bit resentful under Nathan Cross, who's now dismounted by the looks of it. They've loaded the horse without the rider, and Nathan will get up.
No, it's not Nathan, it's Lee Roach.
They changed that today?
Yeah, Nathan was feeling unwell, but he's okay. Lee Roach is on board. The second reserve, a Higher Kingdom will be the last in. Let's go to Jerry.
Looks at let off. The best of luck to our neighbours Punchestown ahead of the festival handicap. It's over a mile. Spaced across. Off them at the back is Share the Treasure. It is Lady Delilah who takes them along, followed by a GRU in a route. Prominent is Kensington Hope, and on the inside is Man is King. They're followed by Stormedic, Love Mocha. Improving in between horses is Harry the Rogue. Then Higher Kingdom and Roderick and Sneddy Eddie next. In the stripes is Cherry Pink, and then in the minors, Prom Queen next, the Knockmore Prince, Adamando, Swiss Army Officer, Arthur's Victory. Tail ending that lot is Second Fiddle, and 4 lengths to Share the Treasure. Man is King has moved on to lead. Lady Delilah heading for the halfway stage. Making the bend just third is Stormedic from Kensington Hope, then Harry the Rogue, a GRU in a route. Shake of the reins for Roderick, and then Love Mocha, Higher Kingdom in the minors, and Prom Queen next with Sneddy Eddie and Cherry Pink, and Knockmore Prince, and Zadamando is next, then Arthur's Victory as they hit the straight. Further down the field is Second Fiddle, Swiss Army Officers, and Share the Treasure. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Man is King is the leader from Stormeric over the far side, being followed by Aegea, who's getting reminders. Then Are You in a route, and Higher Kingdom runs on in between horses. Racing inside the final two,
Higher
Man
Kingdom.
is King, chased by Are You in a route, and Higher Kingdom, Harry the Rogue. Further over is Stormedic with Knockmore Prince, and then Second Fiddle.
Higher
And
in a
Roderick
route.
is coming home best of all on the near side. 150 yards to go, and it is Harry the Rogue getting to the front deep in the closing stages from Roderick. Harry the Rogue, Roderick 1-2, and then Higher Kingdom, Man is King, and next on the inside was Amanda.
Well, Harry the Rogue, he gets off the mark, and his 20th time of asking, bounces back from a little bit disappointing effort in Cork on his most recent start, and he turns the form around at Higher Kingdom, who finished in front of him that day, and the Leopardstown run when he's turned the form around the course with Are You In or Out?
He deserved that, didn't he? He was living up to his name to a certain degree, but he was consistent to a point, and Harry the Rogue has got the job done just from a fast finishing Roderick under Shane Foley. That horse has bounced back to form, and the strong travelling Higher Kingdom takes the place money in third. But 7-1 your winner under Sam Cohen. Good strong drive from him, and he breaks his maiden tag at the 20th time of asking.
Okay, let's pick him up here from the get-go. Share the Treasure was one that totally missed the kick, and her chance was gone thereafter. She'd come in off the back of a decent run, was closely matched with Higher Kingdom and Dawes and Harry the Rogue on that run in Cork, but she never showed up today.
Yeah, Roderick took a fair bumping out of the stalls as well. Eventually sits mid-division beside Higher Kingdom. Are You In or Out is currently just behind mid-division as well in the yellow colours, but up on the front end it is Lady Delia And the Wesley Joyce ridden Man is King. The fractions looked sedate, or just a little bit better than sedate. And yeah, it looked like the handicapper done a good job for much of this race. Harry de Rogue is currently sat a little bit better in mid-division, well covered up under Sam. But they all decide when they turn into the straight, Kevin, to come stand side.
Yes, they did, which is not a surprise in the ground being on the slow side. Keep off that rail, come over to the stand side rail. Man is King is customary fronting characteristics. He's
the last one in, set to race. And they're off in the Wolverhampton Family Fun Race Day, 10th of August, handicap 6 furlongs. As is usually the case, Brian the Snail missed the break. The early lead is with Phoenix Beach. Phoenix Beach running very freely under Mikel on the inner, followed by Alvarez in green and red. Tracking the pace is Azure Angel, light blue cap, just in behind Aberama Gold. Change of Silk's Lions House also running very free. Really on the outside, and Brian the Snail has latched onto the back of the field. They run towards the halfway point here. Phoenix Beach is in front by 2 lengths to Aberama Gold. On the inside of that one is Nazron, then Azure Angel and Callum Rodriguez. Alvarez next. Brian the Snail has overtaken Lion's House, turning into the home straight, asking...
Fuck is wrong with this thing?
Towards the last furlong here, flat out Phoenix Beach. Nazar on the inside, on the outer, trying to come through Aberama Gold. Alvarez is sustaining a run. Brian the Snail doing pretty well on the outside.
Reverse gamble. Brian the Snail's going to get up.
To go Alvarez. Brian the Snail is powering home the grey. Brian the Snail has got up to win the 11-year-old, denying
I knew they were getting it ready, that one. So I didn't have a big bet. Brian the Snail. Yeah, Brian the Snail. Reverse gamble there. Getting ready. Fucking no, there's a danger. Yeah, that's one of the free golds in there. That's what makes you look towards the reverse gamble. Too many golds in there. But then again, you had free golds that came off first and second in Ireland. But then there was no reverse gambles in that race. Right? So maybe it's true. Never see me again. Yeah, I didn't trust it. Do it. You see, it's not just about the signal. It's about the rest of the market, what the rest of the market is doing around that signal. It's nearly complete anyway. I've got where I need to make money. Some winners just have to let go. I mean, that is a fucking hard work when you start including reverse gambles, but they're worth it. But if you just follow them, I mean, they've had too many signals today. The losses in between are just as many as goals, really, because they've got a direct connection to them. But I think really, it's just too hard to read a race in such low, with that limited time. To read, especially typing in, is impossible. But every reverse gamble, every 80 to 1, 150 to 1, 250 to 1 winners recently have been reverse gambles, and they do make more money than. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they do make more than fixers. But look at the fixers today: 50 to 1, SUPERFIX 28 to 1. 3 have missed 30 points worth in Africa. Gold Gamble missed in the first in Africa. Okay, I'm making breakfast, left it too late. Good excuse. Perfect excuse. I missed it. I missed it. I can't type. You guys are not supposed to. So last one for a while. I'm going on another. I'm not feeling. For free. 6 months. It's not raining. Not raining. Take over, really. What'd you do? What'd you do? Go. Selling my tips. So what'd you do? What'd you do? Okay, so 500 down on the day to what I made most. Won't learn, will I start increasing my bets, and that's why it goes down every time. So just sticking £10 each way. I've done it again. I'm really fucking fed up with myself. I can't stop. I can't even fucking stop my diabetes, stop drinking the sugar. Can't take control. I wouldn't have lost that much, and if I'd have just got on everything at £10 each way stakes, I wouldn't. I won't be bothered. If I'd have got on everything, I won't be bothered about upping my bets and being great and just trying to go forward quicker, but I didn't go on them, so I try and push it to where the money should be. And I choose the wrong fucking time every time. I've had the biggest losing run tonight. The biggest losing run tonight when I've increased my bets again. And all the winners came earlier. I was so busy and nobody helped me. Say, come on, these are the fixers, this is this race, read this race. You got 2 meetings that were off time, one caught up and then the one just stayed off time. And produced the biggest fixers and winners. Well, not the 50 to 1, but £300 worth. £400 worth to a tenner because it's each way into. It's not fucking fair. So this is my last video for a while. I'm going to upload yesterday's video and today's, and then wipe them all, go on holiday and then start again. Maybe I'll take this guy's offer. It's a shame, but it's not a shame because people aren't listening. People aren't helping, retweet, spread the word. People, they're just not listening because they're stuck in this brainwashed zone that they've created. The Matrix. Still 300 under if Victoria wins. That's looking good, isn't it? Darling. Can't help the people no more. They can't be helped. I've tried. Fucking 6 months is enough. 6 months have taken up my life and they've given nothing back.
The half with Call Me Audrey breaking well on the outside. Rider glancing to see if it's okay to come across and has done so from a roof. The white and black, the red and white of Advertorial, sharing third with Battle Stride, the purple sleeves and hat on the inner. Battle Stride now definitely in third ahead of Advertorial. 2 lengths then to Crackamore. Chased along is Tiger Kitten, blue and orange. The back marker is himself, who's lobbing away happily under Cam Hardy in last place. Call Me Audrey and Kevin Stott leading into the home straight for the first time, with Aroof and Billy Lockdown on the outside, just running a ride under George Wood. And the white-faced Advertorial in 4th position. Crackamore, Callum Rodriguez next, and then Tiger Kitten, who's still running behind. And last of all is himself. 1 circuit to go is the outsider of the field leading. That is Call Me Audrey. And Call Me Audrey has an advantage of 1.5 lengths to Aroof, just holding second. Battle Stride,
reverse gamble, late that Call Me Audrey
is next in 4th. And then Crackamore ahead of Tiger Kitten, who still hasn't picked up the bridle. And last of all is himself. Less than 6 furlongs to go now in the Get Race Day Ready handicap. Call Me Audrey has gone away by 3 lengths. Call Me Audrey in front of Aroof and Battle Stride. There's 8 lengths front to back.
Wait, you get away, it's reverse gamble.
Crackamore moving up that one's inner at this stage. Then Tiger Kitten and himself has latched on to the back of them as they run towards their last half mile. There's probably only 6 lengths front to back now. Call Me Audrey still leads. Aroof in second. Battle Stride on the inner, racing comfortably. Aroof is now just being squeezed along.
Crackamore.
Advertorial 4. Crackamore is off the bit. Himself has relegated Tiger Kitten to be the back marker. Inside the 3, it's still and Kevin Stott leading. Aroof is in second.
They're going to get this reverse gamble.
Stride is pushed along in third.
Okay, no, I didn't put it down as well.
Himself under strong pressure. Call Me Audrey is leading by just under 2 lengths. Battle Stride is now in second. Aroof the outside ahead of Advertorial as they have a furlong and a half left to go. Call Me Audrey with Battle Stride inching closer. Call Me Audrey though still leading by a little over a length. Advertorial plugging on down the outside. Aroof has weakened, then himself. Call Me Audrey still leading. Advertorial the late danger, finishing well on the outside. Call Me Audrey, Advertorial, and got it. Advertorial to Call Me Audrey, and then Battle Stride and himself.
Well, listen, man. treat myself. I'm going to treat myself. So again, should have gone. If I've gone big on everything else and I can't go big on a fix, disgusting. Right, nice drift on that as well. So 19, 10, 200 down on the on my peak. It's not down, is it? It's just from where I peaked. And I missed 1, 2, 3, 400. Missed. I think I got on everything. I didn't back the SUPERFIX. The SUPERFIX I backed half stakes, so 6, 7. So yeah, nearly double, £800 worth. I didn't get on for tipping and messing about. I can't do it anymore. It's happening every day. So something's going to work out. I'm trying to help people, but they're just not helping back. So I think that's going to make my decision easier. Good night.